Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. It's good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining the stream. I hope you got a chance to watch the Elevated Truth live with Seth on the panel. I finally got it um, edited, and with the help of a couple of different creators, Astrology for Mystics with Jen, and also CPS Laura, uh, because she had some really clean copies of uh, the live stream. So mine were really choppy. And so I went ahead and kind of pieced everything together. Some of what I had, some of what Jen sent me. And then CPS Laura, and it's like a toe avatar. We were talking about it last night, but I was glad to get it up because I think it was a good live. I think it was, something that was nice to see Seth go on a different panel. That he's not usually on. So I think he did a really great job. And I think it was interesting some of the questions that Truth was asking also. So we're going to go over that tonight. Sorry, I had to just go ahead and uh, plug my computer in there before it went dead on me. It tells me don't leave the charger in there, and then it'll be like low battery. So hello, little Miss Sharon. Good to see you. Good to see you, Tidge. Hey, Tidge. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. So, yeah, we're going to get into it tonight, finally. And I know it took me a little bit longer than expected to get it up. But like I said, I think it's a good one. And I think there's some good questions that were asked. I know all of us kind of hyper focus on certain aspects of the case. Hey, my PTSD. Hello, the real me too. Good to see you. So, there might be a piece that we're like, I just can't get over this, right? Like, my thing is like, I can't get over the fact that Sebastian walked off without any shoes on, things like that. But there are other things that other people are kind of hung up on too. And that's fair enough, right? Everybody is entitled to have an opinion and, share their thoughts and feelings on things, because you never know how you're going to feel going away from something, once you hear another perspective. So, um, by the end of the live, it seemed that they were posting Sebastian's missing flyer. So I was like, hey, that's a great step in the right direction. So, hey, IML, good to see you. And also, Justice for Noog is here. So good to see you. And Witchy Mama, hey Witchy Mama, no problem, Witchy. I'm glad you're here. And Brenda Calver is here, so good to see you. And Cinderella, welcome in, guys. So, so yeah, I mean, it was not a bad live at all. There was some things that I was, again, I'm like, well, maybe not focus on that so much. You know what I mean? There's other things that are more important, but once you get a deeper understanding or have questions answered, maybe that can get you over that hump into the next, the next thing, the next question. I know once we get an answer for something, we have more questions, it seems like. So that's really typical, I guess I should say. So good to see you, Detroit. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Aw, it's so good to see you. I hope you had a great time on vacation. I don't know if you're back yet or if you're still on vacations, but that is wonderful. Yeah. Oh, that's so wonderful. Aw, my PTSD. Oh my goodness. My PTSD says, everyone, my thought says I took my girl to her senior year first day was Seth should be taking Sebastian too. Yeah, oh my goodness. I bet you everybody who has high schoolers, it just hits different for you guys. Like I told you guys when I was following Riley Strain's case, that was a big deal for me. Because again, he was graduating in May, just like my daughter from college, and he was supposed to, and it hit different. So I feel that my PTSD, and I'm so glad that your daughter had her first day. I hope she had an amazing first day. Um, it's always nerve wracking, right? To go um, to your first day of school, no matter how old you are, no matter even if you're like an older person going back to school, back to college. So um, there we go. Let's get a screen. Let's get a screen up here. I'll change our font for us. There we go. So, but lots to go over, lots and lots to go over. Hello, my Sharona. Good to see you. Hello, Poppy Love. So good to see you. Welcome in, guys. So, tonight, let's start out by. Oh, and another thing I wanted to say too before we get started. I don't know how many of you guys have been following the Hayden Panettiere case, and I don't know if you guys wanted to kind of do maybe a live, or maybe we could do like a daytime live or something. But that case is really like hitting in a different way too. I heard reports today that her mother, who was kind of in an estranged relationship with her anyway, um, has made accusations about her boyfriend pawning her stuff off. Which, I mean, they haven't gotten her toxicology report back or anything yet. And he's already doing that. Um, Neighbors are alleging they heard some screaming coming from her apartment, and things like that. So I don't know if you guys are interested in talking about that case, but I don't know. Her case just keeps popping up, and I don't know. It just again, I know a lot of us are interested in other cases too. So I didn't know what you guys thought about that. Um, so Oh, good. Okay. Well, fantastic. Well, that's great. That's even better. So, I know they do a lot of that, I think my senior year I took like all hard classes. Um my senior year, and people were like, "You're not supposed to do that," but I was taking, just things that would help in college and things like that. So, but then I didn't end up going. So it was like, wah, wah, wah. But, I did after I had my daughter, but I was thinking about that too. My youngest is starting her senior year too. Really, Brenda? Oh, hard not to think about Sebastian. It is. And I mean, especially I think with school starting, knowing that it's just another year, another milestone, and still no closer to finding Sebastian. Where is he? Um, it's so sad to think about. Um, and I know he was going to be going to online school and things like that. So, um, yeah, it's just so unfortunate. Oh, maybe the fire is fueling the connection, or maybe it's the shooting stars and the moon. Oh, that's so great, Detroit. Aw, I'm so glad. Yeah, it's a million miles from nowhere. Hey, that's a good thing sometimes. That's a very good thing. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. OMG, the stuff that just dropped about Hayden and that boyfriend. Yeah, Rosebud. So I shared something that Bullhorn Betty made like an AI, and it was really well done, of course, about Hollywood and how, Hayden had a really rough time growing up. It's just like they'll take a beautiful little child and exploit them. And, that's been something in Hollywood that's been slowly coming out over the years, where it's just like, what are they doing to these kids? I mean, they're look at Drew Barrymore even, and that was a long time ago, but I mean, she was at parties rubbing elbows with the older celebrities, and I don't know, I just don't think that that's appropriate. Obviously doesn't doesn't end well. And they need to be kids and be around their peers and stuff, and not be at parties like that. There's plenty of time for that. But yeah, Rosebud, I mean, the boyfriend, I think it was Sweetie Pilo that I shared out. And she was speculating on the boyfriend, and that was the first time I heard about him. Apparently, there was a breakup because of the domestic violence, and now I'm not 100% on all of this, so just bear with me on it. But what I've been hearing is that they broke up and they were kind of seeing each other behind the scenes, right? Like where nobody really knew they were seeing each other because nobody approved of their relationship because he was violent with her. He's a really good looking guy, I mean, I could see how she would fall for his charming, smile, good looks, whatever. Um, it's really easy to do, it's really easy to do. So I'm kind of thinking all of it put together, like she said. I was watching just before it came up, um Tamron Hall. She has a show. She used to be a news anchor in Chicago for years. I always loved Tamron. And then they gave her like a talk show, and Hayden was on her talk show, and she said that her mom's started baby modeling her when she was like 9 months old, 11 months old, something like that. And her mom was an actress too, which I didn't know that, but she kind of put her into it. Just, I guess, for she said for some baby pictures, like some professional baby pictures, which, but when the littles are so cute like that, they get scouted and things like that. Um, but it's really scary because a lot of times parents don't know what they're getting themselves into. Um, you just certainly wouldn't expect that. They had a talent search when my daughter was little, and her father and I took her to it. And she was so shy that she wouldn't read the lines, but they still like let her through. And because it was something that seemed to make her feel uncomfortable, I didn't push her to do it. But I just thought it was cool that they were like, "Oh yeah, she will definitely try to put her in a commercial or something." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, good luck because she's really shy." But it was just something that it didn't seem like she wanted to do. Um, but some kids are like little hams in front of the camera, and so it makes it a lot easier to get them into things like that. And the parents don't know any better. I mean, hell, I didn't know, otherwise I would never have her audition for something like that. But little by little we've kind of realized that some of these Hollywood people, I don't know how to say it better, are predatory and can be really, really dangerous. So, it comes along with a lot of different things. Hey, Sharon Marlowe, good to see you. Hello, everyone, says Sharon Marlowe. God always wins. He will bring Seth and Sebastian back together. Light is coming. I believe that too, Sharon. And, we're kind of seeing it again kind of trickle out slowly, but a lot of really good things are happening in the way that people are starting to come forward, and they're like, this isn't right. And that's what I'm really hoping for Sebastian, because he doesn't deserve any of the things that have happened. um, None of his trauma should be topics of conversation, yet here we are, and it's because he's missing and we don't know where he is. And all things considered, um, it could lead us to find him, if we are aware of some of the things that were going on. um, but it's just really unfortunate. It makes me sad to think about. But I agree with you. I think God always wins, so it's just in his timing, right? We've talked about that here too. So, thank you, Detroit. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats. Good to see you. Hey, Christy Smith. Welcome in, guys. So, yeah, I mean, I think we might, talk a little bit about Hayden's story, once I can get a good video put together for her. Because, like I said, it's just like something that keeps popping up. And I'm like, the more, and I know she's all over the place, as she should be. Awareness is a big thing. But something just isn't right about her, the whole situation. So, Coffee Crime and Cats, that's so sweet of you. Well, thank you. Hey, you guys are what makes the community awesome. So I enjoy coming up here, and it's like when I can't make it up is when I'm like, darn, I wish I could go up live tonight, but breaks are good. Breaks are good. But again, I've been trying to work day shows in, and this month has been not good, not good. You know, yeah. Well, I think that is such a good point, Cinderella. If ET is lying, where is Sebastian? So, I've been kind of on the fence with things. It's like I hate to say, like, when somebody comes out, and because I think it takes a lot of guts to do it, to come out and speak, you know, against maybe the grain, or what people are expecting you to say or do. Um, because, it's something that, you believe in. And I kind of think that he's been holding it in for a long time, just because I can't forget, even though I know the lives aren't up anymore, about him, like, kind of, I don't want to say threatening because that sounds invasive, but I mean, he's like, he wanted to come out and talk, and then people weren't really letting him, and they were jumping up on the panel, and they were saying, like, different things to detour him from doing it, is what I remember. And so for him to do it, I'm like kind of grappling with that. Like, what is the point of him doing it? But he's so adamant, and then a lot of the times he's like, call me a liar, sue me if you have to. Like, when somebody's that, and again, I don't mean to say, it's just for lack of a better word, but like when someone's that aggressive, it's kind of like, I don't know if it makes it more believable or it doesn't for some people. I guess it can kind of go both ways. Um, but I do think that it's interesting that he had a sit down with the FBI. Um, that's what he said to Seth, anyway. And there's just so much to unpack. But I still am grappling with it because I don't know how to make heads or tails of any of it. So, you know, right. Well, Christy, that's another thing too, because I do think that God works on people's hearts and things like that. And I think prayer works. And I think if a bunch of people are praying, God listens, because obviously that's what it says in the good book. But I also just believe that because you could feel the energy when everybody is like praying towards a common goal or purpose. And so, um, yeah, I mean, maybe he just has said enough is enough. And again, it's really difficult to go against your friends. Like, even at our age, a lot of us are older, and you would think that that would be something that you don't think much of, but everybody needs people. And if you're burning bridges with your friends because you're standing up for something that you believe in, it takes a lot of courage. It really does. So I do see that aspect of things too. Not that I'm 100% on it. I just feel like it should be said. Um, oh, I know. Sharon, that's another thing I wanted to get into. Sharon says, truth freaked me out when he said to Seth about Sebastian passing, then corrected himself in that video. So if you guys saw Seth's face, um, he was like, what? You know what I mean? Like, what? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Seth do a mad side eye like that. Like, he was not happy to hear that. And I just remember Clue coming out and saying things like, well, all of you guys think that Sebastian isn't here anymore, but not in that nice way of saying it, or I'm putting it in nicer terms. That he's no longer here. Why do you guys all think that he's, not here? And it's like, but obviously they have that same feeling too at a certain point. I mean, none of us know what to think. If we knew what happened or where Sebastian is, then that's problem solved, right? In a little bit of a way. I mean, he needs justice. No matter which way we slice it, he needs justice, in my opinion. Um, it's not going to. It's not going to change the fact that he's been away from, his father and even his mother. for as long as he has been. Somebody's been keeping him, in my opinion. So, yeah, I agree. That kind of took me back to, and again, my version was so choppy that I wasn't being able to pay attention to what was being said. I was too busy editing it out, but hearing it like so smooth like that, yeah, that was shocking. It really was. Hey Holly, good to see you. So yeah, and Seth wasn't happy about it, you know. So I mean, the real me too. I do too, and I mean the whole trash can thing. So with that part, I just don't see how something could have happened that quickly. I mean, I guess things can happen quickly. Um, they really can. If there was some sort of an altercation, I suppose it could, but I just don't know. I don't know what to think. Um, I just don't know what to think about that. But I do think that like some of the things that he's showing receipts for are, I mean, pretty spot on. When he said that Chris Proudfoot was threatening people, put people's lives to take their lives in front of their kids and stuff. And I mean, we actually heard him say that. So I'm like, well, check mark. You obviously are telling the truth. Um, but also, I could tell that he's just been holding that in for so long, and I think that part is genuine. Um, I hate to be wrong about it, but you know, um, you just never know. Thank you, Holly, for the green hearts. Lady, are you able to point out the ET's slip of Sebastian being unalived and his later contradiction of being threatened if he talks? That Sebastian's life is at risk. People take that slip too seriously. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're talking about there too. You know, something tells me that there's a fair amount of truth to that, where he thought that if he said something, it could result in Sebastian being hurt. I mean, I can't say that I've never thought of that myself. I mean, even with the schools, looking into the schools, I debated on even sharing a lot of that stuff publicly because I thought, well, what if we're getting close and then they move Sebastian? So I was worried about that too. Or even worried about, because some of these schools are so brutal that like if something happened and he was hurt there, then obviously they would try to cover it up. So it's really scary to think. And again, I don't know how Seth does it. I do not know how he does it. um he's, again, with my title, he's doing the most, he's doing everything that he can do. And nobody's going to do something 100% perfect, right? There's always going to be something that we wish we could have done differently, you know so Lover Girl, good to see you, Lover Girl. She says, Sharon, me too. I couldn't believe he said that with his full chest and then said, oh, sorry. Yeah. I mean, well, and maybe some of the things that he's gathered from Chris and Katie have led him to believe that. I mean, it's a scary thought. I've never really talked to anybody that I thought could have done something like that. Knock on wood. Hopefully. But I mean, it would be a very eerie feeling if somebody shared information and maybe there's something that he's also holding back that he hasn't shared yet. Um, or maybe there's something that he told the FBI and there's a reason that he thinks that. Not to say that it's true, but he could have a reason to think that. So, which is horrific. Um, Hello, SI officer. Good to see you. And Trishy is here. Hey, the real sisters in crime. So good to see you. The real Me Too says it's so disgusting what these creators get away with. They don't give a damn about Sebastian. They make me sick. Well, I mean, it's really clear that the ones that are kind of doubling down the um even after all of what has been said and done with the filings, because again, I understand that uh I could get a lawyer, and the lawyer could take my case, and then he could draw up a filing, right? That's what they do. And they're going to be the ones that know what to put in there in order to get the desired results. We'll just say that. Um, but when we see the direct quotes and the things in there, like Sebastian being frightened of Chris, Sebastian having trouble with what he went through in California, like all of those things are, I mean, it's heartbreaking, you know? And I think a lot of people took a step back from that and was like, "Oh my God," you know, and they understood that it's time to support Sebastian, you know, and the person who is looking for him, who is Seth, right? Um, so yeah, the ones that haven't done that, the real Me Too, I feel like they don't give a damn. I do. I share your frustration, and that's really sad to think about. You know, it's really, really sad. Yeah, this is a child and adults being crazy. Christy, how about it? How about it? You know, and it's a big thing to put differences aside and do the right thing for Sebastian. You know, if you care about the outcome for him, in my opinion, you know, it's just high time people just share the flyer out, talk about the different things that have happened, and maybe piecing together some of this stuff is going to help us understand better where he is. You know, I hate saying it, but in his case, it's the weirdest thing. I don't feel like law enforcement is doing jack shit to find him, you know, and that's the part that is like, I can't believe it. You know, I mean, I can believe it. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, but it's also hard to come to terms with it because, again, I don't like to sit up here and be like, "Well, don't call law enforcement because they're not gonna do anything." Like, I sound like you know, a mad woman, when I say that. Like, even saying it out loud, I'm like, "Oh god." But, I mean, it's really apparent. They all knew what was going on and they covered it up. They had the chance to do the right thing and they would have been taking a chance of getting sued either way. Reminds me of Harmony Montgomery, right? Where we have the judge out in Manchester giving custody to her father and her mother's trying to find her and talk to her. All of a sudden she can't, and so she reports her missing. And I know a lot of people have mixed feelings about Crystal Sorey. I do too. But in the same way, if it wasn't for her, nobody would probably have known when they did that poor little Harmony was missing. Obviously not with us anymore because of what her father and that dirty biatch Michaela, or excuse me, Kayla, um allowed, right? Allowed to happen to her. And you know, her mother sued and she took a settlement. There's they still haven't found Harmony though, you know? And the end goal I know for Seth is to find Sebastian. You know, I mean, that's the main goal. He's asking for a new investigation. And I think that's the big takeaway because someone who is guilty is not going to ask for someone to do another investigation. They're just not. They're going to act like Chris and Katie, and they're going to act like they want everybody to move on. I mean, that's what they've done from the beginning. I mean, even Katie, when they were doing that Only Hands interview, you know, it was I don't want him to fall to the bottom of a feed somewhere. It's like, well, why would you say that? Like, I don't know. I think that was March 10th or something. It was right around the time of the landfill search, you know, and that's what they're saying. So, ah, Detroit says I was packing for this trip and running like a chicken, and I missed a lot, but I believe he knows a lot, and he's stuck in the middle. I pray he tells Seth what he knows. We shall see if he's credible. Yeah, I mean it does remain to be seen. Exactly, Detroit. Well said. Well said. Look how hard they are making old clips that look bad, and oh, took my breath when Truth slipped up and said passed. Oh my, I know. I couldn't believe that either. Seth's face. Like I said, I was like, oh my God. It breaks my heart for him. I mean, he doesn't want to hear that crap. Nobody does. But then again, I mean, is there truth to it? I don't know. I think the FBI already may have all their hours on YouTube, in my opinion. Well, and they if they're smart, they will. Look, people do that all the time. I mean, look at Don and Candace, you know? And what's done in the dark always comes to light. The real Me Too. I agree. I think that CP told ET about the trash can, so if ET did talk, he be spun as crazy. Oh, that's a good point. That is a great point. Yeah. Well, because I can't I'll just say the video that I've seen, I can't make heads or tails out of whether they're having an easy time pulling trash or not. Like he was saying that they were struggling to pull their trash. Like it was easy for them to pull the other trash bins, but then it was hard for them to pull that one. Aaron Cantrell told Nancy Grace the trash can was heavier. There was a tip that was put in by the sanitation guys um, that was, you know, saying the trash can was heavier than normal. And again, what I can't reconcile from all of that is why Bobby the neighbor would lie to everybody. And that's the first and only lie that I've been able to catch her in. But why would she lie about that? Like, that's been bugging me too. Now that you bring that up, my PTSD. Bobby the neighbor said that an arm picks the trash up, but we saw with our own two eyes that there's men that get out and how they assist with it, right? The arm doesn't pick it up itself. They're assisting. um so that's interesting. Why would she tell everybody that? Well, she didn't tell everybody. I guess she did tell everybody, but she told JLR when she was on his panel. She goes, that doesn't make any sense about the trash being heavier because there's an arm that picks it up. Well, yeah, but the men go over, or I don't know if there's trash ladies too, but either way, they go over and they assist with it. So, yeah, I don't know. That doesn't add up either. So we have this whole situation with the trash, right? And then we also have a landfill search, but we also have a grainy video that nobody can tell whether that's Sebastian, Katie, another decoy of sorts who has taken out the trash. We just don't know, and then we have Elevated Truth talking about how it looked to him that it was a struggle to, when it came to their trash can. So it's all, you know, it's kind of up in the air. I wish they would just show us the trash can video so we can make up our own minds about it at least. I don't see how that would jeopardize anything. But then again, Sumner County doesn't want to put out information to the public, and they've always been like that. And again, now we know why, of course. It's because you know, they're in it up to their, elbows and shit too. I mean, it's not just Chris and Katie. The minute that they decided to operate off of the assumption that Sebastian walked off and I could, you guys think he could do better than, and being a jerks about it. Well, now we know why they're acting that way, because that's not typical of law enforcement to get defensive like that. And now we know why. At least we know about that. Hey, Scranton, good to see you. So I feel the same way. Things would have had to move so fast. Yeah, I mean, like it had to go downhill like the minute they got home or on the way home. But, Sebastian, and I don't know because I don't know Sebastian, obviously. So I don't have a frame of reference on like how he usually acts, right? But I know Seth told us that Sebastian did not seem happy that day. And I think we could all look at the video and see that. But he also seemed to me that he wasn't like argumentative with his mom, like in an aggressive way. I mean, he was like shaking his head no, and he looked like he was like, no way, but in the same way, I just don't see. I mean, but I don't know. She could have been poking him and bugging him, and it was boiling up, and and he had a meltdown when he got home or something. Um, I don't know. Hey, Starflower, good to see you. When you have faith, God gives you strength to continue. Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing for Seth. I think it's because he's a man of faith, and I think that's a big thing. And I think it's also a lot of the support that you guys are giving, and the love that he feels there too. So I hope that translates. Um, Seth keeps going, hoping today will be the day Sebastian comes home, so he keeps fighting. Yeah, the real me too. Well said. Well said. He's taken a very big chance to blow up and bring that to light, in my opinion. I think so too. Well, yeah, because I mean, I'm sure he's not having a great time of it. And, I've been the subject of ridicule too myself. I know a lot of us creators have been, and you kind of have to, like, whatever, earn your stripes in certain ways. But in Sebastian's case, it can get really brutal. And if you go against, you know, the grain, it could be brutal. So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, SI officer. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. I said in the live that Seth was, and I said it just as a distraction so they could move him. The whole affair is a distraction. And I mean, I can understand why you would feel that way too, Cinderella. I mean, a lot of people feel that way. It's like a lot of us don't even know what to think, you know? So, Titch says ET was on a live where he also threatened to slit someone's throat in front of their family. Think it was UA he threatened. He is just as bad as CP, and he accused himself doing that on a live today. Oh, excused himself, excuse me. Oh my goodness, really? Oh gosh. Let's not hurt each other. Let's not hurt each other. Disclaimer. um, oh boy. You know, I don't know. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that, Titch. I know that there's a lot of lives that I haven't caught up on. And really I'm trying real hard to just pick out the stuff about Sebastian. I know UA can be a lot to deal with, but I've never wanted to go so far as to do that to her. I've had my times where I'm like, oh my gosh, this girl, because she doesn't finish a thought, and that sort of thing, where I'm just annoyed, but I've never had that type of rage or hatred. But some of these people on these streets do that. Some of these people are scary. And I mean, it's not just the men out here, it's the ladies too. Like, some of these ladies are off their freaking rockers big time. So hey, Ava. Someone suggested, could Katie and Chris both play Sebastian with Chris saying he was the father? CPS didn't know about Seth, Sebastian's bio father. Well, here's my thing, Poppy, is that in the paperwork, it states that Sebastian told the workers that he had a dad who he goes to see on the weekends, and that he felt safe at his dad's house, and that he felt safe at his mom's house. But unfortunately, I believe that was when they were interviewing him at his house. And that's another big thing that I think, and I know that this takes funding and resources, and I get that not every area has this, but there needs to be, they need to use that advocacy center for things like that as well, where the child is in a safe environment to share. But I know that also it can be really, really scary for a kid to be in that environment and to have to pick and choose, because It just is. It would be. I mean, if any of us think about picking and choosing between our parents, it's going to be a really tough situation, and it's going to be a lot, and it can be scary too, because I guess if they take them out of the home, then they bring them into some weird place and they don't know what's going on, and then they're scared, So, but I just hate how they do it, because how is bringing him onto the front porch, like in one of the instances, the worker Boswell comes to the house and she talks to Sebastian out on the porch, and then she talks to Chris out on the porch, and I suppose she talked to Katie, who was in the kitchen. But if you're outside on the porch, I mean, how did Sebastian know that Chris wasn't sitting there right there listening to everything that was being said? And then when they leave, he's going to get a whooping, or he's going to get hurt, or pushed against the wall, or hit in the stomach, stuff like that. So, I mean, that's what's really, really tough, because I mean, I don't know. And I mean, as far as I know, they knew that Sebastian had a dad. They knew he lived in Clarksville. Um, so no matter what Chris and Katie were saying, and I mean, heaven forbid, if they found out that they were lying, they should have. I mean, I just don't understand why they're at. I say they're at large. They're at large, but I don't understand why they're still able to do, and move freely about with a missing child and no arrests. I mean, I guess, um, I don't know. I don't know what evidence is needed, but they could definitely use a lot of this as leverage, and they never did, you know. But yeah, Poppy, they very well could have told them something like that. Um, but nobody did their due diligence. It seems. Lover Girl says the response to truth from the people he cares about has been overwhelmingly negative. So he said he's not releasing anything else. Really, suggests he wasn't doing it for the right reasons, in my opinion. Well, thank you for letting me know that, Lover Girl. And that's really disappointing, because I feel like he shouldn't be getting that type of negativity. If he's telling the truth, I mean, what do people want him to do? I mean, it's a lot to keep in. I don't know. I mean, I don't know him, uh, but I would imagine it would be a lot. Um, hey, Crazy Bird. And if anyone else knows anything, you too need to come forward. Speak up. Please continue to do what's right. Think if it was your child, speak up and be the voice for Sebastian, please. Yeah, yeah. SI officer, I agree. I agree. Sebastian needs people to stand up for him. That's why um, I'm frustrated with the whole thing too, because it's like, even after reading some of that stuff, and look, I'm just going to say this, and I'm not trying to accuse anybody or anything like that, but there are certain people on that side that definitely have information. They do. They have information because people were sending it to them, and Crabtree was sending people stuff randomly. I heard they weren't even asking for information, and he just sent it to them. I mean, and that it probably took a toll on him too. Maybe that's why he was doing that. Cinderella thinks that there's a possibility that she thinks it. She says, I absolutely do agree with Poppy about the whole thing of Katie and Chris saying that Chris was his bio dad. Um, I don't know why Truth is so surprised at all Cluminati really cares about are her cash cow Chris and Katie, who are the only reason she's ever had relevance. Well, and you know Chris and Katie are that double-edged sword, because it's like, yeah, I mean, I was surprised that they weren't upset with them for, well, Clue wasn't upset with them for some of the things that were done on her show and things like that, pulling her into some of that stuff. But again, I think they've all been working together to make that all, happen. So, I don't believe Clue. I think she's a liar. I don't, you know, I don't like her, the way she handles stuff. I don't want to hear about other people's, love life and stuff like that. That's another reason I would never want to watch her. I think a lot of the stuff is vile that she says. I think that she's definitely been white knighting for Chris and Katie because, yeah, that's the way that she has become relevant. I mean, I don't know. I didn't know anything about her before Sebastian's case. I mean, I saw her in Pascal's chat, uh, but I know that she had a falling out there too. I think, Um, so, Lover Girl, Crazy Bird says, I just saw a short with Truth saying he said he guessed he wasn't going to help the case. So he asked, why was it such a secret? I mean, I think he should at least. I mean, if he told the FBI, that's good, but I don't know why he didn't spill more to Seth. It was more of him asking questions to Seth, which I understand that, I guess, in a certain way, but I was expecting maybe a little bit more of him answering more questions because when Seth first came up on the panel, he was like, um, he was telling Truth that if you have information, please tell me and, take it to the authorities, basically. But I don't know. So, yeah, Sonia says it's definitely possible. Yeah, but I wish they would have just done their due diligence. I mean, it's really on them. It's really on the police, on DCS. I mean, if they're going to come in and take kids, they think they know everything, they know better, then why are they not doing better? That's what's really, ticks me off. But then also, we know that there's a lot of corruption with the TBI, with DCS. I mean, there's 14 other complaints where families are alleging that their children were treated like disciplinary problems rather than children with disabilities. And that's a huge mistake. You just don't do that. These kids need extra help. They have the IEPs that they're trying to meet certain expectations and certain goals for themselves, and get where they need to be. And I mean, they need extra help. That's it. They don't need to be targeted as a bad kid just because they have autism or ADHD for that matter. You know, um, so Tish says, yeah, I saw that too. But to be honest, we don't really need to see it if he has given it to the FBI. Very true, Tish. Very true. I think it's better he doesn't share on YouTube personally. Well, and I mean, I think if he does, maybe do like one live where he shares things out and then, be done with it. Maybe that might be better. Um, I don't know, but a lot of this doesn't help, right? A lot of it doesn't help. I have to be honest, and I agree with you, Titch. I mean, that's right. He's the innocent one. The real Me Too. He's the innocent one. His life matters. He needs to be found. Some interesting things that Seth said in this interview was like, I don't know if he even knows that he's missing. Pertaining to Sebastian, like, I don't know that Sebastian realizes that he's missing. He might be in one of these facilities where he doesn't know that I'm looking for him. That breaks my heart. Like, I couldn't imagine my child being somewhere and I didn't know where they were, if they were okay. You know, um, Yep, it's crazy how the community vilifies him for telling the truth and protects these predators. He doesn't care what normal people think, so he just keeps crashing out. They're mad at him. Yeah, well, and they're also saying things like, well, he's, mental or whatever. Well, I mean, I don't know. I just think there's a lot of truth to what he's saying. I do. Um, it makes sense kind of in the grand scheme of things. Some of it maybe is more speculation on his part, but it seems like he does have a lot of conversations that, you know, And look, I'll just say this. If I feel threatened, I'm going to record something, right? Now, I'm in Florida. We can get in really big trouble for that, like federal prison, time for doing that. So I don't do that here. But there's been times, um, again, with my daughter's father, that I have felt the need to um, record conversations because there were threats being waged, because there were things that were being said that was being twisted up. And, for my own peace of mind, I wanted to make sure that I had receipts, for lack of a better way to say it. And so I have, you know, had a little recorder. We have uh, good good places to hide things as women, and yeah, just start recording, right? Because I'm not going to let somebody lie on me, and especially if they're threatening people and then acting like an angel in front of everybody else. Yeah, because that's the proof. But Missouri is a one party, so I was able to do that without breaking the law. It's different here; you can't do that. So didn't Chris say that Craddock and TBI are no longer taking tips? Crazy Bird, I don't know if he said that or if that was something that maybe he was thinking. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I did review Chris McDonough's live, so if it's in there, maybe we'll have to listen back to it. Um, Harmony's case was very preventable. And look, her dad was taunting the Manchester police over there, like, oh, they're never going to find her. I don't know why they're looking. Like, oh, he's such a DICK. I think the local police know where he is and they're dragging this out on purpose. I think so too, Starflower. I do. I do too. And I hate to think like that. Like most of the time I'd be like, no, that would be, that would never happen, but in this case, with as heavily as they were involved in Sebastian's case, I mean, there was a detective assigned to his case. They had court proceedings through juvenile court. So, I mean, they're just as responsible for Sebastian going missing because they left him in that environment. That's why they're being sued, So, Crazy Bird thinks Starflower, yeah, is right. I can't really say what the right thing to do is, but if they still can't press charges after 2.5 years, I'm inclined to say maybe public pressure isn't the worst thing. I believe in public pressure. I do. I do because I think that that's how we can get things done. And we have that right in the United States, which I'm very, very grateful to have that. So poor little Harmony, right? Detroit. Oh my gosh, it just breaks my heart. Um, yeah, I mean, and that whole trial was horrific. In my opinion, some of these evil people, I believe, are Pineapple Party friends or PDFs, cronies of the same mindset. They're disgusting, and that's why either that or apartment. Either that or they're a part of it. Yeah, I agree, SI officer. And look how many people are getting busted for that very thing. And then one of our friends, had sent me an email today. Well, I'm a little late to get to some of these emails, but the email that I saw today was a screenshot, and I've seen it before, where Eric Craddock came out and said, "Well, I'm dedicated to anybody that hurts a child is not going to get away with it here," or some crap like that. And it's like, really, well, what about Sebastian? He's so full of shit, in my opinion, that nasty snuggle struggle. So, Rosebud says some of these chatters are so delusional. In another stream, I read a chatter say that it's Seth's fault for what is revealed in litigation. How stupid are these people? Seth has revealed the truth. Well, and I mean, it's just like Katie coming out and being like, well, I can't believe you would share my son's trauma. Well, Katie, I can't believe that you would tell people that if we knew about Sebastian or who he really was, that we wouldn't look for him. It's like pot meat kettle. And, and I've said it before, I would do the same thing that Seth did. I would have no choice. You're backing me into a corner. And I don't like being backed into a corner. I don't think any of us do. And if somebody's going to, again, pressure does a lot. And if you're backing somebody up into a corner and they don't feel like they can do anything and they're doing it to you for, and it's your child, you know, I mean, what do they expect? You know? So I feel like he should tell Seth, hey, C Mastiff, good to see ya. I think Truth is going to get CP and KP to speak some things they didn't mean to. Truth needs to continue. Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure there's been a lot that has been said. And again, if he felt like there was things that were being said that nobody would believe him unless he recorded it, I can understand why he would record it. And he's in full right to do that in Tennessee. He's in full right to do it. And sometimes you have to do that because people are so dishonest, they're never going to tell the truth. But all of a sudden, here they think that they're, in the clear and they can do, A, B, and C. I mean, if it's for Sebastian, if it's going to help find him and get these people, because I think that Chris and Katie belong, in the slammer. I do. And I've always thought that. I mean, when I wasn't sure in the beginning, but but even then it was just like there was just something about those two. It's like they're lying, and then I'm like, oh my god, thank god he has a dad, because I see Seth, and of course, you know we'll hear too when Seth is talking the truth about him. Both of them are saying, they're both on the spectrum. A lot of times people on the spectrum are misunderstood by other people, right? Because they think differently, they see things differently, and so a lot of times people, who are just typical, right, are going to misunderstand someone who is atypical. It's just, goes with the territory, you know. Oh, Chris McDonough did a great job. I was really excited. He did a great job. Just all the questions. That was a great live, you know? So, oh, hey, Mama Rissa. Hey, lady, please remember me in prayer tonight. I've been in the hospital since last Friday. Oh, Mama Rissa. Oh, I'm having a very bad night tonight. Oh, my goodness, Mama Rissa. Well, we're definitely going to pray for you, girl. I'll send you a text message too. I've been meaning to text you, but it's just been such a whirlwind. So, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, hon. Oh my goodness, our Mama Marissa, guys, pray for our Mama Marissa. Gosh, I hate hearing that, Mama Marissa. I'm so sorry, hon. Titch says the lover girl, but the info he has related to Sebastian, that poor boy's reputation has been dragged all over the place. I know, Titch, I agree with you too on that. I do. I hate it for Sebastian again because why are look? None of us would want people speculating on our trauma. I mean, I'm the type of person that does put mine out there because I think it helps other people understand that they're not alone. But it's also something that is risky to do, and you don't want people to be like, "Well, I don't believe you," you know what I mean, or "You're not telling the truth," or why didn't you leave? I hate that one. That one's my least favorite one because it's like I did leave several times. Um, but I went back. And again, it's just not a good. It's like people don't understand, and they do drag, and it breaks my heart because you think about Sebastian, and he didn't want to talk about it the second time around. The first time he talked to somebody and reported, how he was feeling about the California trauma, how he was feeling about Chris Proudfoot. The second time they came to talk to him, he said, I don't want to talk about this at school. He didn't want the kids at school knowing. He didn't want people knowing. Oh my goodness. It just breaks my heart. I think this stuff is unnecessary for us to know. People twist it too, and they do, and they do. It's going to be open to interpretation. It's going to be open to interpretation. So, and they do twist it. No, you guys are making great points. Thank you, lover girl. And I'm starting to absolutely wonder what kind of poker party that really was and what involvement Sebastian had that night and what happened. Definitely, in my opinion, a family affair and premeditated. Well, we know that because of all the stuff with Nina. I mean, they like to get, um, well, they like to gang up on people. Chris Proudfoot says strength in numbers, but, you know, I guess that could be used as good or bad. My husband and daughter and her husband were listening to your replay with me, and they're furious and disgusted. Oh, thank you, Detroit. And I also do want to thank everybody who supported, what had happened yesterday. I hate doing shows like that. It's not it's not fun. Um, so thank you, Detroit. I just wish that we could all come together, and I would really, really hope that that's something that will happen. Um, where we could just come together for Sebastian's sake, and just put a lot of this stuff aside. So no, I don't believe that either. The real Me Too. No, I think that, well, for one, that would be extremely risky, and people would know. Like, I mean, I get if the trash bin was in the garage, something happened, but I don't know. I just, that part I can't really get on board with. Not that it's not true. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I don't believe that either. You're welcome, Mama Marissa, and thank you for being here. I'm glad you're here. I'm very much glad that you're here. Thank you, Witchy Mama. Lover Girl says, Titch, I agree. I don't think he should tell any of that since it's probably a lie anyway, but anything not relating to Sebastian's behavior, I think should be released with proof. But he said he won't. Yeah, I would hope that he would release that. I mean, I don't want him to get himself in a situation where he's in danger either, because I know he's a big guy, and, I'm not saying that, and I know that a lot of times guys don't like to hear that. They're like, "Well, I'm not afraid of that other guy," and it's like, "Okay, I get that." But I also don't think that I'm also a little worried for your safety too. And I know that Truth thinks that, um whatever, I hate to say the other side or whatever, I hate that, um, is, against him. I'm not against him. There's just a lot of things I don't agree with, but I think the feeling is mutual. I think there's a lot of things that I say that he doesn't agree with, but I don't want him to feel like I'm dragging him either. And I want him to stay safe. Look, Chris Proudfoot is a vile beast. That's what he is. He is a vile beast. And so is Katie, in my opinion. I can't give her a pass anymore. I've done too much to give her too many passes. And after seeing how she treated Sebastian, she's just as bad. Green hoodie, the thud, the trash. We've got everything here but the truth. Yeah, exactly, Rosebud. And how infuriating is that? How infuriating is it? It's like, what happened? They know. It's just a side loader as opposed to a real loader. Trash people know what's normal for each house. Coffee, crime, and cats. That's a good point. I know, and we've talked about that here too. Where, because you guys were telling me that there's even some of those trash collectors have like a weight limit, and if you're over the weight limit, they charge you more or something. I've never um experienced that. Like, it's been a long time since I paid for trash service. There were a couple of houses that I rented, and I have to, because I've had apartments mostly, and there's dumpsters there and stuff. But yeah, I mean, the couple that I had, we never had to pay extra. Now, if there was like extra trash bags on the side, like that didn't fit in the bin, then that was a different story. But never, like, they never weighed the trash. So Ava says the trash guys may need to remove a strap and pull it forward slightly. The strap is to keep critters out, and now we have bears in the area too. That's a good point. Like a bungee cord or something. Yes. Yes, that is true. And I mean, there's wooded areas all around, and those little raccoons, they have like the opposable thumbs and stuff, and they can get in there. So that's interesting. Um, if the dirt on the Proudfoots, then I'm okay with that, but don't think he will release any more now unless he has another angry outburst. Well, and they might, if they keep pushing him, people can only be pushed so far. Again, they're backing him into a corner, and that's not good. You don't do that to people and then say, "Oh, look at them, they're crazy." It's like, okay, well, I mean, you're the one pushing me, to do it. Um, and I feel like that's why Seth came out with a lot of the things he did in the beginning, um, because he didn't have a choice. It was either explain it or people are going to say, well, why doesn't Chris want Faith around your daughter? And they were doing the most behind the scenes to make Sebastian look bad, in my opinion. So, Scranton says body language experts say people list things in order of importance. KP said one, don't want him to be forgotten. Two, bring awareness. And three, Sebastian, come home. Why wasn't three first, Katie? Good point. That is a good point. You know, she's a little much sometimes. Detroit, the ladies are the worst. Oh, no, I know I'm behind in chat. Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. Oh my goodness. Didn't Faith tell Nina that CP smacked Sebastian in the face too? Did Faith tell Nina that Sebastian's? I think I think so. Yeah, I think so, Ava. Yeah, I do remember that now actually. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Hey Tony. Tony says he said he went to TBI this weekend and reported all he knows. He did. That he did. Hey Joni. Yeah, he sure did. So, hello Sonia. I'm not sure if I said hello to you, and Polly's Cookies is here. Hey Polly's Cookies. I'm really hoping Sebastian was put in foster care. He's not the only one. Yeah, I hope so too. I would hope that he's at a school where he's getting help and stuff like that. But, some of these therapeutic centers and, treatment facilities, things like that are just like, oh my gosh. Um, Rebecca Taylor says truth is a nut job and he has very serious anger issues. Yeah, I mean, look, there's been a lot that I have disagreed with truth. There has been. I just think some of it rings true, but not all of it. You know what I mean? But I appreciate your comment too, R. Taylor, for sure. And Titch says, OMG, lady, that comment Seth made killed me. I truly cried when he said Sebastian doesn't know he's missing. Yeah. Yeah, Titch. I mean, it was a heavy comment, right? Because I think, because what it made me think of is that if Sebastian could get to a phone, I know that he would call Seth. I just know he would. I think he would try to call Katie too. Like, but then again, we don't know. If nobody is watching Chris and Katie or keeping an eye on what they're doing, then they could be having conversations with Sebastian if nobody's paying attention. I mean, that we need people to pay attention, you know? I know though, Titch, it's heartbreaking. Yes, tomorrow we have Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast. Yes. Thank you so much, The Real Me Too, for reminding us too. And I did share it on the community wall too, guys. So they're doing a tribute for Cole. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And thank you so much, The Real Me Too. Yeah. Yeah. I hope we all need to go over there and support Mr. and Mrs. E, guys. I'm gonna tell you, I met Mr. and Mrs. E at the gathering, and they are the nicest people you'll ever want to meet. They are just the nicest people. Um, and Mrs. E is always willing to help anybody that needs a helping hand, even when she is going through things of her own, you know. Even my friend's granddaughter who's has leukemia also, you know, Mrs. E was we were talking about that, and she is the sweetest person. um Same goes for Mr. E, you know. Yeah. And I was watching Cole's YouTube channel, and he was just a handsome kid full of life. um I just My heart goes out to them because it's and you know, and he also helped his sister who was going through, I think he gave her a bone marrow transplant, which is extremely painful. And I don't know, it's just they're the nicest people. So you know, the E family is definitely a part of the dragon tribe over here. So I hope we can all, you know, show up for them and just show love and support, you know, orange hearts in the chat and things like that, because they really deserve all that support. Um, I lost my mom to cancer, so I don't know what that's like to lose a child or anything like that, but I know that it wrecked me for a long time, losing my mom and seeing that, seeing her go like that. So um, it's awful. Fuck cancer. So that's how I feel about that. These are two people who want us to think ET is losing it, so we won't believe what he has to say. I think that's a good point. I think that's Starflower. I'm like, again, when I say I'm grappling with it, that's part of like my thought process as well. You know, he knows a lot of private information, and they know that too, right? And they're trying to discredit him. And that's a big thing that we see a lot on YouTube. It's like when somebody comes out with some information that people don't like or whatever, they'll try to discredit you. That's the first thing, right? But that's also, you know, part of Darvo, you know, deny, attack, reverse the roles, right? Victim and offender. I mean, it's like I said, it's full of that type of mentality in Sebastian's case. So, um I wonder all the time where this will take us an end. Yeah. I just hope I hope it brings us closer to finding Sebastian. You know, I believe he's out there. And again, we're going to get into a lot of these theories and thoughts as we go through the live too. So, and good night, the real me too. Thank you so much for stopping in. I really appreciate your support, girl. Um, Mr. Cashman says if he's in a facility or a school, then for 2.5 years, a child under 18 has gone without contact with parents. No regulations would allow for that unless KP has been in contact and is lying to LE. Yeah, that's kind of my thought too. I was thinking that as well, right? Because I'm like, maybe she is talking to him if no one's, you know, looking, you know, they need to be watching them like a hawk. They should have always been watching them like a hawk. But, you know, there goes Chris for 17 hours with Mama Socks and, you know, Papa Snaggletooth, and, you know, nobody's the wiser. And it's like they got to do whatever they wanted to do. Um, I will say, Mr. Cashman, and I know this sounds, please bear with me because I know it sounds crazy. But there's a lot of these facilities where they don't have contact with the kids until they're 18, like no contact. And especially if the kids are not complying, they'll get punished and they're not allowed to talk to the parents. And if they write their parents and there's anything in there that's considered going against like whatever is going on in the school, then they're in trouble. The letter doesn't get sent, things like that. So yeah, but I know what you're saying. I will say that, and I want to continue on with this, but Provo Canyon School for boys, like there's the girls' school and then there's the boys' school. The boys' school has been infiltrated by some YouTubers. Um, and we did a live stream on that, and then all of this kind of started popping off. Um, it was extremely easy for them to infiltrate the school. Like one of the guys applied, excuse me, for a job, and he should never have gotten the job, right? Because like he's got a rap sheet, and he did get the job to work with these kids, and he was secretly recording his interviews, their day to day, and things like that. And it was shocking. I mean, it was completely shocking, um, how things fell, slipped through the cracks. So even though it's hard to believe, these places, these residential treatment centers or facilities, or schools, whatever, however we want to say it, um, they are cutting corners, and that's one part of cutting the corners. Like this guy was able to get a certification, and the teacher was literally in there, and he's saying, A is for apple. I love having apples, and giving the answers, right? D, I love dogs. I have a dog at home. D, dog, like stuff, that sort of stuff. And it was like, that's how they passed the test and they got certified like that. So, hey, Brad. So I know it's crazy, but and Detroit, you know what I'm talking about, because you sent me those, and I was like, oh my gosh, um, these treatment facilities get away with all kinds of weird stuff. Seth's name needs to be taken out of their mouths. He has nothing to do with Sebastian going missing. If he does, I'll eat my shorts. Same here. I will too, and I am very adamant about that too, Detroit. I mean, you could just tell, um, the way that Seth, and I'm sorry, guys, I'm so behind in chat. Oh, thank you, Nancy Fleming, for the jewels. That's so sweet. Um, the just the way that Seth looks at Truth in this video, it was like an immediate reaction, like, what do you mean? You know? No. There's no way. There's no way that Seth knows anything. Which is just sad for him because he needs answers. Christmas one, I do not think the trash men were interviewed. I think they called in a tip, and that's according to what Aaron Cantrell told Nancy Grace. But I don't know. I don't think the police interviewed anybody. Those freaking idiots. We're operating off of the assumption that Sebastian walked off, so they're not going to go and interview anybody. You know, people were going to them, and they were barely even following up, which is terrible. I mean, look, they did that FAST 2.0 evaluation or assessment on the family from March 1st of 24, right after Sebastian went missing, till the 5th when they closed it, and then they did the landfill search. So when did this tip come in is my question, because obviously the trash was picked up that Monday morning. So in my opinion, I would think the police would have been notified immediately by the trash men, right? As soon as they found out that there's a missing child, and then, oh, wait, yeah, their trash was heavier. I'm sure they told right away. I mean, maybe they didn't, but hi, Nicey Marie, good to see you. So, yes, Cole's such a handsome young man. I know. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm behind. Brad, I would love to think that they would put him in a place that would help, with that, but I just don't think so. I just don't think so. Because they didn't care about that. Like they wanted to send him to Bledsoe Youth Academy, which is not for children on the spectrum. It is for, BD kids, behavioral disorder kids, and kids that were in juvie. And I mean, that was one thing that never made any sense to me. But then again, we hear about the 14 other cases in that area of families that are saying that they treated those kids like they were bad kids instead of, on the spectrum. So, or kids with disabilities. So, um, I would think so, but I wonder if they even know. Yeah, Mr. Cashman says, wow, unreal. Wouldn't the school by now call FBI and say, hey, yes, we've had this child here this whole time? I believe if they knew, they might. Some of the people that work there are probably good intentioned, but then again, if they don't know, then, I mean, maybe he's not under Sebastian. Maybe he's under a different name. Um, Katie was telling him something that night that Sebastian was like not on board with. So, Christmas Swan Splash is actually, we did get an update. So, Splash's handler is under contract with the TBI. So, with that being said, they would have to invite him to do any searches. Like, he can't just come out and independently do anything. He did assure us that he's very much um, dedicated to Sebastian's case, which I have no doubt about it, because I'll tell you, I did reach out to him um, for Javea Harris's case. And I said, they're looking for her in the water and stuff. And I said, I think Splash could help. And he's like, yeah, I've heard about that case. I would need the family members to reach out. So, sadly, she was found before I could. I mean, I tried to get a hold of her grandmother, um, but she was already found by that time because, SLED did a great job of, doing their job. But he said that he would definitely help if the family asked, so it just makes me mad with the damn TBI. It's like they need to get their shit together, you know? Hey, no ifs, good to see you. So, all right, guys. Hey, country guy. Hey, I could not find your message, hon. I don't know if it was because maybe I accepted a friend request, but I went into my Facebook and I couldn't find your message. So I will check again because you just reminded me because I checked after the show yesterday, um, or this morning, I should say. All right, guys. So let's get into this interview. I just love hearing your comments and everything, too. So just bear with me here. Let's get this set up and we'll get started. And I did not put any copyrighted music past the first, little bit here. So if anybody wants to review, they won't have to worry about that part. I usually will put music in there to kind of transform it, but that way, if you guys, if anybody wants to share it out or review it, you don't have to worry. You just have to skip over this first little bit where there's music, and then you can start the interview. Um, Same thing goes for the end too. I just put it in the beginning and the end, so just like as an intro outro kind of a thing. Um, I know, Brad, it's crazy. I mean, it's sad for Sebastian. It's so sad for Sebastian. Okay, guys, so let's watch.
What's up, bro?
Hey, Truth.
What's going on, man?
You've never met me.
Nope.
Hold on. Let me mute you over here on Kick so I don't have an echo. But I'm Seth Rogers. I'm Sebastian's dad, and I don't know what you've heard about me, but the only thing I care about is finding my son.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have any information that could lead me towards finding my son, I would appreciate it. And if you don't want to give it to me, then I would definitely appreciate you giving it to the FBI. Or at least if you have any information, the National Missing Center, the 1-800 number, any of those, if you want to be anonymous.
I don't have to be anonymous, Seth. I'm not the bad guy. I know. And I'm not coming at you. Sometimes my voice. First of all, I don't know if you know about me. I'm sure you've watched me. Okay, but let me just say this.
Not really.
I'm autistic as hold on. I'm autistic as fuck. So I don't process things the same. I don't look at things the same. And so my brain works different. Okay. Here's the deal. Everything I know has been passed on to an agency and not Sumner County.
Thank you, because I don't pass anything on to them either. I can also tell you that I went
and had a meeting. Okay? And I'll say that and I won't say anything else. I will be a liar all day. All your people over there have drugged the fuck out of me, and I'm fine with that. I'm not mad at you for that. But what I'm going to tell you is if you want to find your son, start listening to the truth and not the people playing you like a board game. The same way I was played like a board game by Chris and Katie.
Okay, so, and I don't mean to cut Seth off, right? He did a great job, right? This was kind of tense in the beginning. Again, I don't know. I think there's a lot of misconceptions here. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding here, right? Like that Seth's people, right, are telling him things. Seth does what he sees fit. We do not tell Seth what to do. I don't anyway. I know a lot of people, maybe I'll make a suggestion, but it's not something where Seth's like, "Oh, I'm I'm going to consult with Lady Freedom on this." Hell no, that does not happen. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But I think there's a lot of misconceptions. And Christmas one, it was our friend Jilly that originally found Splash the Otter, even though he's in Florida. But she found him. Yeah, so that was all Jilly. But I was so glad that she did. So, but thank you very much. I mean, everybody's just trying to find ways to help, and that's again, something that I just feel like is such a big misconception, because of course we might present an idea or try to find ways to help, but in no way, shape, or form are we trying to make Seth do anything that he doesn't see fit. Seth is, he leads Sebastian's army, and we respect him. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Truth thinks, but I understand the way he may feel. But yeah, too, you had me laughing, Titch. I do have a Facebook, a Lady Freedom's Facebook. So yeah, definitely request me for sure. So, oh, Detroit, you're just living it up out the campgrounds. That's so awesome. Oh, and thank you, Bogey, for the Bogey Joe show for the high fives. Thank you so much. I'm in shock. I've heard of places like where Paris Hilton got kidnapped to buy away of her parents, but parents were involved, and these must be underground type hush hush places. OMG, scary. Yeah, so it is scary. So the place where Paris was at, there's a girls' facility, which is also called Provo Canyon School. But then there's a boys' facility called Provo Canyon School, and that's where they infiltrated, was the boys' facility. It was very shocking. I mean, it's like you can't make it up. There's several different schools like that, and I don't even want to say several. It's like overwhelming how many schools are out there that do these things, and they actually have people that will come and kidnap your child in the middle of the night, like straight up. You could call them and be like, "Yeah, I need you to come pick my kid up," and they'll be like, "Okay, we'll be there for a price." Money talks, and it's really amazing. How I know that is that there was a Netflix documentary called The Program, and they even did a demonstration of that where they called, and it was like a place where you can call and somebody will come pick your kid up in the middle of the night. So maybe it wasn't, the Bauer Sox who helped with that aspect. Maybe it wasn't a family affair. Maybe they did have somebody, and nobody's going to come forward if they did that, so I think that's interesting. Okay, so this is Elevated Truth. He has a YouTube channel here, but then he also does a lot on Kick, which is another streaming platform. So, oh, Rosebud, I'm sorry. I was trying to catch up and chat, and I might have missed something in there. So I'm sorry, hon. I didn't know you. And thank you, Ava. You guys are so sweet to each other. I really appreciate you guys doing that because I don't catch everything. Yeah, Elevated Truth. Hey, Jill. So I watched that Paris documentary years ago, and I think I'm going to rewatch it. That is so alien to me. Why any parent would send their kids to any type of facility. Yeah, yeah. I exactly, Tidge, exactly. I know. It is shameful. It's scary. And these poor kids, and well, for Paris, it was because she was partying, with Nicole Richie. So, I mean, happy holidays. Good to see you. In my opinion, Seth handled the situation so well. He seemed very unbothered by truth and was on task and to the point. I agree. I agree. Yeah. Oh, so Mr. Cashman, I'm glad you asked. So the government is funding them, the state is funding them, and they get a lot of money from mental health dollars as well. Um, like, for instance, the place that Sebastian was going to be sent to, or, initially, was Bledsoe Youth Academy in Gallatin, Tennessee, and they get money from Tennessee mental health dollars, but they're also owned by independent entities, and many of these schools are, like the majority of them are. And that one is owned, Bledsoe is owned by Youth Opportunities Investments. And I mean, just that right there is like, really? Okay, so what are you investing in youth for what, right? Because there's nothing that these children are gaining from being in those places. Many times they are abused, and I've done a lot of lives. I need to do playlists for you guys so that way you could look at like the schools and things that we've done, because we've covered a lot of that here. But yeah, they get money, and then there's also which we didn't go in depth on, but there's a 300-page document. Um, I shared it in the Discord. I need to share it on the community wall so you guys can take a look at it. 300 pages of abuse, scandals, all of this that the federal government knows about because obviously they're also funding these organizations and these places. But because they're independently owned, there's a lot of overlap. I guess I'll say it like that. But it's really mind boggling. Like, it's crazy how these places are run. And in all of these different places, the kids are dealing with the same type of thing, like where the adults are encouraging the kids to fight with each other, beat each other up. Um, one instance in particular that happened at Bledsoe Youth Academy, there were 6 or 7 children that were sent from Manchester to Tennessee to Bledsoe, and the caregivers were encouraging the Tennessee boys to beat up the Manchester boys because they were snitches. Like, it's unbelievable, and it was all over the news. And Chris and Katie wanted to send Sebastian there, and Seth looked it up, and he's like, "No, we're not going to send him there." Right? Uh, he's like, "We're that's not going to be a good option." Um, so that's just something to consider. I'm not saying 100% that that's what's happened here, but you know, it could very well have been. And the only way that you can get into these schools, a lot of them, especially the ones that are funded by the state, because Sebastian was going to be able to be put in Bledsoe Youth Academy for free because it was a state referral, right? So DCS referred Sebastian, and that's the only way that you can get into Bledsoe Youth Academy. It's either that or a judge, right? Like in juvenile court, will say that the child needs to go to the Bledsoe Youth Academy because they're misbehaving, they're being bad, they're doing whatever, smoking, drinking, doing whatever. Um, but it's always by referral, and you can't just be like, well, I think I'm going to send my child to Bledsoe Youth Academy. No, it's all based on DCS referrals. And so that's why Chris and Katie were going to put Sebastian in that school, is because it was free, right? But then when Seth went and got these other schools, I think there were 4 of them. And he was consulting with a lady about them. They wanted like over 5,000 a month, and he's going to talk about that too. And some of these schools, like even the one in Provo, Utah, was like, I think Detroit, wasn't it like $52,000 a day or something crazy? Like some of them are uber expensive, you know. So it's amazing. But yeah, I mean, it's just something that we've really been focused on, just because, like I said, it's something that it's only by referral from DCS. So
Okay. And I'll say that and I won't say anything else. I will be a liar all day. All your people over there have drugged the fuck out of me, and I'm fine with that. I'm not mad at you for that. But what I'm going to tell you is, if you want to find your son, start listening to the truth and not the people playing you like a board game. The same way I was played like a board game by Chris and Katie.
And the only people I listen to is my PI, my FBI contacts, and any information I get in.
But Seth, it hasn't been that way, Bubba. That's why you're in the position you are with the community, because the people you were around made you look a certain way.
I understand that.
You know?
okay, but my thing is that Seth has his own community also, and you have to understand that this is where I know I'm gonna piss some people off with this, but what you have to understand is that the true crime community is obviously divided in Sebastian's case. I get that. I think a lot of people would agree with that. But that doesn't make this side right and this side wrong. It just doesn't. And when you're saying you've done this in this community, and this is where I was getting a little bit jaded, right, with what Truth is saying, because it's like, look, we have a community also, and that doesn't make your community isn't any better than our community, right? So we need to stop that. That is something that is like just utterly ridiculous, right? Like, this is why you're in this situation with this community. Well, Seth has a lot of support and people who love him over here. So, if you guys are going to choose not to, and you're going to choose to continue to, white knight for Chris and Katie, that's on you. But just know that that doesn't affect what the support and love that Seth has in his community. But it's high time that people put that aside and think about Sebastian. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, have you seen me? Share his flyer. Talk about him to your neighbors. In conversation. Word of mouth. Text some of your friends and say, have you heard about this young man? Can you share his flyer? Text it to him. That's all it takes, right? But it's just always been like that since the beginning. Oh, well, you're just not a part of this community. Well, we all should be about the Sebastian community. It should be as a community for Sebastian, in my opinion. So, I just, to me, that's where I call bullshit. Yeah, delusions of grandeur, right? Delusions of grandeur, Holly. Like, it's like, oh, well, you can't be over here. You can't sit with us at lunch. Okay, mean girls. That's ridiculous. And I'm sorry, but I cannot support Chris and Katie. I never will. I can't. Not knowing that Sebastian is scared, knowing that Sebastian is afraid of Mr. Chris, I can't. That's ridiculous. It's about Sebastian. And to sit there and try to shame Seth and, well, you did this and now our community. Well, he has a community that supports and cares for him too, though. So it's not, I mean, how much is he losing? A bunch of people who don't listen to him when he talks? A bunch of people that ask him the same questions over and over and over and over again? Because that's exhausting too. Seth just sat through, what was it, 4 consecutive live streams? Because I know I was like super sick when all this stuff happened. But like, I remember being on 2 panels, and then he's had 2 more with Justine from Pretty Little Clues. right? So he's done 4 total of him taking questions from the chat. I didn't see questions from Truth in there. I didn't see questions from a whole lot of people on that side. So again, when you're up here and you're wanting to grill him and he has enough decency to give you some of his time and taking time away from finding his son to try to smooth things over, right? And I'm not saying that this is exactly what he was doing, but this is my perception of it. He's taking the time out to smooth things over with you. And the first thing you do is just go at him. Well, how come you don't do this? And how come you're just this? No, that is asinine. I mean, most people would have been like, click, bye. But he didn't do that, see, because Seth always put Sebastian first, ahead of his feelings, ahead of what he wants to do, ahead of, do you think Seth really wanted to be up here? Probably not. But he knew that he needed to smooth things over, at least try to. And I'm really proud of him for doing that. I'm really proud of him for doing that because I don't know if I could be the bigger person like that. I don't know that I could. I might be like, F those people all day and I don't want nothing to do with them. But he still did it so he can get Sebastian out there, so he can say, hey, could you guys at least post Sebastian's flyer? Could you post his flyer? And when he asks that, we're going to see. Truth is like, well, we do it more than you do. That's not the point. This is the reason why there's a divide. You should never talk to the father of a missing child like this. I'm sorry. You just shouldn't talk to him like this. Respect is a two-way street. Respect is earned. You can't just go up to somebody, you better respect me, or I'm going to puff my chest up. No, that's not how you get respect. You get respect by showing respect. There has to be some sort of give and take here. And that's exactly what Seth is doing. And that's my opinion. So this is going to be a little rocky, but I think it's going to get a little bit better as we go. And like I said, I'm proud of Seth. Holly says, Lady Freedom Plus YouTube is like a little speck on the grand scheme of things. Holly, exactly. Exactly. It's like we're also involved, right? I mean, I'll be the first one to say I watch a lot of YouTube, right? I mean, I get news from there, I get updates, I watch other creators and things like that. I enjoy the YouTube community. For the most part, it's a great community. And that goes for all of you guys. It doesn't matter if you're over at Truths or where you guys are at. Now, there's some really fucking vile people on here too. I can't lie. I've encountered a lot of them. But there's a lot of really good people too. And I really, in my heart of hearts, think that there's more good than there is bad, or I wouldn't be on here, right? I would have threw on the towel. But I really do believe that there's more good. It takes a little bit of give and take from both sides. You can't build a bridge without a little bit of give and take on each side. Somebody's got to, what does Dr. Phil say? Somebody's got to be the hero, right? But at the end of the day, if somebody is always the hero and everybody's being an asshole, then you're not giving, you're taking, you're not giving. And you don't deserve it then. That's my opinion, And again, I just think it's great that he went up there and did that. And it is, Holly, it's like, it's so little. And that's why it's important for people who do have awareness on YouTube to spread it out, because even local people in Sebastian's area have no idea that Sheriff Snuggle Struggles said what he did. We're well aware of it here. Even people on X and things like, and that community and things like that are pretty well versed on that too. But there's still people that don't know that. They still think that Eric Craddock is a great pick for their county to be a sheriff. Awareness is key. So that's why when they did that pep rally, I was the first one to post Snuggle Struggles in there. I said, you want this guy judging the pep rally for your girls? Because I wouldn't want him there. I wouldn't, again, being insure myself, I would never want to sit there in front of the sheriff and shake my pom-poms, right? That's disgusting as it is. And then they wonder why they have so many problems over there, you know? And for the mayor, get your old ass somewhere else. You don't deserve to be around these little girls, nasty old fuck. You know, I'm sorry. It's just disgusting. I mean, the way they do shit over there is so fucking ass backwards. I'm sorry. And then here I start swearing up a storm. But it's just like, what the hell? You know? So I think they're finally getting scared too. Well, and Seth came up there and he stood his ground with truth. And I'm glad he did. Because again, he can't just sit there and demand respect and give no respect.
And so, now I've never met you personally, but apparently people say you give off this vibe or that vibe. Well, they say the same thing about me, dog. I'm not saying you did anything. What I've said is that there's some real suspicious shit from the beginning story when Sebastian went missing. Chris and Katie presented him as a damn near level 2 autistic that couldn't do shit.
Yeah,
he's represented him as someone who was independent, could stay at home for 12, 13 hours at a time and be perfectly fine.
Okay, but how is that Seth's fault? So you're reading him the riot act because he told us the truth? And let's not forget that Seth was trying really hard to not rock the boat because he needed those people to tell him where his son was. It's not Seth's fault that Katie presented Sebastian in any type of way. That is Katie's fault. Why don't you ask her? What did Chris Proudfoot say to Duchess for the missing? Sebastian's mind hasn't caught up with his body. That's what he said. Frickin' idiot. Sebastian was in the right grade for his age. How is that his mind not catching up with his body? Sebastian was a latchkey kid at your house, Katie, where he would get off the bus and use the code to get into the house. He would do his chores. He would do his homework. And then he had to sit in the house until your ass decided to come home. How is that Seth's fault? It's not. It's Katie's fault. Katie is a friggin' liar, and she's been lying since day one. Seth had to come out and be like, actually, no, that's not true. Do you think that he liked doing that? Because that made it harder for him to work with those assholes. And all the while, Seth never should have been put in this position. In my opinion, the police needed to do their job, and they never have. That's why they're being sued. I feel for Seth because he doesn't deserve to be, put through the ringer like this. And I'll tell you, I didn't get a weird vibe off of Seth at all. Not at all. I just felt bad, and I know he's not a hugger and I'm a hugger, right? So, that might have been an awkward feeling because I'm like, I want to give him a hug, but I know he doesn't like hugs. So, I mean, that was like the only awkwardness, right? But that was just because I didn't want to, be off-putting to him, right? But it's like, you just feel bad. You feel bad for a fellow parent who is going through it. He misses his son. His heart is missing. A piece of him is missing. And as a mom, I can't imagine. I would never want to imagine. So it's real ignorant, Jill. It's real ignorant. I'm beginning to wonder about the mayor. In my opinion, I think he is in deep crap too. My thoughts and opinion. Well, look at the assistant DA. Jenny Smith. She just, skipped districts. And now she's just over there, messing some more shit up for people. In my opinion. She was the one that was on the news talking about how all these kids are just infiltrating our whole city and I don't know what to do with them anymore, but we're going to send them over to Bledsoe. We're going to get them off the streets. And by the way, take their cell phones away from them because they shouldn't have cell phones. It's like, are you kidding me right now? So, Ava says I hugged Seth too. Yep, he's not a hugger. we got a guy over here. He's not a hugger. I know. It's just like, but you know, it's just because that's, you know, everybody has their own love language. You know what I mean? Everybody has their own ways that they like to do things and things like that. And I am a hugger, Ava. I really am. You know, but I understand, and it's like, again, this is not his fault. It's not his fault that Katie lied to everybody, and I agree. You know, I thought Sebastian was, well, I take that back, because I will say that when his teacher came out, Patricia Szymanski, we've watched this before. One of my first videos I ever created out there was of the teachers and what they were saying. Hey, crybaby. Um, she said that if you saw Sebastian, you would think he had no deficits at all. And then I hear Chris and Katie going on about how, you know, he's so smart, but, you know, and if you see his name, or excuse me, if you see him say his name and he'll look, but he might not be verbal, because sometimes he doesn't talk, but he can talk. I mean, come on. Talk about confusing. And I've worked with people with disabilities in the past. So, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with it. Again, there's a lot of things that have evolved and changed over the years. So, you know, I haven't done that in a long time. But you can tell when someone's, you know, severe on the spectrum versus someone who is not, right? You know, they have the different levels. But it's not his fault that Katie and Chris did that. And again, what is he supposed to do? Come out right off the bat and say, "Oh, they're liars." Well, that wouldn't have been good for him either. So he had to play his cards with those two. You have Chris Proudfoot coming out there and saying if he ever opens his mouth, he won't do it again, or whatever he said to Heather. You got him telling people, I will take your life in front of your kids. We heard that the other day. He is a vile, awful creature. And then his mother, don't get me started on his mother. But this is who Sebastian had to deal with. This is why Sebastian was scared. You know? Aw, Titch says I'm a hugger and a cheek kisser. Aw. Exactly. But she says both cheeks, right? Yeah. Aw. That's the Spanish in me. I can't help it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, it's just the loving, you know, loving people. I remember Detroit saying something like that too, and I know Detroit's Italian, so you know. Oh, that's so cute, Titch. You know, but I mean, yeah, it's not his fault, and he wasn't going to be able to do that. It was so tumultuous in the beginning. Um, it just it and then it got worse and worse and worse. And then, you know, don't get me started on the vigil, you know, where Chris Proudfoot showed up there just to tell Seth, you better tell everybody we're working together, you know.
Now, as someone in the community, how do we process those two different Sebastians?
Good question, because we're all in the same boat there. That's where I can agree with you. I start agreeing with him now. I'm like, yeah, we were all trying to figure out how to process two different Sebastians. We all were. You're not alone in that, because many of us were like, are we looking for a child who's severely autistic, or are we looking for a child who's high functioning? Because they're saying that his mind hasn't caught up to his body, but then they're in the next day, the next interview, the next day, they're telling us he's high functioning. Well, they were saying functional as if he's like a sectional couch in your living room. You know, ridiculous. So again, it is ridiculous, and I'll agree with Truth on that. But it's not, I mean, what are you grilling Seth for? How is that his fault?
Different structure, I guess. I don't
That's
know.
not even structure, Seth. That's two different people. Not even being able to fucking get in the back, whatever, and being able to be there 13 hours by himself, bro. I'm autistic. That is a massive difference. So for the community looking at it going, how can the kid be, no disrespect when I say this, so slow, which I hate when that's said, right? And then you're representing him as basically a level 1 mild with a chromosomal deletion, which is exactly a replica in action of autism.
It is. Plus, he was diagnosed with autism on top of it.
Well, he wasn't until 3 months before he passed away, or before he went missing. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. My apologies.
Yes.
My apologies.
Yes, because his chromosomal deletion masks a lot of autism specs, which I thought he had it at the very beginning, and along with the fact that I did my own research on the chromosomal deletion. I had my mom doing research. She's a nurse practitioner, adult nurse practitioner. I had other people that were researching, and I was getting all the information I could, because when he was born and this was discovered, it was very rare, and it's still rare.
It is. It's like 1 in every 2.5 million children.
So it's like, just knowing that on autism, knowing that because I have autism and I know how I can succeed when I'm doing things, structure, have things already planned out, laid out, stuff like that. Otherwise, it's not going to happen like it's supposed to anyways. But it gives it more of a context and structure to plan the child, so the child knows what could or could not happen throughout the day, so nothing's a surprise or throws them off kilter.
I understand that. I do. And so I think, listen, let me just start off by this. First of all, thank you for coming up here. Okay, whether we see eye to eye or not, thank you for grabbing a link and coming up here. Mad respect for that. Really, man to man.
Hey, the only thing I care about is finding my son. I don't care what anybody says about me. I don't care what anybody tries to do to me. I'm not saying I'm bulletproof, but I throw them back. So
that's right, Seth. I throw him back, and you have to stand up for yourself with these guys. And look, he's so aggressive. And again, I don't mind using the word aggressive, because he is aggressive. He's like, fucking this. I mean, he's talking with his hands. He's passionate, right? He's getting with it, right? But for what, though? Can you not take it down a notch, knowing that Seth is being gracious enough to come on your panel? I mean, I'll give a good example of this with myself. I remember before Sabrina came up on my panel, and that's Devlin's cousin, I had some reservations about her involvement with Devlin's disappearance. And she was upset with me. I was upset with her. And I was like, well, then come up on the panel and take a link. And I usually don't tell people to do that, right? I'm not like, take a link. But I did do that day, right? And she came up there, and I had a moment where I'm like, look, she's up here, so I'm going to be nice to her. I need to calm down, and I need to start asking her questions, right? Because she is kind enough to come up here and talk with me. And again, that says a lot to me if you're willing to come up and talk. So she was, and I took it down a notch. And that's what he needed to do here, and he didn't. And that was where I could see where it wasn't handled properly on his part. Now, that's my opinion, only because I've been in that situation where I was heated. And you guys that were here that day know that I was like super heated, right? Like I was like, if she wants to take a link, then let her, and everything. And it was like, I came out of my character. But when she came up, I was like, okay, Sabrina, thank you for being here, and I did have to calm myself down a lot. So I think it would have went a long way if he would have done that, Titch says, oh, lady, you must know ET very well. You have to know these. Know this. It has always been about him. He's the smartest person in the room, too. Yes. Well, I mean, and he's super aggressive. Like right here, it's like he's not lowering the tension at all, right? He's like going full force. And when it's two guys, it's like somebody needs to kind of level it out. And I think Seth did a good job of that, because it does get better. I know this part's a little aggressive, but it does get better. So what's your honest gut feeling in covering this case? Do you think Sebastian will be found? I do think he's going to be found, Christmas Swan. I do think that he's going to be found. I think Chris and Katie are guilty. Yeah, I do. I think that's what you're asking. So, thank you, YouTuber. How Seth kept his composure, I have no idea. Exactly. I think he did a great job, and he's like, I don't care what anybody thinks. I just want my son to be found. So I'm coming up and talking to you, and like I said, it does simmer down a lot. Hello, Tori. Good to see you. Yes, I'm so glad you're here. Truth is afraid of legal repercussions if he doesn't get aggressive. Well, I agree with that too. And I know that he's in a position where he already has his own he already has his own way of thinking, and sometimes that takes a while to kind of even out too. So, I will say that autistic people struggle with impulse control. but Seth is calm and Truth starts to calm down. Yes, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Exactly. And, I mean, again, I know there's been speculation on Truth and saying that he's autistic. I believe him when he says he's autistic. I do. And I could be wrong, but, I mean, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt until I find out differently. But yeah, you're dealing with two people who are on the spectrum, and I think, they have to give each other that proper leeway. But Seth is very good at diffusing the situation, and he is Cinderella. He did a great job, you know? So I'm very glad that he did.
But I don't care. I don't care because all I care about is finding Sebastian and bringing him home.
Can I ask you some very direct questions without you thinking I'm setting you up? Because I didn't know you were coming up here, but I personally have been waiting to talk to you because obviously my brain's on some shit, right? And I ain't had no way to talk to you, and I wasn't going to reach out to you because of at night. I'm not getting fucking caught up in all that shit. I don't have that time in my life, bro. And if you want to be honest, the reason people stop looking for your child is everybody's afraid of getting sued.
Everybody was scared at one point in time because of C&Ds, but
now, bro, now they will not talk about your child now because they're afraid.
Okay, but here's the thing. You're not going to get sued for passing out a flyer. You're not going to get sued for speaking the truth. But the problem is with the setup business, because again, I had a lot of these people in the community because I was one of Terry Lynn's mods at one point. Those people are so suspicious of everybody because they're the ones doing all the friggin' dirt. They are constantly doing dirt on each other. And so they're constantly paranoid. So, in my opinion, I don't know. I don't know how Seth felt about this interview. But I don't think he felt like he was being set up at all. I think that he's just up there to ask, to answer questions and talk with Truth and maybe even try to get some information about what Truth knows and some clarification. But right off the bat, Truth is like, oh, I don't want you to think you're being set up here. And it's like, in my opinion, I could think of that in a couple of different ways. One, I would be like, well, what do you mean you're not setting me up? Why would you even bring that up if you're not? So I might side eye that comment, but I also might be like, no, I never thought that. Why would you think that? Right. But there's this level because that's how they treat each other. Right. It's like, it's frenemies. Right. And I can't remember who said it, but it's like, it's frenemies, not friends. And that's unfortunate because you can really make some great connections with people on here. It doesn't have to be that way.
I don't have that time in my life, bro. And if you want to be honest, the reason people stop looking for your child is everybody's afraid of getting sued.
Everybody was scared at one point in time because of C&Ds, but
now, bro, now they will not talk about your child now because they're afraid. Look at the chat. I promise you, it's not because they don't care. I'm talking about them, and my people are like, bro, you're going to get sued. I don't care.
I've already been taken to court.
But I'm just saying,
people are suing me.
But this is why people aren't talking about your son, bro, because everybody's worried about getting sued. That's where we're at now.
But can't you talk about Sebastian without talking about any of the other crap? Like I'm saying, we talk about Sebastian a lot here, and we'll theorize on different things, but we don't always just harp on Chris or Katie or, talk about Seth. What about theorizing different things that could have happened in Sebastian's case and working a theory outward, right? Like, work your theory all the way through. Like, if you think, for instance, that Sebastian walked out of the house by himself that night, why do you think that, right? Why don't you have a conversation about what could have happened there? If you truly believe that Sebastian ran away, which I believe Sebastian had every reason to run away. The Texas Roadhouse didn't look like a good day, right? When we're looking at the Texas Roadhouse video, it looks like a freaking bad day. Sebastian looks like he wants to eat and get the heck out of there, right? Katie's taking secret pictures of him. Sebastian's shaking his head no. He's shrugging his shoulders. I don't know. Katie's doing all the most with her fork and whatnot, the potatoes. I mean, it doesn't look like a happy interaction. Sebastian's got his hands in his pockets, as Seth said before. So when we think about that, and then we know everything that we know now, there could be that could be a very good theory that Sebastian made it out of the house. The thing that stops you is that there's no evidence of that. So if there's no camera footage of Sebastian sneaking out the window or walking out the front door or going out the back door and hopping a fence or anything like that, then we have to take that as a clue, right? No evidence is evidence. So work the theory all the way through. There's plenty of things. And I know Seth, he's not going to sue somebody just because you're talking about Sebastian. He might even come into your chat and say hello if you're talking about his son because that's what he wants. So again, there's a lot of misconceptions here. And I just don't think it's fair. Like I said, it's going to get better.
That it's not about the truth about Sebastian. It's what did Katie say? What did Chris say? I'm sorry, dog, and no disrespect, but today, when Chris and Katie can get up on a panel and take up for Chris and Katie, but they can't get out here and look for their fucking son, fuck both of them. But on the same note, with respect, everybody has. I gotta say this 1 second because my people will be on me if I don't.
Okay, but your people need to stop doing that to you, Truth. Those are not your people if they're not supporting you. If they don't understand, if I have more understanding for what you're saying than your quote unquote people do, you need to find new people. Because it seems like they're just stressing you out, dog. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like to see anybody like this. Like, I'm getting anxiety just watching how upset he is. I don't know about any of you guys, but it's kind of giving me a little bit of, trigger warning, whatever feelings, where I'm getting anxious just watching him because I can see he's really upset. But why is he over there being like, fuck Chris and Katie and flipping Seth off? Why doesn't he have that same energy to Chris and Katie, which I'm sure he has? But I'm just saying, how come he's being so hostile to Seth is my opinion. That's my question. But again, if your people are going to be pressuring you like that, those are not your people. Hey, Joe. Joe says, I like Chris and Katie. Joe, stop. He says, I like Chris and Katie. Well, that's just fine, Joe. You can still hang with us. It's all right. That's all right. We don't have to agree to kick it. But I mean, damn. It's like, really? And again, I've been in that side of the community-ish, right? Like, not all the way, but I mean, I've been in a position where somebody harps on you and asks you the same question over and over again and tries to catch you up in a lie even though you're not lying. It's the weirdest shit I've ever encountered, and I never want to deal with it again. Never in a million years do I want to deal with it again. So I maybe that's why I'm getting anxiety for Truth. But again, if he's mad at anybody or Chris and Katie, don't take it out on Seth. That's not his fault.
Same sentence. I'm a man, so I'm gonna keep it real with you. I feel the same way about you because I only see what I see. Not that you're not doing shit, but I only see what I see, right? So by that, we're being told things about his essay, right, that you brought out. But then we're not allowed to talk about why Chris says, if you see him, lock your doors and call the police. Don't approach him. What does that make him sound like, Seth?
A predator.
Right. Then he talks about, hold on. Then he talks about he has to have someone at school with him walk all the time. And then I asked Chris why. And you know what Chris told me. You already know. I don't have to tell you.
No,
How would he know what Chris told you, though? See, this is where it gets, again, asinine, in my opinion. I'm like, what the hell? How would he know what your private conversation with Chris is? Chris says all kinds of shit to all kinds of people. He can't really tell the truth. I'll tell you, there's a couple of times where I've caught Chris telling the truth, but it's really few and far between. And oddly enough, it was Canine Jules had a conversation with Chris, and he was describing the day that Heather came to their house. And he described it accurately in chronological order and everything. And he had no problems doing that. So again, I understand that there are some times where Chris is truthful. Another thing that Chris was truthful about was the DCS report that Sebastian was reported to DCS, or their family was, after he went missing. That's the 5th report. We were able to kind of get clarification on that from Seth. But Other than that, how would Seth know what was being said? So, no, Jules is, I don't know when her due date is, Joe. I'm not sure when her due date is. Talk about suing. Who sued BHB? Whose big mouth opens and never stopped talking, threatening, demanding Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion. Exactly. Exactly, Nicey Marie. I mean, and that's the thing. It's projection all day. Gaslighting 101, projection, right? The things that I'm doing, I'm going to put that on you and say that you're doing it. Again, Darvo, deny, attack, reverse victim and offender roles. So the offender is going to play the victim. The offender is going to say that they're the ones that are being, wronged, when really they're the ones wronging the other person. It's total gaslighting. Chich says Lady ET still thinks that Seth was lying about the summer uh, camp and insurance. I have no idea why, but definitely thinks it. See, and to me, I don't understand that either, because well, I will just say, according to the emails that Tony was describing, all of the parents collectively said that they could not afford to send Sebastian to any of the 4 schools that were on the list that Seth was negotiating with the Proudfoot. So the way that I understand it is that Chris and Katie told Seth, we want to send Sebastian to Bledsoe. Seth was like, let me look into it. He looked into it. He saw that there was, abuse, and it was on the news even. And I've showed the news clip. That's how we know who owns the school and how they get paid as well. Um, and he said, no, let me go ahead and talk with Tara, this lady named Tara. And Tara gave them 4 different schools to bring back to Chris and Katie, because they're like, well, if you don't want him sent there, then you need to find a place for him. Well, he did. He ended up consulting with Tara. Tara sent him 4 schools. They figured out collectively that nobody could afford like the $5,000 a month. Um, Now, did they try to put it through the insurance? I don't know. I've never asked Seth that, to be honest. I have no idea. Um, Summer camp, I think, would have been a good option. Um, and I know Seth has talked about the summer camp and things like that on the panel, on his own show. And it's like, I mean, that would be a good way for Sebastian to get away and out of the house and do some things for himself on his own, right? Spread his wings, get some independence. And again, I think it may have benefited him. But I don't understand why he's so, I mean, and maybe it's because he's been lied to, but then again, I don't understand the aggression. Seth's focus is strong and direct. Yes, I agree with that. No ifs. But he showed those attributes as a correctional officer. Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. Well, and Seth is a fair guy too. He's not the person that's a dick just because he can be. I mean, yeah, he likes to tease people and stuff, but that's what I like about him, because I like joking back and forth with him. But I mean, he's a fair-minded person, in my opinion. He's not gonna be a dick just because he has the badge, or just because he can, you know. Aw, well, thank you, Christmas Swan. Don't ever give up. She says your awesome personality. You let someone comment and saying they like Katie and CP without deleting it. Oh, it's okay. I know that Joe's razzing me, Christmas Swan. He's razzing me, and I know it. So, aw, you're so sweet, Christmas Swan. Thank you. Yeah, I find them file. I know. Yeah, I know Joe's just trying to tease me. He loves it. That's why I like Joe too, because he likes to joke around. Um, but yeah, no, and I mean, guys, I just want you to know that you guys can have your own thoughts and opinions in here. Again, please, by all means, I'm not going to be mad at you. Um, and it happens. So, yep, Seth didn't hurt his kid. KP and CP have not explained anything. I don't understand why they haven't explained anything or why no one's held their feet to the fire. Christmas Swan. I don't know why nobody has. And the thing is that I would like to see somebody do this to Chris and Katie, which is horrible. Like, I'm telling everybody, I don't like it being done to Seth, but I would love it to happen for Chris and Katie, you know? So that's where I'm like, I'm being unfair myself. But I mean, I would love for somebody to just be like, what about it? You know, but I think Katie and Chris would just fly the coop, right? They would just click that button and be gone. And then, you know, hide out for another 7 months.
I don't know what Chris told you.
Well, you tell us why before I say anything. Honestly, if you don't want to, then just say I don't want to.
I mean, they had somebody that was assisting Sebastian from classroom to classroom.
Mm-hmm.
He would go to the bathroom, or he would get distracted, or next thing you know, he's in the wrong place.
Let me ask you this. Is that the honest reason, or is that the respectful reason to Sebastian? You know what I'm talking about? Because I've been told something totally different.
That was told to me by the school.
Okay.
And that was only a certain period of time because something was going on with him. And they were trying
I don't want you to go into it, because that's what I'm trying to avoid. You see what I'm saying? Because it was presented to us, and I say us, a group of people, okay, directly, not around the block, not around the block, straight up.
Yeah, but this is a child that we're talking about, Truth. See, and this is the thing, and please don't feel like I'm attacking you. I'm not. I'm really trying to stay neutral on some of this, but you're letting a grown ass man badmouth an autistic child, and you're taking his word for it. I mean, that's the problem I have. You're not showing Sebastian any type of compassion, in my opinion. So that's why you guys have been supportive of Chris and Katie, because they bash Sebastian. Like, I'm not understanding that. And maybe I have it wrong. You know, hey, Liberty. You know, maybe I have it wrong. But why are you taking what they're saying and then not supporting Sebastian? Like, if a parent told me that, I would say, well, what did you do to help them? I could not with Chris and Katie. I could not deal with this. I couldn't. Because to me, you just don't treat your children this way. Right? If your child has an issue, you try to find a solution. Because you want to help them, because you love them, and that's the best interest for them. You want to find out whatever's the best for your kids. You want the best for your kids. You don't go around telling people when your kid is missing all of their negative things that I mean, we all have negative things that we do, right? Especially as we're growing up. You don't do that. So why is that not a red flag?
Okay. So when I have this information, I'm told that I have to be quiet, because if I don't, it's going to hurt Sebastian. And if someone has Sebastian, they're going to hurt him if they find out I say anything. That's what was told to me.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I've lived with that since you know, I started going online and started, you know, because I don't know who has Sebastian, and I don't know where he's at. I don't know what kind of, you know, environment he's in. So that's always been a thought in the back of my head. The louder I am, the more that somebody could hurt my son. But if I'm not going to be loud, nobody's going to look for my son. Now, I will ask.
All right. So that part really got me too, right? Because Seth's like, how do you think I feel being in a position where I don't know where my son is? I don't know if he's okay. I don't know who has him. I don't know if the more I'm talking, the more that could hurt him. And again, we talked about that a little bit earlier with like not understanding or knowing where Sebastian is, or if we're on the right track, and people go, oh shit, they're on the right track, and then they move him or they hurt him. That is a terrible thing for Seth to have to deal with. And Truth needs to give him more grace, because, you know, Truth, I understand you're passionate, but what if it was your child? Yes, I'm so proud of Seth. I mean, I couldn't be prouder of Seth for all of this. I think he did a great job. Because, I mean, imagine having somebody yelling and screaming at you and they're preaching to the choir. And he's like, well, yeah, that's my son. Welcome to my world, right? Welcome to what I've been dealing with.
If I'm not going to be loud, nobody's going to look for my son. Now, I will ask you, as his father, if you're going to be speaking about my son, at least I don't know how Kick works because I know that you're in Kick.
Yeah.
But can you share the FBI flyer? Can you share that stuff?
It's funny, Seth. With respect, we show it more than you do.
Not true.
I doubt that.
You don't have it on your lives when you're on, bro.
It's in my
bull crap. He has it pinned. For one, he has it pinned, and when I saw that Seth had it pinned, I go, "Oh, I should probably pin it," But I know the mods drop it a lot, right? So, again, I think that's so rude. Why do you have to be that way? This is why, and this is again, no respect. Show a little bit of respect. I would love to see just a little bit. And I know it's going to evolve. I'm not saying it's not, but again, how can you just sit there and say that to somebody like that? I get it. Not all of us are going to handle things the same way. But he's up here like really going after Seth and things that Seth has no control over and Seth didn't say. And then he's like, "Hey, could you guys please post my child's flyer?" And he's like, "Oh, well, we do it more than you do." No. I never see it. I've never seen it, ever. But Seth does it. I know we do it. I've seen Smiley do it. I've seen Jen do it. And anywhere I have a wrench, I drop. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, Jen was talking about Sebastian the other day, and then she started talking about Layla, and I dropped Layla Santanella's flyer. Right? Because it's the least we can do. It is the very least that we can do. If we can give our opinions, we can drop a link for the kids, right? For their flyers. Layla's still missing. Her parents are working with Jen. They have been for a very long time. All of her family members are looking to find her. And they haven't found her. And if they're in the bushes or watching or something like that, think of how good that makes them feel to know that you're sharing their child's flyer out. That's the least we can do. And it's not for a pat on the back. It's not for, I do it more than you do. Look at me. No, it's not about that. Grow up. Grow up. It's time to stop with the bullshit all around. It's just time. Thank you, my PTSD. I see the little chili pepper. That's so cute. Aw, thanks for the jewels. Yeah, thank you, Witchy. And that's the thing. I mean, look, it's the very, very, very least we can do. And they do end up doing it. So thank you again for Truth's Mods, Charming Jenna, I think is her name, that was posting it. And Canes, 5 Canes was also posting. It's important, and it's the least we can do. And it's not a tit for tat. Well, I dropped the link more times than you did, which he's not saying to, little Miss Sharon, well, I dropped Sebastian's link more than you did, or anything like nan. No, that, I mean, come on. We're all in our 40s, aren't we?
Comments.
It doesn't matter, bro. It needs to be behind you as a background.
And I don't know how to do it because I don't even pay for StreamYard.
And BHB needs to teach you. That's her fault for not showing you how to put that behind you because she has it behind her.
Well, it's not.
I'm just telling you.
I will let you know that at one point in time I had everything up. I had the intro and everything, but there was an update to StreamYard, and the next time I came back on, all of it's gone. I don't even have any of my stuff, so I don't even.
Don't you think that your son is important enough that these people who are on here making money off your son should be helping you set up your page so it looks the best it can to find your son? Wouldn't that make sense?
Except for I don't bring money into it. It's your.
They do. They do. My point.
Okay, but my point is that Seth runs his channel, and a lot of people out there have helped with his channel. I mean, Seth isn't a YouTube creator. He's a father looking for his son and spreading awareness. And again, nobody's going to go into, oh, I did this and I made this and I did this. No, that's not why we're doing it. And it's none of your damn business, honestly. And I'm going to take it down a notch, but I'm just saying it's not. That is so rude.
is they're making money off of your son, but they're not helping you, according to you, set up your son behind you.
No,
That's
BHB
not
helped me
true.
set all that up, but with the update and everything, I've never asked her again. That is my fault.
That's fine. I get it.
That's why I know that and I do know a couple other things. When I do that, then my son's thing should pop up. But I also noticed on some places when I go in and I'm on their panel, it doesn't.
Right.
Well, it's not your fault either, Seth. It's not your fault. You know, and that's the thing. Why does this guy feel like he needs to be guilting anybody? He doesn't know what people do behind the scenes, and we don't do it so Seth gives us a pat on the back. You know? Yeah, he needs to let Seth speak. I agree, IML. And welcome in, you guys. I'm sorry I'm not in the comments as much as we're going through this, but my goodness, it's so frustrating. You know, and it's going to get better as we go. But again, I am going to comment on this part because that's not true. It's not fair to throw Betty under the bus because you don't like her. You know, it's not fair to throw any of the other creators under the bus because you don't, agree with us, or you think we don't like you or whatever. You know, why don't you do something to help Seth? If you're so worried about it, you could do something. You could step up.
That is mine. So when I do it, it shows literally.
I just think that you would be perceived a whole lot better by the community who's really trying to find your son, because there are people out here, bro, that really do give a fuck. I'm getting attacked from all ends. I've been getting attacked for a year and a half, all because I've been standing for Sebastian while people have been being quiet. And people say what they want to, but that's the case.
I've heard people sit there and say that, I don't have it behind me and stuff like that. But I haven't even asked BHB to help me since that.
Well, and I will say this. I will say this for truth. I'm sure he has gotten a lot of flack because, like I said, back in October of 25 is when he started coming out with this information. And I'm sure he has been dealing with a lot of it. Because that side of the fence, I hate to say it like that, but as it pertains to what we're talking about, those people are complainers, in my opinion. A lot of people over there do complain. Oh, you're not doing this. So why aren't you doing this? Da, da, da. Well, why don't you help? I mean, come with a solution.
My fault.
I don't mean to interrupt you real quick. Moderators, get those motherfuckers out of here. I'm goddamn tired of these pussy ass motherfuckers.
Oh boy.
Y'all can't show a little goddamn respect when he came in here to an environment that has never been comfortable with him, to someone he knows isn't a fan of his, to talk about his son, and y'all can't shut the fuck up for 2 goddamn minutes and let the man fuck up while y'all got so many fucking questions. And now look. God,
okay, I don't mean to laugh, okay? I don't mean, hey, Bo. Good to see you, Bo. I don't mean to laugh because, right, it's not a laughing matter, right? But I mean, honestly, like nobody in the chat made Seth leave, okay? And he's gonna come back up on the panel and say it. It's the fact that it's so aggressive. Again, I'm getting anxiety with this first part of this interview, right? Because Truth is very animated and loud and swearing and right? Like Seth is like, I'm done. Right? I'm going to drop off for a minute. Let's cool down, which is the best thing that he could have done, honestly. It is. It's the best thing that he could have done. I did take out the part. There was a part in between where Truth is like, kind of gets upset because now Seth has gone off the panel. He wasn't done talking to him. I guess he wasn't done reading him the riot act or, grilling him. And he gets upset and he's like, oh, now he's gone. Well, this is really messing with my head. Why'd he leave and everything? And it's like, calm down for a second. My PTSD says that part was epic, you GD people. Oh my goodness. It's like, oh boy. But I mean, that's the best thing you can do is to just take a breather, right? So he does, and he comes back.
Damn, y'all want answers until somebody comes up here. You motherfuckers, man. Oh, well, good. Now he's back. What up, Seth? At least you came back, bro, because I was on some fucked up shit in my head just to be 100. Like some fucked up shit. Because, like, this shit's wild, bro.
Oh, my.
But thank you for coming back up here.
Yeah, with the cussing and all that sort of stuff. I don't do when you were cussing at people.
Oh, listen, no. Well, I was cussing at them.
It's your panel, but I don't want to be involved in that.
That's fine, but it was because they were disrespecting you.
But at the same,
I don't have that in my chat, bro. If you needed to jump down, that's fine. But I don't.
No, after that, I started receiving phone calls, and I couldn't come.
I'm sure you're going to get phone calls about being on.
See, you can't say a damn thing without it being taken out of context. This is why I can't with that group. I'm sorry. Not everything is a different meaning from what somebody is blatantly telling you, flat out saying to you. So why does it always have to be that way? I don't understand it. Oh, you just said this, so you must have meant this. No, he said that he wasn't going to put up with you swearing. And he's like, well, I was sticking up for you from the chatters. And it's like, yeah, but still, that's not right. And you're not dealing with Chris and Katie. Seth is not up there worried about what your chatters are saying. He's up there to talk to you about your knowledge of what happened to Sebastian, what you were told from Chris and Katie. You're not dealing with a little fragile ego. It's a big difference between a little man, okay, like Chrissy Pissy Pants, and a man that's looking for his son, in my opinion. He wasn't looking at the chat. He was upset by the way that you were acting, Truth, in all honesty.
On here with me. I do not doubt it. Anyway, go ahead. What can we talk about that can help find Sebastian?
Well, if you've given it all to the FBI, then I'm fine.
Okay.
I mean, 100%, because everything that I get, I give to the FBI. I don't give it to Sumner County, and because I have no communication with Sumner County or TBI. I literally communicate with the FBI, and that's it.
Yeah, the problem was a lot of it originally went to Sumner County Sheriff's Department because it is what it is. And there is definitely 3 or 4 other people that know that I'm not lying about the meeting that I was contacted about. I'll leave it at that.
I can't speak about Sumner County because I'm in litigation.
I get that, but I can, right? So I'm not in litigation. And when I gave over everything, right, it was just a real fucked up situation. I'm going to leave it at that. I don't care to talk about it because that's not what this is about. At the end of the day, I want to know what we can do to find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, where we're at now, because we're getting no updates without any bullshit about this parent or that parent. What the fuck can we do?
The only thing, I mean, I ask everybody, hand out flyers, speak about Sebastian, keep his picture up if you're going to be up and talking about it. Please share the links for the FBI, National Missing, that 1-800 number, everything. I mean, and at the same point in time, I'm working other ways to help so that this never happens to another parent.
Right. I understand that.
Right. Literally, these lawsuits are because they didn't reach out to me, man. If they had called me, I would never be on here. You wouldn't be in the situation that you're in. But it happened. We can't go back in time and change it.
No.
The only thing we can do is hand out flyers to talk about Sebastian, and don't give up on God.
Okay, guys. Seth, that was beautifully said. Really well said, Seth. We can't go back and change anything. We can't go back and be like, well, this person said this about me or this person did this to me. We can't change that, but we can move forward. We can continue to move forward. We can all make a little bit of a change for the better, can't we? I know we can all do that. It's whether we're willing to or not, but I know it can be done.
I agree with you. If you don't mind, and any question I ask with no judgment, you can say, I'd rather not answer that and I'll respect it, all right? But I would be amiss if I didn't take the opportunity to ask some questions I have. And now you have every right to say, I don't want to answer it. And it's that simple. Chat's been turned off. They can't say anything. It's on emotes only, which is what we have. So they can't get into, whatever. Can you tell me the best you can what you meant? Because this is a big thing. When you said that if you had the money or the resources to go get Sebastian, you would. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Nothing would stop me from finding him.
Okay. And when you and
by that, I mean, like, I could go everywhere, track down everything. And whether the FBI is tracking it down or I'm asking TBI to do it or Sumner County, because at that point in time, I was speaking with them. It wouldn't be me asking them. It would be me booking a ticket or getting transportation there.
Right. Do you not think that that, and I don't know your finances, so it's a genuine question, right? I don't pocket check people. That ain't my style. So with the donations and everything that came in, was that not enough to be able to actually do something more than we saw? Or is there things we don't know about logistics that makes it look like the parents in general, all three, aren't looking? Because it just looks that way. We're not saying you aren't, but to us, it appears that, here's how that you're not doing anything. And we don't understand that.
I put over 100,000 miles in a new engine in my truck looking for my son, dude.
Okay.
And that means posters, flyers, everything, handing out flyers. I don't post that stuff.
Right.
Most of the places that I'm at, literally, I'm driving and paying attention. I stop at gas stations. I hand out flyers. There are times that I've gotten in my truck because I can't stay at my house and I don't know what to do. And it's just pick a direction and just start putting out flyers at every gas station. And then I've been asked to leave multiple gas stations before because you're not allowed to post them up, but you're allowed to sit there and personally hand them to people.
Right.
So people complain, and I've had people complain about that. Like, my son's missing. I don't give it. Complain. I'm going to stay here until I'm told to leave. And when the cops get here to trespass me, I'm going to give them a flyer too.
I can get with that.
My son's missing. Only thing I care about is finding my son.
I understand what you're saying.
You realize that a particular person.
You can use names.
I'm not.
Okay,
I've been advised by my attorney not, because
that's fine.
Some people can't wait the strain of me speaking. And when I close my mouth shut permanently, it's still running, and it will continue to run.
Until who said that to you again? Who said they permanently shut your mouth?
It's out there on a recording.
Right. The same person that, okay.
Now, they can do whatever they want. If they're trying to find Sebastian, I hope that they're trying to find Sebastian, because I don't know what happened. I know the bare basic amount of, I got told that he was missing. Law enforcement told me there's no evidence he ever left the house.
Right.
So if his mom brought him home and there's no evidence he ever left the house, and they went through that house and he is not in that house, then where is he?
Bro,
if I want to know what happened, the only way to know what happened is to find my son. And the only thing I want in life is to find my son.
Seth, were there cameras inside of that house?
Supposedly.
Yeah.
But then again, I have to take somebody else's word that I can't trust anymore.
Seth, can I ask you this? Because apparently I'm being called a liar about this because I was sent it. And I spoke about it yesterday, and I've kept my mouth shut about it because I was put in a position where I was told that I would hurt Sebastian's case, or if someone had him, that they would hurt him if I let certain information out. You know what I mean? And so as someone in my position, without using autism as an excuse, the only reason I started looking at your son or looking for your son, because I'm from the area and I grew up as obviously an autistic kid in the system, right? And so it hit home with me. I didn't know you. I don't know Chris and Katie. I just cared about Sebastian, right? Now, I will say this, and I'm bringing this up not to sidetrack, but I want to tell you from me and nobody else. I know that you have a serious personal problem with Cletus and Clue, okay? I know you do. Understandably, they've said what they've said. They have an opinion. Because let me finish this real quick, okay? But I want you to know from me, right, whether you trust me or not, they have spent more money and time on searching for your son than you will ever know. I promise you that. They may have a personal opinion, and you might think their opinion is towards Chris and Katie. What I'm going to tell you is don't always believe what you think.
Okay, so this is the weird part, right? Where he was like, I'm about to ask you a question, and I brought it up yesterday, but then he kind of sidetracks a little bit, and he says, you don't know how much you do not know how much Clue and Cletus have done to find Sebastian. Well, that's good. Again, you have to do these things out of the goodness and kindness of your heart for Sebastian, right? Like, there's no reason for anybody to throw it in anybody's faces, right? I mean, it gets frustrating if you see a parent that's not doing anything and you feel like you're doing more for their kid than they are. Of course, that's going to be frustrating. That's not what I'm saying. But when it comes to Clue and Cletus and what they've done, that's on their own accord, in my opinion. And they should be doing that anyway. They're local people. The locals need to do more. The locals need to do more because they're there. I know a lot of people who travel to help find Sebastian. myself is included, you know, but I know other people, it's not just me. But it's not like, you know, I'm saying, well, Seth, oh, how come you're not, you know, you don't know how much money I've spent, blah, blah, blah. You know, I mean, that's gonna go without saying. And I'm here to tell you, if you're tracking down leads and you're putting gas in the car and then you're not, you know, you're not home, so you're buying food out, money goes quick. So that's one thing that, again, I have to disagree with Elevated Truth on.
I'll tell you this. I don't care. I don't care. I just want to find my son.
Right, but I just want you to know that there are people that may not like you that are still looking for your son. You know
People
what I
don't
mean?
like me because I communicate with BHB. You know
People
what?
people don't like me because I communicate with Clue. I get it, bro. Now your situation is different. Your son's missing. I'm trying to find an even ground with you.
You know, my son's missing. In the internet world, if my son wasn't missing, I wouldn't give a rat's.
Right.
I wouldn't be out here underneath my real name. I've been doxxed. Everybody knows my name. That whole family knows my phone number. I get texts every once in a while, you know, a year and 2 months later. You don't like my opinion, it's my opinion. But what I want is my son found.
I agree.
And I don't care who likes me or who hates me. I'm old enough that, you know, I have to value the person before I can value their opinion.
That's one of our little witchyisms. That's a witchyism. And it's a good one. It's a good one to remember. You have to value the other person, right? To value their opinion of what they think of you. Who cares what anybody thinks of you? You know? Thank you, witchy. You know? I mean, that's just the way it is. And again, how much time do you think Seth sits there and thinks about what other people think of him? He's constantly looking for his son. He's probably just trying to stay sane through all of this crap. You know? Nicey Marie, I'm like, seriously. You know? That's the thing that I don't think that people really understand, is that he's not just sitting around thinking about, oh, I wonder what Lady Freedom thinks of me. I wonder what Elevated Truth thinks of me. I wonder what Clue and Cletus think of me. I wonder what this person thinks of me. No. Guys, he doesn't have time to think about that. He's looking for his son, who has been missing for 2.5 years. If my daughter was missing for 2.5 hours, I would lose my shit. Especially when she's 15, 16, 17. Get over yourselves. The egos need to be taken down, like a whole lot. Please. Hello, Jules. So good to see you, Jules. Gator. Gator, don't be typing into the phone. That's when we have. That's when we see XYZ you know, all the random stuff when Gator's texting. It's so good to see you, Jules. Thanks for being here. Hey, Alicia Hot Wheels. So, drive safely. So, you know, he doesn't. I hate saying anything to put words in his mouth, but I can guarantee you, Seth's got way bigger fish to fry than thinking about what the creators think of him.
All right. And the only thing that matters to me is finding my son. I have not met anybody, and Lord knows that I miss Tony every day because he's not here. But I would trade in everybody that I have encountered, met, associated with, everything since Sebastian went missing, just to have my son still here.
Well,
He's supposed to be living with me for these last 2 years. He was supposed to go from there to come to here, stay here. He was supposed to be living here.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about that, obviously. And I don't know if you are in the capacity to even have that conversation, because I don't want to trigger anything that you're dealing with. Seriously, and with all honesty.
Every day's a trigger, man.
Right.
Every day's a trigger.
I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. But like I said, there's so many questions, because in the beginning, the way that things were very aggressive towards anybody that was looking, and now people are so worried about that and being attacked for looking, right? And I think at some point you as the father have to come out and make a statement.
When people were searching, I was communicating with Sumner County and TBI and I had the searchers that were there. People were coming by and trying to take pictures of the search list.
Mm-hmm.
All we needed was your name, so that way, when we all meet back up, we know everybody's accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Why do people need to come by and take a picture of a list of people who signed up to help? There was that. That's kind of weird. 2, we had people going out and they were coming back and telling us that people were following them. And I said, please get their license plate number, make a model of their car, anything that you can. And we submitted that stuff to TBI.
Do you think anybody was misleading you during that time, looking back on it? You don't have to say any names, but is there anything that you look back on and go, yeah, I was misled there? Because I can tell you from my perspective, like just following the case and trying to help, I was misled.
We're 2.5 years in. I mean, as soon as I got the DCS records, I knew I'd been misled. And at that point in time, I have no trust at all.
Was there a DCS call a week or 2 before at your house? And if not, what was the reason?
If it's not in the filing, sir.
Well, I understand that. I'm not asking about a filing. I'm asking about what the police said.
I can't discuss DCS records unless it is in the filing.
Right.
That my attorney did, because I'm not allowed to discuss them.
I appreciate that. So I won't ask about DCS.
Okay, but Truth, did you read the filing or did you listen? Because I know like Chasing read the whole filing. And she did better than me because I couldn't just sit here and read it off. But I wonder, did he read the filing? Right. And that's not like an accusation or me being a jerk, or anything like that. Like, did you read it? But like, seriously, did you read the filing? Because in the filing, it will tell you the certain things that you could have asked Seth about. And that would have been a really good conversation to kind of dive into. I mean, Seth is willing to answer your questions, and he hasn't dodged one question. He's met you head on with every single question that you have presented to him. And so in that regard, did you read the filing, and why didn't you ask him specifically about questions from the filing? Because instead he goes, well, then we won't talk about that. I mean, instead he could have been like, well, what about the incident that happened in 2022? Can you talk about this piece specifically? Right? Because Seth has been answering questions about that filing as long as there's questions pertaining to what's said in the filing. Now, if they're saying, well, what about the third DCS report? Well, that's not in the filing. So just, I'm just wondering, did he read it? Because that would have been a great opportunity to talk about what is actually in the filing. And again, I don't know who has access to what records. I just know that Michaela had emailed them to herself, and then she was spreading some of them around to other people. And I don't, I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying that Truth has seen these things or they were sent to him. I'm just saying that if Seth says, let's talk about only what's in the filing, I can talk with you about that. I think it's a huge missed opportunity that he could have said, okay, well, what about this? Right. But instead he's like, okay, we won't talk about DCS.
Was law enforcement ever called to your house over Sebastian?
No.
Okay.
The only time law enforcement ever came to my house was when Sebastian was missing.
Okay, so, and I know why he asked that, in my opinion. I'll just say that. I won't say I know, but it was alleged when Crama Chronicles, I call her Grimy Crime, had her channel on YouTube. She was alleging that Seth had the police raid his house, that Seth had numerous police reports pertaining to Sebastian at his house. And that's why, in my opinion, Truth is asking that question. She is one of the biggest liars, and she doesn't care about spreading misinformation. She could give 2 shits about lying directly to people who pay their hard-earned money to be a member of her channel. And I think that's why he asked that. And as a matter of fact, that is my opinion. And I would, be happy to be proven wrong on that. But I think that's why he's asking that, because that's the only logical explanation for Truth to just pull that out of his ass. Because I have never seen any proof of the police ever going to Seth's house other than when Seth said that he was escorted home to his house so that they could look for Sebastian at his house.
And they asked me before we left Chris and Katie's house, they were like, what route do you take when you go home? And I was like, I got 3 different routes, and it's this way, and this way, and it all depends on traffic.
Okay. That makes sense in Nashville and getting to where you live. There's definitely a couple different ways. Can I ask you what your reasoning for when you found out he was missing? My understanding is that you never tried to call his cell phone.
His cell phone was in the house.
Right, I get that, but you were going off of what you were told. So I just wondered, at any time, did you think to yourself, maybe I should call it just to see if they're lying to me?
No, I saw the law enforcement had his cell phone.
When you got there? Is that what you're talking about?
Law enforcement was there when I got there.
Right. I mean, before that, like when you got the call and you were driving there, is there a reason? I'm trying to give a reason. I'm trying to understand why you wouldn't like pick up the phone and call his phone. Huh?
His cell phone was in the house.
Right, I get that, but you were going off of what you were told. So I just wondered, at any time, did you think to yourself, maybe I should call it just to see if they're lying to me?
No, I saw the law enforcement had his cell phone.
When you got there? Is that what you're talking about?
Law enforcement was there when I got there.
Right. I mean, before that, like when you got the call and you were driving there, is there a reason? I'm trying to give a reason. I'm trying to understand why you wouldn't like pick up the phone and call his phone.
I work in the county jail.
Right.
You can't have you're not allowed to have your cell phone in the county jail. It's a felony. I didn't get off work till 7 o'clock.
Uh-huh. And I'm just saying, like from the time that you drove from there to there,
hold on, I got to my truck at 7:20.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm already an hour behind. So when I call, Chris already said that the cops and everybody are already there.
Hmm.
So I did not call anybody on my phone. I literally pedaled to the metal. I'm going.
Right. And so that's where I think some people's issues. And once again, I'm not trying to catch you up or anything. I just have an opportunity to talk to you. And I think it's a good thing that people that have opinions can actually hear you and not on a panel of echo chamber, right? Like just a regular conversation. So I'm from Nashville, obviously. I'm very familiar with Nashville. I'm very familiar with Murfreesboro. I'm very familiar with Fort Campbell. So when you say that you left, I think some people are confused. Were you working at the annex building, the jail, or the downtown jail?
DDC.
Okay. So you said that at 7:20 you got in your car, but you didn't get to Katie's till 8:40, right?
No, it was about 8:20, 8:30.
Right.
It takes an hour to get from there to their house.
34 minutes actually. In rush hour traffic. So I mean, that's just that. The thing is, that's where another hang up people are having. So I'm just explaining to you, like,
I came straight down. I came straight down because I didn't jump on the interstate. I came straight down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even go there anymore. So I came straight down, and I don't remember what that road is, but you make a right and it'll take you underneath the interstate all the way. That's long
Hollow Pike.
Long Hollow Pike all the way down to their house.
Right. Yeah. That was the whole point. Is like where you used the expression that it was pedal to the metal and you sped, and I was like, that makes sense, right? I'd be speeding the fuck too if a cop pulls me over, escort me there, right? But then you look at the time and it's like, wait a second, there's about 35 or 40 minutes waiting or missing. And for us, what I did is I went to the DOT. And I pulled up that morning and I pulled up the traffic analytics.
When I found out, I left there and went straight to their house.
Right. But I'm saying this is why I'm not saying you're lying. I am not saying that. What I'm saying is when people are hearing the story, you very well could be telling the truth, but somewhere between the two, there's such a confusion on the time and people are like, what the fuck? And then we look at, rest in peace to Tony, but Tony said you took a nap in your truck, bro.
Yeah, at their house.
No, but that's not what he said, bro.
Dude,
I understand, but I'm just saying for the people. I'm trying to help you understand why people don't understand you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm not saying any of that.
It's not about Sebastian right now.
But it is, though. This is all about Sebastian.
No, you're asking me about, dude, I left there
straight there because I want you to be believed, because I think we're all being lied to, Seth.
Yeah, but you're not making any sense. This is the thing. You're being argumentative. You're being accusatory. You're saying, well, it doesn't look like you sped all the way there because it took you this long to get there. Seth isn't the one that should be under a microscope, in my opinion. And, I mean, poor Seth. I mean, just even his face is like, really? And I mean, this is why, you want to say this is why nobody believes Seth. Well, this is why he doesn't go on these panels, because he's attacked and because it's nothing but bullshit, in my opinion. What do you mean? Oh, what only takes you this way? And I looked up the records for that day. It doesn't matter. You could look up any record you want. It still doesn't matter. Were you in the car with him? No. If you're asking him a question and he says it took him an hour to get there, it took him an hour to get there. You're asking a man who got off of work. He's at a correctional facility, right? Jail. And he's on camera the whole entire time, badging in and out. He went through the whole process on my channel of what he does when he gets there, what he does when he leaves. And he gets a phone call, and then he gets a text message, 911. Don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing. I would like for you to go through a traumatic situation like that and have people ask you all of these detailed questions 2.5 years later, and let's see how you do. But again, that's why I mean, I wouldn't blame him to never go on one of your guys' panels again. Again, this is an opportunity for you to bridge that gap. And instead of taking that opportunity, it's like you're sabotaging it on purpose because you're believing what you want to believe. And that's what pisses me off. And Bo, thank you so much for being a member for 12 months. Oh my goodness, Bo. Aw, she says 1 year. Woo woo. I appreciate you so much and love you. I love you too, Bo. I think you're amazing. And I so appreciate you. And guys, talk about someone who does so much. And I mean, she just does it out of the kindness of her heart. That's Bo. That's our good friend Bo right there. And I know so many of you guys do. It's just, and again, I could get like teary just thinking about it. Little Miss Sharon, thank you, because you guys are awesome. And, I really appreciate you guys so much. And thank you, Bo, for being a member for 1 year. That is just totally amazing. Let me get you a party going. Hold on a second. There we go. I gotta get you guys like a really good party though. Where we stop and do a little break. So, that's so amazing, Bo. Yay. I appreciate you guys so much. And anybody that's a member, anybody that watches, hits the like button. You guys are awesome. So thank you. But yeah, I mean, what the heck? What the heck? I just don't understand why he's sabotaging this opportunity. There has to be some reason that he's doing that. Maybe he didn't expect it, and maybe he just doesn't, but I see you guys in chat too. Now, keep in mind, I have not watched and been able to keep up with everything. There's a few lives that I am needing to download and, edit and stuff like that. So I don't know if he changed his tune. It looks like I see you guys in the chat saying that he might have changed his tune and stuff like that. So, Bo. But, but just for all intents and purposes, just, know that I'm a little bit behind on things. So you guys probably know a lot more than I do, on this.
Not by if you can pick up on what I'm saying. I'm trying to give you an opportunity, like to answer silly questions that these people are running with. Because if you're not lying, then what you're saying we should listen to, and people should start listening to what you're saying. That's it.
But in 2.5 years, I've already figured out on YouTube, no matter what you say, they're going to hear what they want to hear.
I agree.
Oh, especially, I mean, the side eyeing is like, can you just give the man a chance to talk? I mean, asking these stupid questions, that has nothing to do with finding Sebastian. That has everything to do with putting a man on trial who absolutely does not know where his son is and is doing the most to find his son. And it's disrespectful, and I don't like it because I know what Seth does, in my opinion. And I'll always stick up for him for that, because looking at the other side and what they've done, and I'm talking about Chris and Katie. I'm not talking about Truth or Clue or any of them. I'm talking about Chris and Katie Proudfoot as parents have done nothing. And it's sick for you guys to put him on trial and not them. When have you ever had this conversation like this with Chris or Katie? Maybe you've done it behind the scenes and we haven't seen it. But I'd like to see this type of energy and have them on the panel and you put them in the hot seat for a change. Hey, Laura, put them in the hot seat. Because Seth was at work an hour away. So he obviously couldn't have anything to do with his son's disappearance. And, you try working a 12-hour shift on your feet and see if you're not ready for a nap. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
I'm tired of having to repeat myself.
I agree, bro. But I'm telling you that
myself doesn't find me anywhere closer to my son.
I agree with that. But there's people like myself and like Clue and like people in the chat that are literally putting they haven't stopped looking for your son. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is they haven't. And so because
I thought you said that they weren't looking for him because they don't want to get sued. Which one is it? because you keep going back and forth. You're blaming Seth for people not talking about his son, and then you're blaming Seth for people talking about his son. So which one is it? You can't win with these people, and that's the problem. That's why I don't associate, because you can't win. They're never willing to bridge the gap. They're never willing to give a little, take a little. They're take. And it's exhausting. And I can't with those people. The mental gymnastics that it even takes to put up with these people. It's ridiculous. It's a circus, Laura. It's a circus. It's like, cut the man some slack. He's the only one looking for his son. He's only one person. You know? It just, and this is where I get, where I'm like, I'm going to stick up for Seth, right? I got to say something, because I'm really not trying to be like, well, truth is so horrible, right? I'm trying so hard to stay neutral, but this back and forth and it's taken a minute to smooth it all out. And that's the thing. And Seth is staying calm. He's worried. He has this look of worry on his face, and he's over here just as animated as can be.
Want to believe you because other people are looking real fucking questionable, right? And if other people are looking real questionable,
but it's not about believing me. The only thing that is necessary is Sebastian is missing, and we need to pass out flyers.
But it's more than
your eyes open, because he's out here somewhere.
But he didn't go missing because of nothing.
Find Sebastian. We'll find out what happened.
But I think y'all know more, bro. Not you necessarily, but I say y'all as a family, because even the explanation of the meeting after the school, Chris told me and another person in a private conversation about the meeting after the school meeting, where he made Sebastian ride the bus home instead of bringing him there. And it was supposed to be the big blow up where Sebastian told you he didn't want to come live with you. Okay. That's what a lot of us are running on.
Okay. Well, Sebastian was literally supposed to ride the bus to school and home.
Right.
Period. Because that's part of his IEP.
Right.
And we started that in California.
Right.
Because it's a situation of normalcy of a separation from home to school.
That makes sense. No, I get that. It was weird to us that Chris would go to a school meeting with Sebastian. At the end of the day, you had gone over to pick up Sebastian, which is a story I was told. You went over to pick up Sebastian. Katie and you were sitting in the kitchen. Seth came in, or Chris came in, and then Sebastian got off the bus. Y'all discussed his behavior or whatever else. And he said something about him coming to live with you for the next year. And that Sebastian told you and Katie and Chris he didn't want to come live with you.
Yeah, he was upset about the school program I was getting him into.
And then when Katie said that when he came back from that visit, that he was like the perfect child. She had never seen anything like it before. She had never seen him change his personality like that, to be no trouble, no arguing, no nothing. That's weird to someone with autism who understands masking and unmasking. And so one of two things had to have happened. Either A, they're trying to imply that you did something while you had him to convince him everything was going to be okay, or
I had a conversation with him.
Or the other thing.
I told him about what the program offered, who he'd be going to school with, who would be picking him up, and everything else.
Interesting. Did he know about the conversation about the facility?
No, I did not.
But I'm not saying did you tell. Do you think Sebastian's smart enough to pick up on hearing things going on?
I think all children hear, no matter what the parents do.
Yeah.
I do too. And I will say that this was a moment of clarity, in my opinion. Now, don't come for me. But when Truth is talking like this was one moment of clarity where I was actually like, oh my gosh, are we going to get somewhere, right? Because what he's saying is that he understands that a child on the spectrum doesn't just flip-flop, right? It's like it takes a long time to get into like a new pattern or routine. So again, going back to Sebastian always getting out of his mother's car before they enter the garage, and she usually lets Sebastian out, and then she pulls into the garage and Sebastian goes to the front door. Why did that not happen on Sunday? That's one reason that I believe that Sebastian didn't make it home. Masking, unmasking, it doesn't matter. He's not just going to automatically not have a sensory issue. So I don't understand why he can, and again, I'm not trying to be upset. I'm just frustrated. Why can you understand that in one instance and not understand it in another? Why can't you use that same logic across the board? Doesn't make any sense.
So is that something in your son would cause him to say, fuck it, I'm out?
There's no evidence he ever left the house, and I don't know what was ever discussed in their house.
Well, and I also want to say too that you have a co-parenting situation. You're not always going to know what's going on in the other person's house, right? You have Sebastian who likes his school. You guys, I remember showing you guys the video with his teachers. He absolutely loved his teachers, and you could tell because he is sporting the biggest smile. Like, he is so cute in those pictures. I remember just looking at the picture of Sebastian with his teachers and being like, he is so adorable, right? And just being like, where is he? He's so cute. He just looked like he was just delighted to be, with his teachers at school. And his teachers were saying wonderful things about him. And again, I can see why that would be a rough transition, but why does it always have to be one or the other parent's fault for that? Maybe Sebastian didn't know where he wanted to live. Look, my parents were married for 25 years. I didn't have step siblings. It was, I'm the oldest of 3. So I don't know what it's like to have to be like, well, I want to live with my dad or I want to live with my mom. I don't know what that's like, but I would imagine, because I went through a divorce and I saw how hard it was on my daughter to be in the middle, that it would be very difficult for a child to have to pick where they want to live. Right? I mean, it's going to be difficult. They're not going to know. Maybe one day they're going to say, "Yeah, I do want to live over here," or I don't want to live over here. They're going to weigh their options. And in my opinion, to answer Truth's question, I believe that Sebastian knew about the school. I do. I believe that he knew. I don't think that they told him, unless Chris was holding it over his head because he's a effing asshole like that. But I think that Sebastian was listening. I think when Katie thought he was dipping behind the walls and stuff, I think he was over there listening, because kids are smart and they hear everything. They hear more than we know that they're listening to. And especially if it's something about them, they're going to be listening. And especially if it's an uncertainty in a household, because children like structure and stability. We all do, especially a child on the spectrum.
And I didn't discuss it with him. I didn't discuss it with him. In the research that I asked the lady that sent me the things, the name, it was like, listen, they need to have animal therapy. It needs to have some type of religious bound, and it needs to be, and that's why she sent me those. And those were over $5,000 a month.
Mm-hmm. And at that time, you didn't have insurance, I'm assuming, right? Or you did, or it wasn't covered?
It's not covered.
Really? That's fucking weird. I'm not saying you're lying, but that's weird that him with autism, it wouldn't be covered.
The camp is not covered.
Right, but...
Okay, but Truth, you don't like people calling you a liar, but you just inadvertently called him a liar and then said, I'm not calling you a liar. And then I listened, or I saw you guys in chat talking about how now he's using that against Seth. Whether that's true or not, we'll see. I'm still listening through everything. But again, it's like, look, he's telling you something, and the minute that it comes out of his mouth, you don't even let him say it without you just being accusatory and right off the bat. Hey, Mary Lindsay. So, I mean, what is that? That's ridiculous. Let the man speak. It's been, yeah, you just called him a liar. He's like, I'm not calling you a liar, but you're lying. That's weird. That's weird. Okay, well, gee whiz. I mean, that's off-putting to me. Like, I would, I don't know how Seth felt up here. Again, this is just my commentary and my opinion. But to me, that would be weird. Say my PTSD asked me a question and I answered her and she just says, that's weird. I'm like, what do you mean it's weird? I'm not calling you a liar. Okay, well, call me a liar without telling me you're calling me a liar. Right? It's just this is weird, in my opinion. It's not fair, because Seth is doing the most to spread awareness in a community, again, like, Truth was saying, but just with more swearing. So, I think somebody else said he does know, but he's just choosing not to. I think it was Alicia. Sorry, I think I missed that comment, but I did see it earlier. But like, he does know what he's doing. Hey, Gina, he does know what he's doing because he knows that Seth is in an unfamiliar territory, right? I mean, it's like, but he's still up there talking about his son because he doesn't care. He's trying to find Sebastian. So anybody that is willing to talk, he's going to talk, right? He's answering questions. But then anytime he does, well, that's weird. I'm not calling you a liar, but you're a liar. It's like, wow.
Because it's considered extracurricular. It's a sign up. It's not being
Okay.
ordered by
No,
a professional.
That makes sense. Can you give us any insight on this program and the emailing back and forth so we can understand a little bit why it was felt that, I think I know why, and you don't have to go into detail, but.
Oh, I bet you I bet you they probably shared the emails with each, behind the scenes. I'm sure they've seen the emails. I think a lot of these questions are rhetorical questions, so.
Do you think that this being left out of everything is a major problem because it doesn't give the true picture of the situation in that home?
I'm not trying to give the picture that I see from everything I've read in that home. People already say I give them enough grief. Well, I'm living in it every day. And I just want to find my son.
I agree. I agree.
And that's it. I just want to find Sebastian. What they sent me, I did not agree with, which is why I sent back what I did.
Okay.
It's called negotiations, and he's my son. Yeah. And I'm looking at these places, I'm looking at him as more like he's going to be gone until the beginning of school. So he'll be gone. And I remember being put in scouts, going up in the mountains.
Yeah, but that's not the kind of program y'all were looking for. It wasn't scouts.
The ones that, no, but I remember. And literally, I mean, they were teaching it. They taught you stuff at scouts, how to build a fire, with plants, knots.
Was he ever in Boy Scouts, or was that?
Yeah, but here's the thing too. Bledsoe Youth Academy is by referral only, as we talked about earlier in the show. It's only DCS referral or juvenile court referral, right? Where the kids are being bad and the judge is like, okay, you got arrested and you're a minor, right? And you've been to juvie. Well, we're going to send you to the therapeutic residential center or, facility, Bledsoe Youth Academy. That wasn't something that Seth picked out. Seth is like, I was negotiating back and forth with Chris and Katie because I didn't want him going there, right? So he came up with these other schools. Chris and Katie were the ones that wanted to send Sebastian to a BD school and a therapy school. Seth was looking for alternative options. He said that from the beginning, but you guys don't listen to him. And then you get all hot and heavy up here and it's like for no reason.
Ever an option, or just maybe it just wasn't his thing, or
it wasn't really his thing.
Yeah.
But because he liked animals is why when I spoke to him, I was like, listen, they got to have animal therapy program. You got, he likes to plant things. He likes to grow things. So they need to have, it was everything that he liked that incorporated to help him. And that's all I was looking at. And I was looking at where they were, yes, 5, some of them were $10,000 a month. And they're
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So to me, I'm thinking it's just going to be a month, maybe 2. School starts, come back. I tell you that as a child being away from my mom and dad, it's part about growing up.
Mm-hmm.
There's still people in charge. You got your camp counselors and everything else, but now you get more freedom than anything else.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, that makes sense.
And I think every child should have that ability to go do that sort of stuff. And if it was going to be this way, then at least it was going to be something he would enjoy, because he enjoys animals, he enjoys planting, he enjoys watching things grow. But as for him being out there in camp, like in the scouts up in the mountains, I mean, it
would be hard on him.
Bugs.
Yeah,
he doesn't like bugs.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you right now, skeeters and chiggers, and you're out there when you're walking through long grass and everything, looking for plants and stuff like we did.
No, that absolutely makes sense. So when
all right, so he's talking about how did Sebastian like scouting, scouts, like Boy Scouts, and Seth's like, well, he's not a fan of bugs. And again, guys, Sebastian doesn't like to be dirty. There's certain sensory issues that he has. He's also allergic to grass. So, being out in nature and things, Sebastian probably likes to do that. We know he likes to go fishing and things like that, but, to be out in the wilderness for, an entire summer, it probably isn't Sebastian's cup of tea. I'm just guessing, I'm just guessing on that. But again, you have to listen to what's been said about Sebastian, because For someone that's so passionate, you would think he would be a little bit, more in the know about, Sebastian is more of like a video game kid. You know what I mean? He's more of a pool kid. When you go to those summer camps and stuff like that, you're swimming in the river, you're swimming in the lake and stuff. That's not Sebastian's cup of tea. He doesn't like that. That's not for him, right? Like an equine therapy, that's going to be different. Are you going to deal with bugs? Sure. Are you going to deal with dirty situations? Yes, you are, because you're dealing with animals and animals poop, right? But it's more controlled. It's not like, you're sleeping in a cabin and stuff like that, or a tent. I mean, you just, again,
you're out there when you're walking through long grass and everything, looking for plants and stuff like we did.
No, that absolutely makes sense. So when you were talking early on, I don't remember when it was, man. Everything I'm sure for you too is kind of just all blurred together. But there was an interview you did, and you said that there was a time where Sebastian was crying to you on the way that you were taking him back home, or before you were going to take him back home, and
before him,
where he was really upset. Is looking back on that now, do you think that was a red sign, like a red flag, or do you think that it was just him being emotional? Or
I look back, I should have done the one thing I never do to my son. I should have forced him to tell me.
You can't force him though, you know that, so don't beat yourself up about that one.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all.
I feel it.
I would rather him hate me, and I forced him to tell me what was going on, because I could have done something about it.
That makes sense.
Because how it felt, and then this stuff happening, and then everything.
Take you a second. Get your breath. Take you a second.
It's 4:00. I'm still making phone calls.
You're all right. You're all right. You don't have to stay up here. And once again, I don't want you to feel like I'm pressuring you or I'm jumping on you, but I got to be real with myself if I'm talking to you, and I got to ask, you know what I mean? And I'll stop with the questions because that's been enough. I appreciate you like answering them and giving me the respect of an answer.
Dude, I'll talk to anybody. I don't care. Only thing I ask people to do is, if you're going to talk about my son, do it in a positive manner, and share his FBI flyer in your chat. Share the 1-800 number for the National Missing Children, because anybody could see him in the next phone call to bring him home.
Do you think that he's findable, meaning that like he's not in a program somewhere, or do you? What does your heart tell you, man? Tell us what your heart says.
I don't even think he realizes that he's missing. Because if you're not paying attention, or if you are somewhere where you are being restricted on what you can observe through technology, I mean, if you don't watch TV back in the 80s, you wouldn't know if somebody was missing unless you went to the post office or you had a gallon of milk.
That's true. And you're right about that one.
It's all about communication. Social media is still media, and there's a lot of people that say false shit over here, but everybody, too many people is for clicks and views.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah.
I didn't lose my channel on YouTube. I chose to step away, and there's a reason for it. You know what I mean? Like,
all I care about is finding my son. I heard about what you did yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Did I lie?
I didn't watch you. I heard.
If you heard it, did I lie? It's an important question, and I know that you may not want to answer it, but it's a very important question. And I know it might be an uncomfortable question, but did I lie?
I need you to understand. I heard. And this is, I heard that you were live on YouTube. I went there, and you had cut it off.
It needed to be.
I was like, I look at it like this. Nothing is done on the internet that sooner or later doesn't come around.
Well, let me put it this way. I don't know what you were told, right? But I lost my shit yesterday. Complete fucking breakdown. Because for 2 years, I thought everything that I was doing was to save Sebastian. Everything that I was keeping in my mouth closed about, other than behind the scenes, letting officials know. You know what I mean? Recording phone calls. And when I tell you recording phone calls, I mean, so let Chris and Katie come out here and say whatever the fuck they want to say. I have no problem with that. I just know the one thing is this. Like you just said, I don't know Sebastian. I don't know him from Adam. But the only thing I've given a fuck this whole time about is Sebastian. Now, I might have gotten sidetracked with some drama from time to time. I'm human.
It happens.
But I will not sit here and take your side. I will not sit here anymore and take their side.
There's no side, Truth. There's no side, Truth. It's just find Sebastian. There is no side. I tell people in my chats, on my panels, there are no sides. It's just find Sebastian. He's missing. Mm-hmm. He's missing. He's lost.
I mean, that's what Seth has always said. He's always said that. He even said that in front of the police station when he was out there, with a few very kind people, Jen and Jeff, but then also, some other people that showed up locally, and, just wonderful people that didn't want him to stand out there by himself. And he said that to one of the girls, she was like, the other side, and he's like, there is no sides, it's just Sebastian. He always says that. He can only say it so much. I mean, he says it till he's blue in the face. He's got to feel like a broken record. And again, how many times does he have to say it over and over and over and over and over again? I mean, again, it's to the point of ridiculousness. if Truth really, 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 really cared about only Sebastian, then he wouldn't have white knighted for Chris and Katie for the longest time. He wouldn't have held back when those other people came up on his panel and stopped him from saying this before. He's held it in for how long? Since October of 25. Like I said, I'll never forget it because I was driving home from Tennessee. And I was told at our lunch that myself and some of the girls had at Texas Roadhouse that Truth was saying that Katie and Sebastian had an inappropriate relationship that may have resulted, in a pregnancy. And I was like, what? I mean, talk about, not wanting to eat anymore. Like, I was like, I can't believe he would say something like that. I was like, why would he say that? And, the girls were like, well, you just have to watch, and I'm like, I'll listen to it on the way home. But yeah, I'm listening to it on the way home. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? So, something that was said by Katie had to have made him think that, or he made it up on his own. But it doesn't seem like he's making it up. And if you care about Sebastian, then you need to stop with Chris and Katie. You need to stop with Clue and Cletus and what everybody thinks of you, and you need to stand on your own. Take a stand.
He needs to be found. Share his flyer. More people that know what he looks like.
Did he ever talk about a place he wanted to go one day, or he really would bring up pictures of it, like Ireland or Minnesota, or I don't know. Is there any place he ever had a dream to be?
Nothing that we would discuss of, no pictures or anything like that. But
how would he get there with no money? How would he get there with no shoes, no transportation? Did he teleport to his favorite place? Or what? Because again, Liberty, I have to agree with you. It's a lack of common sense. Common sense will tell you that he couldn't have made it far without shoes. Common sense will tell you that he couldn't have made it far without money. There ain't nothing in this world for free. Sure, he might have been able to hitchhike maybe a ride to somewhere, but he wouldn't make it to Montana. He'd be lucky if he made it to the next county. I mean, and then let's not forget there's a bunch of weirdos out there that could possibly hurt him. But I mean, that's ridiculous. There's no way that without any money, no cell phone, nothing to barter with or anything like that, he never would have been able to make it to his dream destination. That is just off the wall.
My son is my everything.
Right.
And I had many conversations with him about what I wanted to do for my nonprofit.
Uh-huh.
And he liked it. He liked the idea of being on a farm around a bunch of animals, taking care of animals and growing your food. That's why these places that I sat there and looked at would have given him an idea. I grew up in the country, I'm not a city person. So I'm used to animals. I mean, I'm used to having a garden. I'm used to that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I get it.
There is a peace about being out there, and just, you have to be there to understand the peace.
Do you think that's where he is in the country somewhere?
Like I said, I hope that he doesn't even realize he's missing, and that's how good care they're taking care of him, and he is learning and growing.
Aww.
So just so I understand, because I want to make sure we're on the same page. You believe
that's what all of our hope is. That's where my hope lies, is that Sebastian is in a facility and he doesn't realize that he's missing. He's somewhere being taken care of, and he doesn't realize that he's missing. These days, that's the best case scenario. And to have somebody be so argumentative and hateful towards the father of a missing child, I don't understand the hostility. Now, I know, Alicia, I saw your comment earlier where you were saying when people got upset with Seth, for telling everybody, if you don't like it that I'm working with the Proudfoots, then, F off, you know. I mean, but again, as an outsider looking into that situation, I understood what he was saying. And we all saw the way that Chris Proudfoot was being, in his face too. I think the frustration was coming from that situation and the fact that he's trying to have a vigil for his son who's missing. And Chris Proudfoot comes up there acting a fool. That's ridiculous. Again, I don't know how Seth does it. I just don't know how he does it. It's like they're trying to make him snap. And he's doing a hell of a job keeping it together. In my opinion, I couldn't.
Believe he's still alive because you have to believe he's still alive.
I have to.
Right.
I have to, no matter what. Unless there is proof otherwise, my son is alive. He is still alive, and he's still lost and missing.
And you know what? The fact that you put it like that, I respect that. Here's one last question I have for you, Brother Knight. It's a real one. Looking back on everything, as a father, as a human, as a man, is there anything that you would change?
Oh, there's a lot.
That's all I needed to hear. 20. That's literally it. That's all I need to hear. Because if you'd have said no, that'd have been a different story. You don't have to tell me what it was. I just needed to ask.
There's one particular spot.
Okay, go ahead.
In time. I mean, there's just one spot in time I'd go back to, and I would still be living in Kansas. Sebastian would still be there. Things would have worked out different. I'd probably own my parents' house because they sold it shortly afterwards. And there would have been a foundation right then and there. And Sebastian would be going to school. He'd be around people until he graduated from high school. He'd be around the same kids. He'd have a community. Yeah, there's one spot in my life I'd like to go back to and change everything. He would have never had any of that stuff happen to him in California. He never would have been here in Nashville. Never been here in Tennessee at all, because we would have a foundation there.
Okay, and I really feel like that's unfair to ask somebody. I'm sorry. I think that's wrong to ask somebody that, because there's not one single person in here that would say, oh, my life has been completely perfect and I would never change nothing for, and if you do have that type of life, then good for you. Because I don't know many people that could, with a straight face, say, oh yeah, my life has been completely perfect and every single decision I've ever made has been 100% spot on. And I'm just the perfect human. As a woman, as a person, as a human being, there's no way that I could say that for myself. What about you, Truth? Is your life exactly how you planned it? Or is there a point in time where you might go back and do things differently? And I'm seriously asking that. Because I don't think it's fair for you to sit here and grill Seth the way that you are, with the purpose of, I don't know what the point of all of this is. But for you to sit there and ask him like that, what about you?
Was Katie aware of that foundation? Because she's on the paperwork.
Do what?
Because she's on the paperwork.
What foundation?
Your foundation out there in was it California, the first one, whatever it is? But her name was on it, so she knew about it.
Of course she did.
So then,
why would I do something without my wife's?
They were married.
Right. Walk with me here. No, I'm not attacking you. Walk with me here. So her name was on it, so she knew about your plan of what you wanted to do one day.
Yeah, she was.
Okay.
Yeah. You
see my point here?
She knew about my nonprofit. She knew what I wanted to do. She knew the fact that I wanted to help autistic children and everything else. She already knew that.
But here's my thing. Here's where I think a lot of people get confused with the autistic part, right? Because of when his diagnosis date was. So can you, in your own words, explain why you say autism then as opposed to when he got diagnosed? Because I'm sure there's a reason you do. But to other people, they're
autistic.
Autistic. Well, I mean, autism is autistic.
But it's because all of his symptoms mimicked autism.
Right.
And
they do. It's the chromosome deletion is absolute. It's one of my personal opinions that most everybody who has autism has some type of deletion on the 13th chromosome. That's my personal belief. So.
But
but he's got a Q27 or 6q27 chromosome deletion. It's not on the 13th. So again, I find it very interesting that you're grilling a father who knows his son very, very well. And you're instead of listening to him talk, you keep cutting him off and you keep giving compound questions. And again, this is a tactic that they use. In my opinion, I've had it done to me.
It was just in knowing myself.
Yeah.
autistic kid from the 80s here,
Well, I still say the word retarded, and I'm autistic, and people get mad about it. And I'm like, because you let power have a name. You know what I mean? Like, I grew up in the 80s. That was like, you're an idiot. You know what I mean? There was no disrespect to it. So
it was an insult, but it wasn't an insult for, it was an insult for how you were acting.
Right. Not a disabled class. So I get that.
I'm an autistic kid from the 80s. I mean, come on.
So you have autism too, right?
I was classified as autistic, autism, ADHD, ADD, and everything else in the 80s.
Well, so why don't listen, just from me to you, because I went back and got an adult, diagnosis after I had my youth diagnosis, and it's AUDHD. So it's autism with ADHD. And it's a new category, which is really fucking interesting because it like speaks to my soul. Look into it.
All right. Okay. And Lover Girl says, what relevance does the foundation have to anything? I mean, exactly. I mean, what has Chris ever tried to, start a foundation for anything other than, the Drunken Asshole Association? Because, I mean, seriously. What about that? Oh, well, Katie was on there. Yeah, he was married to Katie. He loved Katie at a certain point. They loved each other. They have a beautiful son together. At a certain point, they were doing things together, right? If Seth was starting a foundation, he'd be a real asshat not to put his wife on there, in my opinion. Hey, Vulture. I mean, come on. Again, it's just ridiculous.
Brother. Because with that, you're going to find resources to look for your son because he's also autistic. You know what I mean?
Sebastian's law. I don't know if I know I don't know what you guys. And I don't mean you guys, but I don't know what everybody that has said nasty stuff about me. I literally, you go on a block list and I hide you from my channel because I don't want the negativity. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. It's based on facts, and it's how I feel too. But it's how I feel about the facts. And the fact is my son's missing. I'm not going to let you try to bring me down. I have too much stuff focused on trying to find my son. But at the same point in time, my dad always told me, if you see a problem, you're just running your mouth if you're telling about the problem. Come with a solution. Well, I see the problem, and I just lived, and I'm still living through it. So I see a problem, and Sebastian's law is to fix it. And I'm doing it as a federal, so then states can comply. And, parents shouldn't have to go through what going through because they didn't follow policy. They didn't follow procedure. One phone call, I'd never be here. One phone call. How hard is it to pick up the phone and they knew my name, they knew my address, and they knew my phone number?
Yep, and that's all in the filing, guys. It was in the DCS records that they knew about Seth. They knew he lived in Clarksville. They had his contact information. Why was he never notified? That's the bigger issue. That's where we can direct anger towards, right? Why are we directing anger towards each other instead of directing it towards these government systems that are so incredibly broken? Or what about Chris and Katie, who were the last ones to see Sebastian? Again, I would love to have Truth grill them like they're, like he's grilling Seth, but they're not willing to do that. Seth is willing to get in the hot seat in order to continue spreading awareness for his son. And again, I appreciate Charming Jenna and the 5 Canes for putting the flyer up. That's all he's asking, and it's the least we can do.
They had everything and did not call me, or we wouldn't be here. My son wouldn't be missing.
Well, I don't think you should be so hard on yourself about that. We don't know that to be sure, because if he ran away, maybe he'd run away the next day. You know what I mean? Because I have to hope he ran away. That's what I have to hope for, right? I have to hope that maybe shit was just too crazy and he was able to make it out the house. And I'll tell you, one of the things that I've stood by, and a lot of people laugh at me, is as someone with autism, I look through the eyes of someone with autism, and I'm going to go across the street and up the hill because it's a lot shorter than duck and dodge between buildings and go to a construction site. That makes no sense to me. If I'm trying to get...
And I will say, and I'll rewind it back because I didn't mean to interrupt him. I don't think he's finished here. I will say this makes logical sense to me. This part right here where he's talking about taking the path of least resistance, right? The easiest path. I can understand that. Especially, I think he's going to say something about if Sebastian went through the construction area, he would be going backwards. And that makes sense to me.
Crazy, and he was able to make it out the house. And I'll tell you, one of the things that I've stood by, and a lot of people laugh at me, is as someone with autism, I look through the eyes of someone with autism, and I'm going to go across the street and up the hill because it's a lot shorter than duck and dodge between buildings and go to a construction site. That makes no sense to me. If I'm trying to get somewhere and not get caught, I want to be able to look out my window and see where I'm going. To go backwards seems crazy to me.
Seems crazy to me too.
It just doesn't make sense. As an autist, you never go the hard way. You want to go the easiest, most effective route to wherever you're going.
Unless you don't have a direction in mind.
Well, I mean, maybe, but then we're going back to the fact that he wouldn't have been aware of his neighborhood. And if there was anything he knew, was the neighborhood he lived in.
Yes, but I do have to say this, that if Sebastian just all of a sudden there was some altercation with Katie and it was fight or flight, and he chose to, he chose flight, and he ran out the door with no shoes on, and he just took off running, that means that there was no planning involved and that he didn't have a destination in mind. Now, had Sebastian been planning to run away, I believe he would have done it after school, and Katie would have came home and said, "Where's Sebastian?" Called him in missing. That's not what happened. Again, we have to think logically, and we have to think the theory all the way through to the end. We cannot just think of it like, well, I think it's this because it's this. No, you're not making logical sense. Now, what Truth said earlier about Sebastian, if he thought it out, yeah, that would be a little odd that he would decide to go backwards instead of, the easier route, because there was a planning involved. But if there was a situation, as I said, where Sebastian just had to quick get out of Dodge, or he felt like he had to leave as soon as possible because things were too heavy, he was overstimulated, he was, he needed to leave, he needed to get out of there, then I could definitely see him not having a destination in mind and him just taking off, taken out and not thinking about it. And that would make logical sense, not with him not taking shoes, a cell phone, a coat, his money, his Switch, his Legos that he likes to play with. Again, think it through.
Correct.
So, I mean,
but there's no evidence he ever walked out of the house.
But there's no evidence, and I mean this with respect, there's no evidence that a body ever left the house either.
But there's no evidence that he ever left the house. And I was never given evidence that he was ever even at the house.
Well, I mean, law enforcement said that it was shown on the camera of her car that they pulled into the garage and he was in the car on audio. Correct? I mean, make sure, do you understand the same thing or no?
I've heard that, but I've not been shown that.
Okay. Have you seen?
To me, that would be the last proof of life if you've got audio of my son. I know what it sounds like.
Which is interesting because they changed from the 25th to the 26th, which means the last source of life would have been after midnight, not when they pulled into.
No, the last proof of life was the Texas Roadhouse. When Seth asked to be shown proof of life, they showed him the Texas Roadhouse. So that would put him missing on the 25th, right? In theory. That's the last time anyone saw Sebastian.
Because they changed from the 25th to the 26th, which means the last source of life would have been after midnight, not when they pulled into the house, because that would have been the 25th. I mean, y'all are the ones that pushed for the 26th, so I'm wondering, is that part of the reason?
I pushed that he went missing on the 25th and was reported on the 26th, because after she said that she sent him to bed, she never checked on him.
Allegedly.
Well, she didn't check on him. By her own words, she has stated there was a thump and she did not go check on our son.
Can I ask you a question? Because I asked it in my panel 4 or 5 nights, hoping it would get to you, and I don't know if it did. When you showed up that day, I asked this question. Was there anything about his room or entering into his room that caught you off guard?
You don't listen to mine then, do you?
Oh, I do, but I'm on the record when I'm asking. You understand what I'm saying? There's a reason I'm asking the question.
It was not like he would leave his bedroom, but cops had already been in there. Some things that caught me off guard was the fact that his Switch was in his room plugged into the wall.
Okay.
You don't let him have his phone in his room. His phone goes plugged in in the kitchen. Why would you let him have his Switch there? You let him have the PS4 there, but that's because you don't have a TV for him to play it on.
So you know Katie better than I do, for sure. I
want to talk about it, dude.
Right, but it's not her. Is that something that a parent would allow their son to do if they were in an argument with a spouse and a spouse put the rule into play? Hypothetically.
I don't know.
Okay. When you were fake married to April O'Neil from the Ninja Turtles, would April O'Neil ever do anything out of spite against what you said?
No.
Okay. But so if there was a rule for him to not have a phone?
Yeah, no. I was going to say, Sebastian would keep everything in his room. His Switch is in his room. His TV is in his room. Plug-in for him to charge his phone is in his room. Why? It's his.
Okay.
It's your responsibility to take it to your room and plug it in.
Okay.
When I go to bed, I take my phone to my room and I plug my phone in my room and go to bed. Why? Because it's my phone. It's my responsibility.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's why everything's in his room. That's why I set up so he would have everything in his room. It's his room. If he wants to escape from his dad because his dad's watching, some TV show that he doesn't like he doesn't like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
And we all know that. We all know that because Seth has told us that before, right? And that was a long time ago that Seth told us that he doesn't like the Ninja Turtles, Sebastian. Because I remember telling Seth, well, that's our generation, like the Ninja Turtles were it when we were younger, right? But yeah, Sebastian, that wasn't his thing,
Well, that sucks.
Like, what do you mean you don't like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Dad, I just don't like them. I was like, wow, okay, well, I'm going to watch them.
You're grounded.
And he's like, well, I don't want to. Well, that's why you have a TV, a Switch, everything's in your room, so that if you don't like.
Well, and here's the thing: there's times where truth is kind of likable, and that was one of the things that the moments where it was like he made a joke, where he's like, oh, you're grounded, you don't like the Ninja Turtles, right? Like, how could he not? And things like that. There's times in this interview here, or well, I don't know if we want to call it even an interview, but just this panel where truth does kind of come down, and it's like, if he wasn't so worried about what everybody else thought, I think it could have been a way better interview where there could have been a lot more levels of a lot more instances of like clarity and but again, it's like, and I know it's hard because I try not to look at chat all the time either, because it does distract me here and there. So I get it. I know what it's like, to be in his situation, right? But if he would just not worry about what everybody else is saying and really listen to Seth and really give the interview more attention, I think it could have went better. I really do. I think I think the interview or the panel could have been a lot more effective. And that's just my opinion.
Go figure.
Well, that sucks.
Like, what do you mean you don't like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Dad, I just don't like them. I was like, wow, okay, well, I'm going to watch them.
You're grounded.
And he's like, well, I don't want to. Well, that's why you have a TV, a Switch, everything's in your room, so that if you don't like because I don't have a TV in my room. TV in my house is in my living room. Sebastian has a TV in his room, so that if he doesn't like what I'm watching, he can go watch something else in his room.
Okay.
This is my sanctuary because it's my house. Mm-hmm. His room is his sanctuary within my sanctuary.
What do you think the FBI meant when they said has connection to or association to Clarksville, as opposed to saying his father lives in Clarksville?
Because I'm the one that got him his state ID. I'm the one that pays for his fishing and hunting license.
Well, right, yeah.
And all that stuff comes.
Okay, so I think this is a great question. Again, like I said, it gets a little better as we go. And I think that's a great question because I always thought that was weird, the way that was stated on the missing flyer. Like, he also has ties to Clarksville. And I thought to myself, why didn't they just say his father, lives in Clarksville? But then this makes sense, what Seth is saying. And I also want to remind people that on the first FBI flyer, there's this picture of Sebastian and he's smiling really big and he's got spiky hair and he looks really cute. Which ones doesn't he look cute in? But I'm just saying, and it's a blue background. That's his state ID picture. So I just want to, remind people of that because I only thought about it when Seth said this. And again, I think this is a good question because I thought this myself and I was like, why is it that they said Sebastian has ties to Clarksville? Why wouldn't they just say his dad lives in Clarksville?
I'm the one that got him his state ID. I'm the one that pays for his fishing and hunting license.
Well, right, yeah. And
all that stuff comes to my address. So his connections federally through Homeland Security is the address on his ID, which is my address.
Right. So why wouldn't they say his father lives in Clarksville?
Because his address on his identification card is my address. So he, by default, has connections to Clarksville because that's his address.
Right. But
yeah, and I mean, I will say I agree with Truth here because I think that's probably, that would have been more. I don't want to say that would be better to have it there, but it would make more sense. That would make more sense to say, Sebastian's father lives in Clarksville. And he, his second address is in Clarksville, might even be something more specific than he has connections or ties to Clarksville. because I will say that was kind of strange in my opinion, and I always wondered about that too.
I get what you're saying 100%, but that's kind of like the same way it says went missing in the area of, as opposed to his house.
And as opposed to his mom's house.
Right, but it's the same thing. But it's the same thing with what I just asked you. It's like, why wouldn't they say his father lives in Clarksville? Because saying connections in Clarksville implies to the general public negative, not positive.
Well, I don't write what they.
I understand you don't. I was just wondering what you thought that meant. You know what I mean?
It just meant that his address was here in Clarksville.
Okay.
You know, just when they said that he disappeared from that address in Hendersonville.
But they never did.
Exactly. Last seen in that area. Didn't disappear at all, but was last seen in the area.
Was he reported as a runaway or kidnapped?
I believe Katie reported him as a runaway.
What would have made her thought he was going to run away, or he did run away if he had never run away before?
You'd have to ask her.
I agree. I'm just wondering, like, what you might think as his father. You don't have any idea why that might.
I have no idea what they're thinking or why they would have even said that.
That makes sense.
I'm not putting words into their mouth, and I prefer that they don't put words into my mouth.
Completely respect that. 100%. I just didn't know if there was some insight that maybe we didn't know, because I'm not trying to go against Chris and Katie.
My insight is going to be biased.
I can see that. I can understand.
After everything that I have found out, my view is biased.
You think he was being abused in the home he was in your personal opinion?
DCS records and then the way he acted that before I took, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see how anybody can dispute that fact anymore, right? It's just, again, I don't think that it's, that it escapes me that anybody can write what they want in a filing. Any lawyer can file a filing. But when we look at specifically what the quotations are from the DCS reports, Sebastian was being abused by Chris Proudfoot at the very least. And in my opinion, he really could have been abused by Katie, and it just didn't make it into the reports.
Something was happening there.
And DCS never contacted you during that process?
Nope. The only reason I know about the first one is because I spoke to the SRO, which is the sheriff over at
the school resource officer.
Yeah, the middle school over there.
Mm-hmm.
They called me, and I went there, and I found out about that. But I didn't know DCS was called, and and the only reason I know about the first one was because of the sheriff, the security resource officer. And
then, of course, for anybody new that's come in, you've never yourself, other than him going missing, that report, ever had a CPS report against you involving Sebastian?
Not in Tennessee.
Not in Tennessee. Okay, gotcha.
It has been discussed. I've dealt with CPS.
I'm worried about Tennessee, not California. California's none of my fucking business. A lot of people are stuck on California. Maybe that's a complex PTSD issue of whatever went down in California. But I
think a lot of the trauma my son is dealing with in his life is coming from California.
Well, and again, if you read the filing, that's what Sebastian was referring to. So when the call came in back in 2022, in September of 2022, the call comes in and it is an SA complaint, right? But with abuse from Chris Proudfoot, like physical and mental abuse. We'll say emotional abuse, psychological abuse, right? That's what Sebastian was dealing with, because Sebastian was still having a lot of issues that were stemming from what he endured in California. And he was also afraid that if Chris Proudfoot found out what Katie knew about the abuse in California, that he would hurt him. I mean, these are quotes from Sebastian. So anybody out there that says that you're about Sebastian, please listen to what Sebastian is saying. Tune out Katie and Chris, tune out Seth, and listen to Sebastian. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying, I need help. I don't know what to do. My feelings that I was having in California are still here. I'm still dealing with this trauma. I don't know what to do anymore. It's bothering me. I need some help. Talk about emotional intelligence on his part, on Sebastian's part. But he's also in fear that if his stepdad finds out, that he's going to hurt him. If you've listened to nothing I've said tonight, please listen to that. And if you haven't had a chance, I've read over the filings. Smiley's read the filings. Chasing has read the filings. Many of us have read these filings from beginning to end. September of 2022. Now, why don't you ask Chris and Katie what was going on in their home? Because how is Seth supposed to know? All he has as a frame of reference is the DCS reports and Sebastian's counseling notes. Other than that, he doesn't know what exactly happened. He only knows what's been reported.
Do you think a lot of that trauma is transferred from familial trauma on both sides?
I have no idea.
Because you come from a rough background, respectfully. Like I come from a rough background. Some of us grew up rough. And Katie sounds like she grew up in a rough background based on what we know.
Objection, relevance. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to say a night court term. But seriously, what is the relevance of this? How is it relevant to finding Sebastian, asking Seth a question like, well, do you think that your generational trauma might have played a part in Sebastian's? Well, that's not what Sebastian was saying. Sebastian didn't go to his teacher or anybody to report any of this and say, because my mom was in a bad situation when she was little and my dad's family wasn't up to par, I'm having feelings of anxiety. No, his trauma is from California, and he cited that as a reason. Again, listen to Sebastian, and you'll have every single answer that you're looking for.
Oh, obviously, Sebastian would inherit the genetics that both of y'all have, good and bad. You know what I mean? So I guess what I'm trying to understand is like, we've been led to believe he didn't have extra shoes, which is crazy to me because kids always have extra everything. We're led to believe that he didn't know the code to the door to get in to the front door.
I don't know. I don't know anything about their house or how they had to set up, man.
Here's where I have a problem, brother. This is where my problem comes in. Is like, but you're his dad. Why didn't you know, bro? And I'm not guilty.
Because he didn't live at their house. How can he speak to anything that they did at their house when he didn't live there and he lives an hour away? I will say, and I've shared it here, that the neighbor across the street from Chris and Katie alleged that Sebastian came home from school on Friday about 3:00. He got off the school bus. He checked the mail. He went to the door. He typed the code in and he got in just fine. Then on Saturday, she witnessed Katie pulling out of the driveway with Sebastian. They leave out for a little bit. They come back, and just like always, Katie stops before she enters the garage, lets Sebastian out, and he went up to the door, tried to get into the door using the code, the keypad lock, and he couldn't get in, so he happily skipped back down and went in through the garage. Again, that's a question for Katie, not for Seth. Hey, sweet sativa, good to see ya.
I'm just trying to understand, like,
from my understanding, he used the code to get in and out through the front door all the time.
Okay. Okay.
Because when I would pick him up, he would go into the house. Nobody's there. I'm in the driveway. Bus drops him off. He goes in the house.
Okay.
Because his mom has stated that he's got chores. He's got to make sure to pick up after the dogs, switch out the pads, their little pee-poo pad things.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay, so they have a fenced-in backyard. Okay, now I'm going to be petty. I'm going to be petty right now, and I'm not talking about the lady on here that we all know as petty. I'm going to be petty myself and say, why are they making Sebastian clean up pee and poo pads if they have a fenced-in yard that they, could take the dogs out to use the bathroom? Are the dogs not potty trained? Were they really, in fact, puppies? I guess maybe that's a better question, because I just don't understand that. That really grossed me out to hear that Sebastian had to come home and clean up poop and pee pads. Do they just let them shit and piss all over the house or what? Because, I've heard it alleged that Sebastian would get blamed for the house smelling like piss. Well, you got two dogs pissing and shitting all over the house. Of course it's going to smell like piss. Sorry.
Make sure they have water, and then whatever else she tells him that he has to do before he can leave with me. And then he would come out, lock the door, and jump in the truck, and we're gone.
And you've never known them before Sebastian went missing to have security cameras on the outside of the house?
I know there was an ADT sign, but I never pay attention to cameras. I don't care about cameras. I'm not doing anything.
I guess my question is,
I work around cameras, so cameras are a natural thing that I don't even pay attention to.
But if we're talking about an autistic child that's being represented in multiple different ways, right? Good, bad, and indifferent, and he's getting off the bus and he's by himself, and then we have reports from parents in general that he wasn't allowed to be by himself and all of these things, so it's contradictory.
He was allowed to be by himself as soon as he turned 13. Me and Katie had a discussion on the responsibility. Yes, in the state of Tennessee at 13, you can be
I get that. I get that, but y'all had an actual conversation about that?
about his responsibility and if he could be left at home for a couple hours by himself.
Okay, so 13 at the age of 13, Sebastian was left by himself for a couple hours after school. I don't see why that's such a big deal. I understand that they were told something completely different by Chris and Katie, and they believed them for the longest time. And hearing that might be a little bit, shocking for a little bit. But can we please focus on what the real issue at hand is? Seth is telling you that he and Katie had a conversation, and then we have, the defensive look, right? When you fold your arms and stuff, that's defensive. Why, though? I don't understand, again, the hostility. Yeah, Tully, I think so too. I mean, in Detroit, that is so sweet. I just love you, Detroit. You have the best heart. I'm telling you. Aw, Detroit. But I just don't understand what the deal is. He's telling you, and Seth has told us this multiple times, that Sebastian is a latchkey kid. He was able to get into the house and do his stuff, do the chores, clean up after the dogs. Now we know specifically what some of the chores are. Chris and Katie didn't want to tell us that, they were letting the dogs piss and shit all over the house. But obviously they were on pee pads. I mean, come on. And then you're going to fault Seth for telling the truth. See, this is the thing where, you're in a position where you just can't win with some people. And it's infuriating, to be honest, because he's trying to help give you some clarity. But obviously he's not making himself clear enough for you because you just keep on badgering him about stupid shit. That's really questions for Chris and Katie. Seth didn't live at Chris and Katie's house, and Seth didn't micromanage Chris and Katie.
And we agree.
So Katie was aware that you obviously work 12-hour shifts, sometimes overtime, sometimes not.
Right.
And sometimes that would land.
But every other weekend I was off. And there was a reason I was off every other weekend is I had my son. And
but you came out and said that he was by himself many, many days for 12 hours at a time and that he would be there standing with your coffee when you got there. So
those were during when I had him for a week periods of time.
Gotcha.
His vacation.
That makes sense. See, people don't know that. See, that's what I'm saying. Like little things like that, they're putting that together. They're going, wait, that don't make sense.
They hear what they hear. But yeah, what it was is when I had him every other weekend, my schedule with the county was every other weekend I was off.
Okay. So
if I had him for a whole week, he may be here by himself for one shift.
But if y'all had already agreed on that, then that shouldn't be a problem.
Right. Hey, Sebastian, you're going to have to, even during school because of COVID.
Well, and that's what I was wondering too, Liberty. It's like, because that's why I was like, wait a minute, were they really puppies? Because remember, she's like, good night, mama, good night, puppies, and so I'm like, were they really puppies? Because I get that the puppy training pads, but there's people that are lazy as hell and they do not train the dogs and then they let them pee and poop all over. So, or they make them go on the pads, and then a lot of times the dogs don't really go on the pads and stuff like that. Right. So that's why I'm just trying to clarify the situation, because I feel like that's really, for lack of a better word, shitty, no pun intended, for Sebastian to get off of school and have to clean up after the dogs like that. Because what did Katie not take the dogs out to use the bathroom before she left? Do they not put them in the kennels and so they can potty train them, or what? They just let them, put them in the pen and let them poop and pee all over? My Lord, have mercy. The truth always comes out.
Makes sense. I guess, and then I know I keep saying my last thing, but so medicine,
I do have to make phone calls.
Medicine is real, real important to us, right? As autistic folks, whatever it is, to maintain us, right? And I know you have some personal beliefs on medicine. I don't doubt you. I don't fault you for that because I'm technically an herbalist.
Yeah, but there's no medication for autism, though. Truth should know that. There is no magic pill for autism. As a matter of fact, I don't know any medication that is specifically for autism. Autism is something that you can help with therapies and, working on certain things. It's not medication driven. Now, ADHD, there are medications for that. Sleep, if they're having trouble sleeping, yes, there's medications for that. But when it comes to autism, there's no medications that I know of for autism. Please correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
Naturalist, right? So
I don't believe that any medication is going to fix something that is down to your DNA and you're missing a chromosome. Now, there are things that can help you. There are things that can help you adjust, but it's not going to fix.
Well, no, fixing comes from parents programming and time.
There you
That's
go.
where fixing comes from. Medication makes it easier to concentrate, stay on task, not hyper focus, things like that.
Yes.
So if he's having a hard time in school, I just don't. And this isn't towards you; it's for me. Like I said, as an autistic, you understand. Why wouldn't why wouldn't his mom or stepdad or yourself say, okay, we're to the point where he needs to go into a facility because we're having issues, but we're not giving him medication? I don't understand.
No, Katie had him on medication.
But when he came to your house, you took him off of it, right?
He came to my house for the summertime. He wasn't on.
So do you understand, and I know you are very smart, I do give you credit for that, how that drastically affects the chemicals in the mind of an autistic child? Because it does, like really, really bad.
The doctor stated that it would be okay.
Ooh, I'd sue his ass. Okay, I'm not denying that you said that, but I'd sue the shit out that doctor.
But some of his medication, by the time he would have came off of it, he would have to go back on it.
Okay.
All right. But as for sleep medication or anything of that sort, hey, if it's not to help him in school, why is he on it during summer? I'm going to take you to the park. You're going to run your little butt off. We're going to go swimming. You're going to be exhausted when we're done. But you're going to go play. You're not studying. There's no exam. There's no information. You're playing tag or you're in a swing. Why would I want to do that to you?
That makes sense.
And why did Katie not get Sebastian into extracurricular activities to help with some of that? You know, I mean, anybody that's just sitting all day in school and then sitting all day at home is going to be needing to get some energy out, especially kids. And I'll just tell it like this, I've had jobs where I was physically working, right? And then I had office jobs. And there'd be times where I'd come home from my office job and I was like wired for sound because I'd been sitting all day at a desk, So I get it and if you're physically working, like if I was waitressing or something like that, I'd be tired as a dog when I got home. But if you're just sitting at a desk all day, your mind is going to be, if you're using your brain all day, yeah, that could be tiresome too. But I mean, for a kid, they have a lot of extra energy. Some of these kids are not just hyperactive. They need to expel some energy. That's why there's extracurriculars for them. That's why they have gym class. That's why they, have PE, things like that. And I know, Tully, there is no magic pill for anything. There isn't. And again, there's anxiety meds and things like that I could take, but I choose not to because it doesn't help. It's not helpful, in my opinion. And you see how some of these freaking pill cocktails can really mess people up. I mean, it's unbelievable. Liberty. Well, and that Concerta that Sebastian was taking when we looked it up, some of that stuff is like math, Cinderella. It is potent. And then I'm like, they put these kids on it, and I'm like, I think one of those I think that medication was like for like, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but for like even kids, I want to say like 10 years old and up. And I'm like, gee whiz. I mean, I don't know. I do not fault parents either way. I'm not their doctor. I'm not there to tell them how to raise their kids, but I'm just saying it's a lot for a little to be on something like that, and I think it's a big decision, and I don't fault Katie and I don't fault Seth. They're trying to do they're trying to do what's right for their kid. Right. So I mean, I'm not faulting them. It's a big decision. And if coffee helped, I would rather choose coffee than a pill. Because as our friend Tully says, there's no magic pill for anything. There really isn't. And the side effects, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you said that. The side effects are worse than the problem. I agree. Yeah, it's like, okay, well, they're dealing with hyperactivity, but then they have all of these side effects. And then here's another pill to help with those. That's the slippery slope with medications, in my opinion. Hey, ISI officer says, she says, they'd need to be careful because of this water pocket. Oh, yes, the pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of Sebastian's brain. Yeah, but certain activities would have been good for oxygen flow and brain, in my opinion. Well, I know Sebastian, well, we all know this. Sebastian loves to run. So, what about track and field? Because I'll tell you, I was in cross country. I didn't make it very long because I really don't like to run, but I did join for one of my friends was joining and I did with her. I hated it. But anyway, I did do cross country. And oh my gosh, we'd have to wake up in the morning and then we would run and then we would go to school and then we would get off of school and we would run. And I'm like, yeah, this is not for me. Right. But I mean, I was dog ass tired after that. What about the swim team? I was also on the swim team my freshman year. I tore my rotator cuff. And so I was out. I actually made it to conference. I'm pretty fucking fast in the swimming pool. But that's just because I love to swim. But but I did freshman year, and I'm going to tell you the same thing. We'd get up in the morning, we'd weight train, we'd go to school. After school, we're there, swim for an hour and a half. By the time I got home and got my homework done, I was ready for bed because the next in the morning it's back to the same thing, right? You're training, constantly training. I was in great shape, but that was also my freshman year. So, I mean, why not put him in something like that? If he's hyper, oh, Cinderella, it was so painful. Oh my gosh. And I still have trouble with my shoulder to this day. Um, but yeah, I mean, I just don't understand why Katie didn't involve him more. And I shouldn't just only put that on her, but I'm just saying, it would be good to get him involved in certain things like that. I don't know if Hendersonville has a swimming pool or, sorry, beach. But I mean, it's just those little things because even my high school back in the day did not, and we swam at another school. Like we would get bussed over to swim. So again, it's just a long day. And after all of that, you know, it's like you're tired. If you're hyper, you're not going to be anymore doing all that stuff, you know? But I don't think KP would have been a good soccer mom. She's enjoyed being lazy, minimal tasks. Well, that's the thing. I mean, why doesn't she involve him in stuff? Bowling would have been something cool that Sebastian maybe would have liked to do too, because I mean, you can't really get hurt unless like somebody's, you know, if unless you're like on track and field and a ball hits you in the head. I mean, there's always, but you can't live in a bubble, but that would have been nice for him to be able to do something like that. Um, chess club. But see, Tully, another thing about chess club, we were listening back to Queen Bee, and it was like, okay, Sebastian was on the chess club, but then Katie gave like three different reasons why he stopped doing it. One was he got in a fight with one of the other players, thought, there was some sort of a altercation. Sebastian wanted to just go, but he didn't want to participate. They said he needed to participate. Then Katie turned around and said that his grades were slipping and that he couldn't participate because of his grades. It's like, which one is it? So I don't know. And this is a mom that's got one kid. It's not like she's got five or six kids and she's running around and working too and juggling everything. She's got Sebastian, who at 13 years old was able to stay on his own. I mean, that says a lot. That says a lot. It could have been way worse. You know, he was put on those meds from a young age and could never get past that addiction. Those meds are very addictive. Well, and I think that's probably maybe what truth is saying in a certain way. I'm just so hesitant because they are addictive, Liberty, and they're really hard on people. They're hard on your liver. Like any kind of pill is like hard on one's body, right? It's something unnatural that we're putting in our bodies. Um, SI officer says, and in my opinion, they're so concerned of him making friends and secrets of that house, so they avoided as much as possible. And she enjoyed the neighbor CC while Sebastian stayed busy, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, I mean, I wonder about that too. Katie's just concerned with herself. She's not worried about, and I think this is like what really gets me too, is because I see the way Seth is so involved as a parent, and then the way Katie's just not at all. You know, it's amazing to me. And I'm not saying that there's like, that's weird or anything like that, because there's a lot of really wonderful, fantastic dads out there, and there's some really wonderful, fantastic moms out there, and there's some real crap ones too. But it's just like, Sebastian was and still is number one in Seth's world. And it always was like that. For Katie, not so much. It was about Katie. And what was she doing every night until 8 o'clock? Is my question. I think he would have loved it, Liberty, because it's super structured too. And, I mean, it's just like, it's a good opportunity to think and get your mind right. That's why I like to do it, right? And it's a personal sport, so it's like something that you can be proud of yourself. It's not, unless you're swimming relay, like a lot of us swim relay, but then it's kind of team oriented, but it's always like a personal thing where you're always trying to beat your time. Okay, this is my goal. Okay, I'm going to beat this time. I want to get faster. I want to be, better. And I think he would have loved it. I really do. I think he would have loved it. So kids need to learn. And she didn't want to pick him up after school. Right. Well, and that's another thing too. And then that would have been like her weekends. And Chris would have had to go and support the team, support Sebastian. That's sad for Sebastian to think that they didn't involve him in those kinds of things because they didn't want to put the time and effort in, And Katie herself told us, she said, Sebastian's not involved in any extracurricular activities, but if he was, his dad would be in the front row. Well, we know that's true. So good job, Katie. First time we caught you telling the truth. So, well, she just doesn't care either as an officer. And again, I don't know how old those puppies are, but I'm wondering, were they puppies or did they just call them puppies because they were still using the puppy pads, Makes me wonder. Really, really makes me wonder. But again, those are good ways to involve the kids and not, just put them on meds.
I get that. Do you think, and then I'll let you go after this one, I really do appreciate you coming up. Do you think that there's a day where you would sit down with creators that you might not see eye to eye with in order to come up with a systematic program to bring everybody together to search for your son? Are you willing to do that if that was put together?
Where are we searching? Are you talking about a particular location, or are you talking about just getting on the fact of getting Sebastian's FBI flyer out?
I just feel like coordination is everything. And as an autistic individual, things that are coordinated and gridded out and that make sense with a beginning and end, those are things that you can work towards the end. But right now, there is no end in sight to know where to even start. So I think that's where a lot of people are. They're like, I don't know what to do because we've been told so much that nobody knows what to believe. And
can I put it in a different perspective for you?
Sure.
The beginning started on the 26th when he was reported missing. He's missing. We're not going about anything else, but he's missing.
No, he was run away. It's a difference.
No, he's missing. Oh. And by the FBI standards, he's kidnapped.
Which is interesting. That's why I asked that question. Reporting runaway, considered missing, listed as kidnapped.
Yeah. So you know what? He's missing. He's missing. He's not here.
I can't imagine how frustrated you are. And honestly, because we don't have any evidence that Chris and Katie did anything, I can only imagine how frustrated they are too. This is crazy.
So we start on the 26th. That's the beginning. He's missing. He is not where he should be. He's not in the location that he is supposed to be, from my point of view.
Right.
Obviously, they called, however they did that, to report him because he's not in the location he's supposed to be. Mm-hmm. So he's missing. That's the beginning. The end is finding him. Now, first 8 days, ground searches everywhere. Nothing found.
Nothing. Like nothing.
Nothing. Nothing found. Nothing found at all. Not even a scent.
Well, it was a scent, but it was by the road. I'll leave it at that.
Dog handlers told me they found a false scent. Mm-hmm. Sumner County backed it up, and that was it. No other scents were found. That's what was told to me.
Right. I'm sure that's
okay. Right. So that being stated, after 8 days, 5 miles, because that's again what they said, 5 miles circumference. They tried that whole area. I'm not going to sit there and point out that I found places that they didn't, because I'm not here, Yeah, but from there you just have to spread out, and that's why I've been asking everybody to share the FBI flyer, because I have my own personal issues with Sumner County and TBI. Like, why the pictures that I took that showed him, from full standing, why they wouldn't use those? The FBI did, though. The FBI put it on the FBI flyer, and these are facial figures, so you see lefts and rights, and because he's standing there, and the Christmas gifts that he had just gotten that I was able to give him to.
Right. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming up and talking and taking the link. Before I let you go, I am very curious about something. How did you know I was?
Well, I mean, he took the link and Chris Proudfoot didn't. And to the best of my knowledge, you were asking Chris to come up and take the link, and Seth came and took it, So, and I agree with you, Laura. I agree with you that dogs, will do that if they're abused. And who knows? Chris likes to roughhouse with those little tiny dogs. I mean, he admitted that himself. He's the one that told us that. So, and I agree, Liberty, the coffee has the same effects without the terrible side effects, and it's a more natural solution. And if it works, then that's a good thing. Detroit says my nephews and niece were put on meds at around 5 to 7. Oh, that's so little for that, because their mom was a neurotic mess. Oh, it caused so many more problems than fixing them. I'm sorry, I never believed in meds. Nope. No, I didn't. I don't either. I don't either. Luckily, well, because I do know that my ex has the ADHD, like for when he was little, he had to take Ritalin. And it's just so, oh gosh, it's like math, guys. It really, it's strong stuff for a little to take. And, luckily my daughter takes after me, because I don't have ADHD, so I was glad about that because she didn't have trouble focusing or like, I mean, she was very inquisitive and, just a kid, but see, like, I don't look at kids like I agree with you, Detroit. It's like I don't look at kids like that. Like kids are supposed to be hyper. Like I was hyper too. I'd be like, "Oh, sugar high, yay, woo!" You know what I mean? Like when I was little. But like that's why my mom would put us in stuff. So that way we would get the energy out. Like these days, parents don't want to take the time with the kids, and I think that's a big issue. I think that's a bigger issue than the kids being hyper, in my opinion. And that's just, and again, I'm not going to fault anybody, but you can't just ignore your kids. You have to spend time with them. You have to see what they're going to like and help them find ways to expel that energy. And you might make a difference. If it doesn't make a difference and there's still issues, well, maybe they do need medication. But you can't just ignore your kids and expect them to just be, all good, in my opinion. So, yeah, they do push meds for everything, Liberty. They do, you know? Yeah, well, of course. Yeah, and I mean, if it's, like, to fix something and it does help, yeah, Telly, I get it. Like, if I have to take Tylenol and stuff, I will, like, just little things like that, but even for anxiety, like, I've never even found anything that ever helped my anxiety, I mean, yeah, I was sitting here like, "Ugh," you know what I mean? Like, maybe, medicinal Mary Jane and stuff like that, but I mean, still, there's no magic fix. If you have anxiety, you're gonna have it. I mean, it sucks, but it's just I don't know. I've never found a magic pill for anything. So, in my opinion, Truth likes to talk fast when he's fixing to BS somebody, Mary. um, you know, and I think this was sped up. I know this piece was sped up and I slowed it down a little bit, but he does talk fast. He does. I do notice that he does talk fast. But just a disclaimer, that was funny though. That was cute. Um, I do not believe that rough house story with those 5-pound dogs. SI officers, like I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Yeah, I don't even think Chris. I don't think Chris paid attention to the dogs either, though. That's a good point. That's a good point. Bo says I don't believe it either. You know? Yeah. Yeah, he does, but I will say I know that this was sped up and then I slowed it down a little bit too. So, There's no proof that he ran away. No. And like I said, I mean, that whole theory doesn't really work out if you work it all the way through, right? Like if Sebastian had to get out of the house as soon as he could, that means that he didn't have a destination in mind, right? And if he planned it out, then he would have taken his money, he would have taken his Switch, his phone, and I think he would have done it after school. That would have been the best opportunity. And it also would have been, daylight, so he would have been able to get further and have a plan of action for the next, stretch of his trip to wherever he's going. Again, it just doesn't make sense. So, um, we have the Montgomery County State Hospital here in Horsham Clinic. Just a thought. Oh, okay. You know, there's so many places, Laura. There's so many places, you know. He's towing the CP and KP story. Well, and I think it's just like, I mean, I can't say that I wouldn't be thrown for a loop if all of a sudden I found out that Seth had been lying this whole entire time. It would probably take me a minute to process that. I'm not going to lie. It really would. Um, but I think that he needs to understand that, there's so much more to the story than just one side of it. And it would really benefit him to start from Seth's earlier lives and go over them and talk, listen to him, maybe talk about some of the things. Um, I think that would help him understand a little bit more from the other parent's side of things. I even feel like I've analyzed Chris and Katie's interviews more than I have Seth's interviews, and I've actually brought a couple of them in. Um, before the filing and stuff, we were going over a lot of Seth's older interviews. So, yeah, I worry about that too, SI officer, because where they were located, it's almost as if Chris came from behind Sebastian and grabbed him, and then Sebastian bit him on his forearms or scratched him. But I also think that they could be from those, you know, picker bushes and stuff, or what do they call them? Brambles, in the woods. I mean, they could. I don't think they were from the dogs. I think that was a BS story. Liberty says ground disturbance dogs are not specific scent following dogs. Truth. They follow the last person to have walked on the ground. There is no way to know what was the specific scent dogs got to the scent trail of Sebastian going anywhere. Well, and see, that's where it's so confusing because, I mean, Ken Widener came out and said that, but then Chris Proudfoot and Katie were sitting there saying the dogs did hit on a scent, but the police were saying no. So again, why were they spreading that around? Why were they going against what the police were saying? It just doesn't make any sense because they knew this whole thing didn't make sense. Yeah, he was. That's why I'm saying, Laura. I feel like he really should have turned everything off and just focused on interviewing Seth, or I guess it's like the Grand Inquisition. But I mean, I think that would have been better if he wouldn't have worried about what everybody else was asking or looking at his phone, things like that. Aw, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for hitting the like, you guys. You guys are the best. Thank you, Bo. Kids left with idle hands is never good. I know, and I think that's like for all of us. Yeah, music class would have been nice, right? Swimming, art class. Yep. Yes. Yes. Tully says grifting. I almost said grifting. Yeah, grifting's good. Oh my goodness. That's too funny. Take the kids to the library, right? Well, and Katie talked about how he liked to go to the bookstore. Take him to the bookstore or the library to pick out some books and, you know, um look, there sometimes you just never know. There's been times where I picked up a book and I was like, I'm not really interested in this, but I'll see what it's like. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is such a good book, right? I mean, there's so many things that Katie could have done with Sebastian and all the while she's just worried about Chrissy Pissy Pants, in my opinion. She's not worried about what Sebastian needed, wanted, or any of that. What would have been good for him. There's loads and loads of things they could do. The park, they have that big place. Is it Mary's place? That park over there. They could have done that. I mean, or just any park. Sebastian loved to go to the park, right? And she says that. Playgrounds. He loves to go to the playground. We saw Sebastian playing tag with the other kids. Seth talks about how Sebastian would go to the playground. I mean, and I get when it's cold outside, it's kind of limited, but I mean, I also don't understand why they didn't have anything like in the backyard, like their own swimming pool, or um a trampoline, something like that, basketball hoop, anything like that. I mean, maybe that's just something that Sebastian wasn't into, was basketball or whatever. Um, but I don't understand that either. It's like, why didn't they have something for him to do in the yard? It just seemed like he was always in trouble, always grounded from stuff. Like, I don't know. And then the one thing that he did have, electronics, they took him. I mean, poor Sebastian. I just keep thinking, poor Sebastian. It's very, very sad. I feel Seth always tried to allow Sebastian to be as normal as possible, allowing Sebastian to make choices, flourish as a human being. Exactly. As an officer, that's so well said. I mean, kids are little people, and Sebastian is a young man at 15. He's growing into, you know, he's becoming a young man. And for them not to ever have anything for him to do, it is just, I don't know, unbelievable. And then the fact that it's always he's told what to do over there, never given a choice, never given a chance to mess up. And if he does, well, all hell is gonna, shit's gonna hit the fan. And it's like, why does it have to be that way? I don't understand that. That's horrible. That's walking on eggshells. Nobody should ever have to deal with that. Nothing's ever good enough, you know? So those marks line up perfectly with Sebastian's teeth, in my opinion. Yeah, Mandy did a great job from Spirit Seeker Squad. Yeah, of lining them up. Yeah, and I can see how that would happen, you know? So, or a headlock. Yeah, yeah. I mean, God only knows the kind of crap that Chris would have pulled on Sebastian, and what Sebastian had to deal with from Chris. But it requires you to be dedicated to your kids. Well, yeah, and I mean, think about them before yourself, but I don't know. Jules says police didn't say no. Police said the Sebastian scent was not confirmed. They did not say scent didn't exist. Thank you, Jules, for clarifying that. I think we need to do a live on the scent, the dog scent. If I could gather up some clips, we need to do that because I would love to pick your brain on that. Body cameras should have picked up what they were wearing when L.E. got to the house and his arms, in my opinion. Laura, you can't be more right on that. I don't understand why that information was not documented. They should have taken them all down to the station for questioning. And I know that Seth has been vocal about that too. He doesn't understand why none of that was done. I mean, Jules says that police said Sebastian's scent was not confirmed. Oh, sorry, I already read that one. I wanted to read. Don't be sorry, Jules. This topic is super sensitive to me. I've been in K9. I've been in K9 since I was 17 years old. Oh my goodness, Jules, you have so much knowledge, and expertise in the area. I mean, that's why I really would love to have a live with you about the dog sense, because I think a lot of people are confused, and I'm still confused, even though we've talked about it before. But it's confusing for just regular people that aren't versed in that. So yeah, exactly, Mary. It's just like the snakes. Sebastian had one pet snake, and next thing you know, he's got to take care of Chris's 30 snakes. So, yeah, we love Jules. Yes, and any of that, my heart absolutely breaks for Sebastian. It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the briar patches. Thank you. I just call them damn picker bushes. Liberty, I just say damn pickers. Because I'll tell you guys, I got torn up. Anytime I went near the woods in Tennessee, you'd get caught by them, those briars. They just like it's it's weird. They're just everywhere. So we have our little one day in camp and he comes home so tired. Aw, they keep them going all day. Yes, Laura. That's so sweet though. I love that. I think it's so much fun. And they learn, so much and they're with other kids and they do, little crafts and stuff. It's just I don't know. I just don't think they gave a damn, which breaks my heart. I hate saying that. I don't like to say it. It just makes me sad thinking about it. People are getting confused about the difference between Sebastian scent and generic scent trail, and it's actually starting to make me irritated. Not you, Lady Freedom, Betty, and Justin understand. Yeah, no, I totally get it. And like, no, it's got to be maddening because there's been so much chatter. And with your expertise, you're probably like, oh my gosh, people. But again, like maybe Ken Widener should have been more specific because I remember on day 4, they were talking about how there's no scent of Sebastian anywhere. And, you know, it was just the weirdest thing. And I was like, well, what do you mean there's no scent of him? No, nothing. And I was like, why? I don't get that. Like, because especially if he took the trash out, and of course, I didn't know that on day 4. But as things were progressing, it was like, well, was there not a scent of him like from his bus stop to the house? Or, it just, it still kind of doesn't make sense. She's worried about herself, in my opinion, drinks sex nails, me. Right. Right. And I think you're right, SI officer. I do think that Katie has an alcohol problem. I do. That's just my opinion from what I've heard and what I've witnessed. Um, throughout following the case. Because again, you could tell when Katie's drinking. Um, you guys would be able to tell if I was drinking. So I'm not above that. Just disclaimer. Um, I mean, it's not something you can hide easily. When you give kids meds to control them, especially before puberty, it messes up their ability to function and causes them to seek more later on just to cope. I've seen it happen. Oh, Detroit, that is so true. And like Liberty was saying, highly addictive. I mean, these things are nothing to mess with. Jules, a lot of us have tried explaining that to people. Guess that didn't get it. It's not that hard to figure out. I mean, I do think it's confusing though, Bo, especially because um, they were telling Nancy Grace that the dogs hit like next to a barn, that the dogs were hitting here, that the dogs were hitting here. And then it's like, well, what kind of dogs hit? Was it a cadaver dog? Was it a scent dog? Right? Was it a tracking dog? Was it a bloodhound? Was it a blue tick? Was it, a Belgian Malinois? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how Chris says it, but he's like Malinois. I mean, what dog did? Yeah. Yeah. But, teachers a lot, well, I'm not going to say all teachers, but a lot of teachers have, an understanding of little kids and kids in general, right? And yeah, I can see how your mom would be, against that too. Because it doesn't help. Like their little brains are developing still. And then giving them those. I mean, some of that stuff is so harsh, in my opinion. Yeah, Liberty. Yeah. Yeah, it literally breaks a child's brain development. He was a slave, in my opinion, humiliated, abused, and ignored. I hate that SI officer. Well, I just think a lot of people would rather run with a narrative versus the truth, and it's annoying. Lady Freedom and Justin and Betty get it. Aw, thanks, Jules. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to. Aw, you sent a little treat. Aw, thank you guys. And if I missed anybody sending Jules or anything, thank you guys. I wish I could, like, I wish they would, it was like StreamYard where we can see them on the side. It doesn't work that way with Restream. So, no, totally, Jules. I completely understand. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's frustrating. Well, and especially because you've tried to tell us like a billion times. Jules is like, "Listen, we won't see the body cam footage until the trial happens, just like Lori Darnell's trial. That initial camera footage wasn't shown until trial. We just heard the audio." Yeah. And I think a lot of it will come out. And the thing is that I think that there is momentum in Sebastian's case. I really do believe that. See, I don't know if he had any type, I think them staying away from the cameras is a huge red flag, SI officer, because SI officer said, did CP have scratches on his face that morning, allegedly? That's a question for Seth. Yeah. Yeah. Did he notice any type of defensive wounds or anything? I know what you're saying. Um, that's why I did Gator's demo video for people, but Lady Freedom, you've always stood by. Oh, by me for it. Yeah. Hey, I think that the more awareness that we can bring for that, especially with the true crime community, because a lot of us enjoy stuff like that. I know I find it fascinating. I think it's so cool how the dogs can track a scent, and how the owners and the dogs communicate. And I know a lot of the times people will say the handler in the dog's relationship, or the dog's only, what do they say, the dog's only as good as the handler, but you know that's who trained the dog. So, and then you also have to know what to look for, so Detroit says it's sad that I had to watch my nephews and nieces go through what they did. Yeah, very much so, Detroit. Very much so. Yeah, and I feel sorry for kids nowadays because we didn't have all that when we were growing up. I mean, it was around, but it wasn't as prevalent. Like it wasn't like the solution for everything, you know? So, oh, I just love Smiley. I just love Smiley. She's awesome. They are so cute. Yes, yes. I know, me too, Bo, don't feel bad. I'm right there with you. If we watch Ken's interview, he said none of the sense led to Sebastian. He's not lying. Sebastian wasn't at the end of the trail. Right. And he did Jules, that's a great point. He did say that. He did say that. None of the sense led to Sebastian, his exact words. Yeah, I agree. You have to listen to what Ken is saying. You do. You do. Hey, Miss Sharon, I'm glad you're back. Very glad you're back. Hey, MC, good to see you. Hey, girl. She definitely is on something, in my opinion. They are. They're very horrible. That's why I'm saying, like, it could have been something like that, Liberty, where he was out there. Oh, thanks, guys. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Wow. Oh my goodness. I got to get my butt in gear and get you guys a couple parties going here. Um, the hat narc diver found in the pond, was that looked at? I don't know, Laura, but I know what you're talking about. I remember that hat. It had like some security company on it, and I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head right now, but it was definitely like, was it Vive? No, I don't want to say the wrong one, but I know what you're talking about. And I think that's why people were asking Katie, like, does Sebastian wear hats? Because I remember people asking her that on Queen Bee.
I was talking about this, and how'd you know to come find it?
Got a text message.
Interesting.
Somebody texted me and said that you were alive.
Mm-hmm.
She was in your chat earlier.
Okay. All right, cool. No, I mean, I'm not, it's just me trying to understand, because, like, you know, I'm hated by the green team and all this other shit. And then, like,
first of all, it's Sebastian's army. Green team is somebody else's stuff. And yes.
I love how Seth like pulled his t-shirt up. He's like, first of all, Sebastian's army. I love that. I just need to clip that, you know. First of all, it's Sebastian's army. I love that. And also, okay, I just want to say again, you know, and I know I say it a lot and stuff, don't come for me, guys, but I don't hate anybody, right? I don't hate your truth. I don't hate you. You know, I appreciate you talking with Seth. I'm going to critique it like I would anything, right? But I don't hate you. Okay. I think that we can all do better. Believe me, every day I'm trying to do better. So, I mean, we can all do better. That's at a certain point, everybody needs to take a deep breath, share the flyer, right? And you know, work these theories out. You know, I mean, I understand the frustration. I do. You know, I really do. That's one thing we share in common, right? And that's right. SI officer says, amen, Sebastian's army. You know? I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I remember on Queen Bee, again, to reference Queen Bee's panel, somebody on the panel was like, you know, it's about Sebastian's army, and Chris and Katie, there were crickets, you know, because that's something that Seth came up with. But don't hate. I mean, look, again, it's got to be about Sebastian. So I think that there hopefully will come a time that it will be about Sebastian. I think that with the way that law enforcement handled the situation, it caused a lot of this divide because people don't know what to think. And I don't hate anybody. I don't even hate the police. I don't like their behavior. I hate what they've done here. I hate that Sebastian has had to be lost in the system and failed by them. But I don't hate anybody. I dislike Proudfoot.
Sebastian's favorite color is green.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't speak for any other creator. I don't tell them what to say or what to do. I don't control nobody but myself. In this world, that's the only thing that you can control is yourself and how you react to it.
I feel you. And like I said, I'm still very, you know, cautious of everything. Not that my opinion matters at all, but
I'll tell you right now, I'm not up here to be your friend.
that's fine.
I'm up here to spread awareness for Sebastian. I don't know you.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's not about me. It's not about anybody other than Sebastian. But
it's not about you. It's not about, well, it is about you. It's your parent. But it's not about me. To me, it's about Sebastian, and it will always be about Sebastian until he is found. And it's still going to be about Sebastian after he is found, just not online.
Right. I mean, I agree with you. It is about Sebastian.
Right. And that's all Seth wants is his son to be found. Hey, Cage Dalton. So this is a new interview, yes, with Elevated Truth and Seth Rogers. But it was 5 days ago. So I got a copy of it, or I tried to screen record it, and it was very choppy. So it took me a minute to get it up. So this was on 8/20. So yeah, 5 days ago now. And welcome in. Thanks for coming in.
But with every bit of respect, it's just as much about you, Chris, and Katie because of all of the questions that hang over. That's all. So
I don't have a problem with questions. I answer questions. I literally on my channel, it's Fridays. Normally it's Fridays, and I answer questions that were in chat from the live previous. I have somebody that literally copies them and pastes them, and I told them, don't screen my questions. And they don't. So they just copy, paste, and email it to me. And whoever I have on the panel to ask me these questions, they get an email of this, which is the same email that was sent to me. I don't even look at it, dude. I don't care about questions. I care about finding my son.
Got you. I can respect
some of the questions are fun. I try not to cuss. I really, some of the questions are horrible questions. Some of the questions are about things I don't want to discuss. I don't want to talk about them.
Yeah.
You'll get me on a tirade because I know everything in the DCS reports. And so I'm biased. You put your hand on my kid, my son. And you're going to see not the brightest or the best, but you're going to see probably the brutalest side of me because Sebastian's my son. And he deserves to be protected. And I don't like people that don't do their. If you're a parent, you protect your kid.
Right. If there was anything that you wanted to clear up,
and that's what ticks me off about Katie. Again, it's not that I hate her guts, and it's like, oh, I hate Katie, blah blah blah. Now, if I find out that she hurt a hair on Sebastian's head, she'll be in the same boat as Proudfoot. But I don't hate her. I understand that that's Sebastian's mother. But at the end of the day, she didn't protect him. And that's what really upsets me. That's what really, really, really upsets me. And if somebody would disagree with that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you don't like that comment or commentary. It's just the way I feel because you're supposed to protect your kids, at all costs. So, you're welcome, Cage. And MZ, it keeps speeding up. Okay, so I did slow it down a little bit, but I know that it was sped up, and I didn't know how fast it was sped up, so I tried to slow it down as much as I possibly could, without making it sound, because I didn't want them to sound like they were drunk, because you know how when you slow it down, people it'll be too drawn out. So I'm sorry if it's going a little bit too fast. Because I know some of these parts, some of it was parts that were kind of pieced together, so I apologize. But it is the full interview, just minus some of the stuff that was coming off and on. You know what I mean? So yeah. But no, I actually did a screen recording that was horrible, and I was trying to edit it, and I was like, this is not going to work. So. Laura's CPS report, I think is called the channel. I put it in the description, is where I pieced a lot of this together from. So, yeah, I know, SA officer. I'm glad he went up there. I really am. And I know that Truth probably doesn't think that I approved or whatever, and I might have been somebody. I wasn't the one calling or texting Seth, just so everybody knows that. But no, I was happy. I'm proud of him for doing that. It takes a big person to get up there and do that. It really does. And he's doing it for Sebastian, and yeah, I mean, I would do the same thing. If I was in his situation, I would talk to anybody that wanted to listen to me. That's all, because that's how you get the word out there. Some people that don't watch my channel watch another channel, so it's important to get the word out about all, to everybody. That's what I liked about Seth having Justine on the panel, right? Because she has the true crime channel, and she has a different audience than we do, right? We now know her. I'm subscribed to her now, but I didn't know who she was before. So, I mean, that's a whole new audience that we're bringing into Sebastian's case, which is that's the idea. If Seth only came into one channel or another, then it would really kind of pigeonhole who he's talking to. He's wanting to get it out to a wider audience, and that's a good thing, So, oh, thank you, Laura. You're such a sweetheart. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Well, hey, Brandy, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. Brandy says, I wanted to drop a little bit of information for Seth if he hasn't already thought about it. Elections, I believe, are coming up for governors, mayors, different things. I believe this would be, hi, Aussie True Crime. Perfect time to get any elects to listen to him about Sebastian's law. It can help him, I believe, and emails and letters would help at least to get him in front of someone. Oh, thank you so much. I will definitely pass it along. I know he's sometimes in the bushes. Oh, thank you so much, Brandy. And I'm going to tell you, I pray for you and your family, and I pray for your son, Michael Monkey Vaughn. He's another one of the littles that we just, stole our hearts and everything. And I admire you a lot, Brandy, for how hard you worked to, do the advocacy for your child. I really relate to you as a mom, and I appreciate you coming in and letting us know. And I will definitely pass that along to Seth. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So let's see. Aw, good to see you too, Aussie True Crime. Thank you for coming in. Okay, guys. So, thanks, Bo. Yeah, guys, please put a bunch of blue hearts in the chat because that's Monkey's color is blue. Thank you, guys. Aw, thanks, Jules. So yeah, Brandy, thank you so much. All right, guys. So we got about 5 more minutes.
The misconception that you think is important to clear up that helps find your son better. Is there anything you want to add before you jump off, just to clear anything up?
I don't know what any of the misconceptions are. I know there's a lot, but I just know Sebastian is missing, and I need people to share the flyer and look at the pictures, and then be aware when they're outside walking, going to the corner store, going to the Walmart, going to the mall, going wherever, because we don't know where he's at.
Which Sebastian are we supposed to look for, though? Because we got pictures of 4 different people that look 4 different types of ways.
FBI flyer until it is updated by the National Missing and Exploited Children. Until the one on the FBI flyer.
I'm wondering why it wouldn't be the one taken at the Texas Roadhouse that night. Makes sense.
If I had seen that picture, or if I had that picture, I would have given it to the FBI, sir.
Wait. Chat. Who was it then that got that picture? It was said. That picture was sent to Chris. Now it makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Chris has that picture.
I don't.
That's interesting. That's what I thought, Charming. Chris said that she sent him that picture because he was talking to her while they were at the table. Interesting.
Okay, so, but I think I thought that was on, and if I remember correctly, I think that was on Elevated Truth's panel that Chris came up there and people were like, well, where did the picture go from the Texas Roadhouse? And Chris said, Katie sent that picture to me because Sebastian ate all of his food. So again, I don't understand why, I just don't understand why he's asking that question to Seth, because obviously Seth wasn't at the table taking the picture. Katie was. And she didn't take just one picture. She took like 3 pictures. Because we just watched it. Hindsight put it out. And there was a couple times where Sebastian realized that she was taking a picture of him. And there was like 3 different times where she snapped a picture. So, again, I don't understand why. But then he's like, wait a minute, chat. What about this? Hey, Jenny Machete. So I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe he forgot or something, because I could have sworn it was on his panel. And that's how we found out that what happened to the photo from the Texas Roadhouse, because obviously we were all wondering what happened to that photo. Hey, Seth, good to see you. Aw, thank you so much, Brandy. B Mama V says, good evening, everyone. Just wanted to jump in and share maybe a couple ideas for Seth. That is so sweet of you. Like, Brandy, you are so kind. I appreciate you so much. And I'm a lot of the times I am on your replays and I'll share a lot too, because again, I just admire you for all of your hard work. And I know that's what moms do, but sometimes we don't see that all the time. So, yeah, and I so appreciate you too coming in to give Seth some good ideas. That's what a community does for each other. So that is so sweet. Like, I don't know, I'm trying to fight back tears here. So, but thank you, Brandy. So, and Little Miss Sharon, did you gift a membership? Little Miss Sharon, you're so sweet. You just sneak in with a membership. Okay, let me get you a party. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a membership. And let's see who got. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to do the party still. And Liberty, hey Liberty. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, girl. You're already the Dragon Tribe. So, that's fantastic. Well, wonderful, Miss Sharon. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate that so much. Well, great, Liberty. Woohoo! All right. Yeah, Seth, you did a good job though, and I appreciate you doing that. And I mean, look, there's got to be a way to bridge the gap, right? We got to bridge the gap a little bit, you know? We got to. We got to. It can't just always be, you know, chaos, filth, and greed, right? Like it has to be. There has to be some way to come together, you know. So Jules says she should have sent that photo to Seth. Maybe he wanted to make his own flyer with that photo. Well, I mean, we've never even seen the photo. Like that's why I'm a little bit confused at this part at the end here because I'm like I don't understand like why we've never seen the photo because it is like a full face photo that she's sitting across from Sebastian. So I'd imagine it would have been a good one and it's the last photo of him before he goes missing. I mean, literally the last photo. Um, and again, I mean, I hate to be like, well, it's all law enforcement's fault, but why are they putting out the one photo of Sebastian and Katie from the Texas Roadhouse prior to, and not the one that she took at the table? I mean, that's my that's my feeling on it. B Mama V says, "Oh, hello, Mr. Seth Rogers. Sebastian is in my prayers. I share his story on all of my platforms as well, and I really think it is amazing that you were trying to get Sebastian's law passed." Aw, that's so sweet, Brandy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The picture went to that lady who works as a searcher. Oh, IML, that picture went to that lady who works as a searcher. They are a well-known search group, or it was the pic of Sebastian eating, I think. Oh, are you talking about Twyla from EquiSearch, Texas? Specifically, I think she's from Texas EquiSearch. I've never heard that, but that's interesting. IML, I didn't know that. Yeah, guys, definitely go sub up to Brandy's channel. Most definitely. Yeah, absolutely, of course. Brandy says, I will continue to share Sebastian's flyer and pray. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Oh, Brandy, that is so sweet. Thank you guys so much for putting the blue hearts. Thank you guys. Aw. Well, I mean, I just don't understand why we couldn't see it. And I think that might be a reason, Tully. I do. I mean, it would be nice to be able to see it. It would be very nice to be able to see it. I would like to. Hey, wait, what? Good to see ya. So, hello, Kylie Ray. Welcome in, guys. Sorry, I'm between screens here, but yeah. So, I don't know. That's interesting. Now you guys got me thinking about that other photo, though, because yeah, I don't ever remember seeing it. Now, the one that came out of the bowling alley, but you can't even see Sebastian in that one. It's really bad. But yeah, I don't know why they didn't use that. That's actually a good question.
Okay. All right, Seth, man, listen, I appreciate it. Anytime that you want to come up and talk about Sebastian, you're more than welcome to, like you did today. You've answered the questions I have. So from here on out, as far as I know, I don't have anything else to throw at you, but you're more than welcome at any time. You got a question for me, man. I've always told everybody, come talk to me. Don't assume that I'm some piece of shit that can't have a conversation.
I mean, evidence of right now, we've had a conversation.
No, for sure. Yeah, there's going to be
Well, and I mean, this is the thing too that again, I want to echo this to truth. It's like, please don't call yourself a piece of shit. I don't know. I mean, and I know you guys, a lot of you guys have your own opinions. That's fine. But, I mean, I wish we could kind of, again, bridge that gap a little bit, just kind of bridge the gap. KP showed her pic of Sebastian eating to Twyla. Okay. Well, damn, I don't see why she didn't put that out. You know, that's interesting, IMO, because I've never heard that. And, you know, that's very, very, very interesting. Yeah, because I think that they should have turned that in. Well, for the last picture, um, it would have been the most recent. Um,
Been
You know,
talking about it.
and because I am because I am who I am, I wasn't like this the whole time
Right. Right.
because I don't hide behind. It's me. I don't have any reason to hide.
Hmm.
I'm just looking for my son. People are going to say whatever they want. That's fine. Everybody has their opinion, but at least let it be based on facts, not just because you don't like my mustache or you don't like how I act or I speak. Because you know what? Welcome to my world.
I get it. 110%. Well,
You know,
thank you.
well, I think your mustache is just fine. Aw, yeah, Seth. No, I get it, and I mean, look, I don't know what's been said. Oop, sorry. I don't know what has been said um as of lately. Cuz I mean, I could do like 2 shows a day and I have trouble to do that. But Truth has been on a lot, and then somebody will send me a message like, "Oh, Truth is on again." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll go over listen to it a little bit." But again, I don't want to get too involved in like the other stuff. I'm only listening for stuff about Sebastian, but it's hard because he might say something in the middle of all of that and I have to kind of pay attention. So I've downloaded a couple of things. I don't know why they keep getting taken down. So I don't know what he's been saying as of late. I just know what everybody's been saying in the chat. So um oh, okay, little Miss Sharon. Oh, you guys are schooling me because I didn't know. Yes, Twyla said that they have a right to keep a picture of Sebastian. Okay. Hmm. But I just don't know because usually like I just thought that perhaps they would use the most recent picture. So, oh, Twyla did send you the picture. Okay. Okay, Seth. Well, that's good to know. That is good to know. Oh, thank you for sending the little watermelon. That's really cute, Pamela. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Oh, she didn't send you the picture. Thank you. I was like, wait, she did? She did it? I was like, okay, let's see it. No, I'm teasing. Yeah, I wouldn't make you show it. I'm just teasing. Um, it was the last picture. Seth doesn't have it, so he probably hasn't seen it. Yeah, but see, that's what I don't understand. I mean, I don't know. I have my own deal with my ex, husband, and I just like if something like that happened, I would send him. I would send it to him. So I don't know. That's just me. That's how I would handle it. But so no, she didn't. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. Well, Seth typed it wrong, and then I read it. Twyla never sent me the picture. Typing isn't going so well for me this morning. Did you get some sleep, Seth? Or are you tired texting? Are you tired typing? Oh my goodness. No, and I mean that's the thing. That's what's hard about this whole thing is the communication breakdown, I think, is a big thing. And I don't know if you heard also, Seth. So that's really sweet of Brandy. I really appreciate Brandy for that. Um, Essay officer, let me ask again. Did CP have scratches on his face that morning that you can recall? I mean, I think that's a good question. I'm curious to know since he did appear. Well, Mandy from Spirit Seeker Squad had a pretty good comparison, I'll say. Um, Scary comparison, but pretty good one. So, MZ says, "Why would you send it to Chris anyway? That in and of itself makes no sense. He clearly disliked him and treated him so bad. So why, in my opinion?" Well, obviously this is just my speculation, but and based on what Chris said was because Sebastian ate all of his food. But here's my thing and why I don't really believe that. Because if you're proud of someone for eating all of their food, like your kiddo, you're like, "Oh, look, he ate all of his food." You would think that Sebastian would be excited to be in that picture because you would get positive praise for doing what you were supposed to do as a kid. But Katie was secretly photographing Sebastian, and in my opinion, and I say that because I saw the video, so that's what I took away from it, but I just think that at 15 years old, that's kind of old to be, like, making sure everybody ate their food all the way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't dream of doing that to my 15-year-old, but again, they had this weird thing with food. There was a lot of power and control struggles and things like that, in my opinion, when it came to Chris and Katie. Like, they would just, I mean, Sebastian couldn't hardly breathe without, somebody recording it, I suppose. So that's kind of the way that I look at things. Like, if that's really the case, then I mean, that's a control freak, in my opinion. Like, can't the kid have a meal without having a picture taken and sent over to Proudfoot so he can make sure he ate all of his food? Like, I don't know. And then Katie wouldn't let him have another roll. And it's like, well, why not? I mean, I don't know. Ugh. So that's my thoughts on that. But Blackhawk says no, he had scratches on his hands. He said that came from the dogs. The Morkie scratched his hands, so he said. Well, and see, I don't know how true that is either, you know? So, um, she didn't care enough to stop CP from treating him that way. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know. And again, I'm divorced too, and I just never would let like that go down. Ever. It was always like I'll handle the discipline. But my daughter also wasn't like a really little when, I was divorced either. She was too old for somebody to come in and, play that role. I don't think Twyla has the pic. Uh KP let her see the pic on her phone. Oh, I see. Like she showed it to her. Thank you for clarifying that, IML. So, oh, oh, dang, Seth. Okay. Seth says that I saw that, but YouTube has her blocked from me for some reason. Well, that's just weird. Like Lori was saying that yesterday. And I was like, oh, Lori of all people, Lori's a sweetheart. Chris said, I don't know why that is, Seth. I was trying to block somebody the other day and I couldn't find him to block them. So, Blackhawk says, Chris said that he was down on the floor playing with the Morkies as he was moving his arm around playing. The dog scratched his hand and arm, but I'm not sure I believe that. Yeah, me neither. I mean, the Morkies are so little and they have those little teeth. You would think that there would be like puncture wounds, like if that was the truth, or scratch marks, like from their nails. Because Katie said that their nails were the reason. I remember Katie saying the nails were the reason for the scratches. I do remember her saying that. Canine Jewel says, I can personally vouch for Seth was always searching for Sebastian. The one day on the phone, he fell asleep because he was up constantly answering phone calls, taking tips and searching. Yeah, I know, Jules. Jules Jules says, so anyone who says Seth did not search can suck a damn pencil or three. Oh my goodness, one of those extra large pencils. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I just think that that's like, it's one of those things. It's like neither here nor there, at this point. Okay, we're 2.5 years in. I mean, where do you search? That's the hardest part. Where do you search? Where do you start? Like, if you don't have a tip or a lead, I mean, I know Jen has her hotspots and stuff like that, and believe me, I'm gonna go and help search. I think Jen was talking about the fall time, so because I know she's got a couple of hotspots, so that's what I always said. CP wouldn't want a pic of him. That's some BS, and the food wasn't gone when she took the pic. Oh, good point, Jenny. Good point. Yeah. I don't remember CP having face scratches. Well, that's a good thing. I just don't understand why they didn't bring everybody down to the station and question everybody separately real quick and make sure they can get that out of the way. But being that Seth was there that morning, I prefer to hear it from him. Okay, yeah, sorry. Sorry, SI officer, we gotcha. Twyla spoke about meeting KP and she showed her picture of Sebastian eating his food, the last pic that was sent to CP that night. And see, I still don't know if she like took a video or just like a still shot either. You know? CP also said she wanted to keep the pic for her own memories or some nonsense. Oh, he did. Okay, I do remember him saying that, Jenny. Yeah, he's like, there's going to be some things that we're not going to share with the public or whatever. That's our own personal memory. I do remember. Yeah. YouTube's on some fuckery. What else is new? What else is new? I know it. I know. Well, it's like I'm trying to find somebody and I use the at symbol and everything and put the name in perfectly how it was supposed to be. Still couldn't find them. I'm like, all right. Yeah, Lori's been blocked a long time. Yeah. I don't understand that. I saw in one video that CP had what looked like a bite on his arm. In my opinion, not dogs. Well, I mean, because those little Morkies, and especially, I don't know if they were puppies or what, but you know how puppies have like their puppy teeth, and then they'll finally get like their bigger canines and stuff. I just don't think that was the dogs that did that. I don't. It's so full of poop. And in my opinion, by the way, why would CP want to see if Sebastian ate his food? Well, I just feel like he's too old for that. Like, if he was a younger kid and they were having, issues with him eating all of his food or something like that, and then he finally did and he did a good job, then it's like, yay, you ate all your food, good job, buddy. And then like, you send a picture. Like I see that. Um but yeah, I don't find that to be believable. So it does do as it pleases. It does. Hey, Seth, were the Bower Sucks there the morning already when you got there? Both of them. I want to say they were both there, if I remember correctly. Extra large pencils. We say that because of Balin out loud. She's so funny. She'll tell people, go suck a pencil. No phone froze. Had to turn off. Lost the comment I was writing twice. Hi, Kylie Ray. I'm sorry. Oh, you might have to update your YouTube. I know sometimes it does that to me and I have to update the YouTube. One of the first interviews from the beginning. We're going to go back over a lot of those too. I've been working on that and then I was like sidetracked and then of course I was working on Chris's alibi and then Elevated Truth came out, said he was going to say some stuff. So no disrespect, but he ate it like he was starving. Maybe that was the point of the picture, in my opinion. Yeah, Sebastian was definitely eating fast, in my opinion. I think you're right. I don't see that as disrespectful, MC, because it's just what we interpreted, what we saw, with our own two eyes. That's why I do not agree with everything that at night and on all of that. Just trust and believe. But there were certain things that they did that was a good thing. And releasing that Texas Roadhouse footage was at least we could all look at the footage and see it with our own two eyes, right? because up until that point, I thought it was like the best day ever. And I was like, oh, that's so weird. Like, why were they doing all these fun activities? Is that normal? And blah, blah, blah. But then come to find out, it really wasn't like they weren't having the best day. There was something that was off. And I'm glad that we saw it. Jules says ankle freaking biters. Oh my goodness. I love the little dogs. So like I know a lot of people like the big dogs, but I'm a fan of little dogs. So um yeah. Well, I mean, I swear that guy had a picture of Sebastian on his phone. I sent it to all the appropriate authorities when I, finally slowed the video down and like zoomed in on the picture. Um And why did Yellow Jacket have Sebastian's picture? And again, I'll say hindsight when we played her video, she thinks that there was a handoff of the cell phone, right? Like well, her and Coop, I don't know, whose theory it is if it's a joint one, but I know they do the channel together. So I definitely want to, give them the credit, but it's like, so their theory is that because Yellow Jacket waited in the foyer of the restaurant, because there's like you go in the doors, there's an area, and then you go in the doors again, and then you're in the restaurant. And because he waited in that area for a minute and 44 seconds, so almost 2 minutes, for Katie and Sebastian to leave, that there was a handoff of the phone between Yellow Jacket and Katie. And I mean, I can get down with that theory because that theory makes sense to me. Because why was he waiting in there? I mean, I don't know why he was waiting. Is it a coincidence? Maybe, but I doubt it because then all of a sudden he's standing over there and then you see the camera focus on a picture that looks like Sebastian. And even though the picture doesn't completely show Sebastian's facial features, it definitely shows his Grogu t-shirt or Baby Yoda. I mean, clear as day. So I think that Voices of Truth is correct when they say that there was a handoff with the phones. I really think that. I think that is spot on, you know? Oh, they're gremlins with fur, Jules. Oh, she's so sorry, dogs. Oh, they're so cute though. I love Yorkies. I don't know what a Morkie is. Like, I mean, I get it's like two dogs, like, what is it? I even forget what the Morkie is. But anyway, Yorkie. They look like Yorkies to me, and I think Yorkies are so cute. So, yeah, I'm sure CP would be like, yay, and a heart the pick. He's such a loving man. Jenny, you cracked me up. he's he's over there sending heart emojis. Oh Lord. Oh no. Seth said yes regarding both B socks and there that morning. Yeah. Yeah. I do remember that. Yep. Yes, ma'am. The old finish, your food demand. I hated it as a kid and I didn't force it on my kids. They ate until they wanted to stop. If they didn't like it, I don't want them to eat it. Well, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I mean, I grew up like old school like that too, where it was like you either finish everything on your plate or you're not getting up from the table, and I didn't do that ever with my daughter. You know, I don't know. But I didn't use corporal punishment or anything like that either. So um, the old finish your food demand. I love that though. That's funny. But the pics being taken were weird. The whole Texas Roadhouse night was weird. I agree. And I'm glad we got to see it. I'm glad we got to see it for ourselves. That's why I wish they would let us see the trash can video of Sebastian allegedly taking the trash to the end of the driveway. I don't see how it could jeopardize the investigation, but maybe. I mean, but I would like to see it just to see, I know it would probably cause an uproar and people would be like, yes, it is him. No, it's not. Yes, no, duck season, wabbit season. But, you know, Jenny says she loves any dogs, any size dogs. Yeah, the little ones are. They're well, it's because they're so little that they have to be yappy, right? Because they have to make noise like, you know, it's their defense mechanism. In my opinion, she didn't safeguard him. KP has chose Chris over Sebastian. In my opinion, it's disgraceful. Well, I mean, in the court filings, I definitely think that definitely shows that that was the case. And again, I don't like to say that because I think it's sad for Sebastian. But I mean, if she's telling the DCS worker that it's perfectly okay for Sebastian to be hit by Chris, like that's not okay. There's different things that you can do to reason with the kids, and Sebastian is definitely a smart kid where and another thing that broke my heart like with Sebastian is that he was admitting to the workers that like he lied about brushing his teeth and making his bed, which is like a total kid thing to do. Like every kid, if a kid tells a lie, that's the kind of lies that kids tell. Um, so I mean, I don't know. I just feel like they were just always on his butt to do you know what I mean? Like get off of his butt for 1 minute. Can you please just let him make a mistake without like it being like a whole freaking big deal? Because that's sad. Like nobody can live like that. It's just that power and control crap, and I can't stand it. You know, I mean, I get it. You want your kids to be respectful, you want them to listen, but you have to draw the line. You can't let them do whatever, but you also can't like you got to let them breathe. Make a mistake. That's how they learn. Um, no, I know, Jules. I'm just teasing you too, but I think that's cute because you have like the big dogs. It's like my dogs eat those little dogs for breakfast. you know. Uh Kylie Ray says I took a picture to send to Mob and they had set up a plan to do a pick up 2 to 4 in the morning, like they always do to kids. That's why Yellow Jacket had to his pick. He was a part of the mob 100%. Well, I wondered that too. And this is another thing I've always wondered about the Yellow Jacket because again, I told you guys with those programs and with those different schools and stuff, like they will make arrangements to come pick your kid up. And what if that guy was part of it? I just don't understand why they would do all that at the Texas Roadhouse. I mean, again, there's questions still in that theory where it's like, okay, well, what about that though? Because that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? I mean, why would they do it at a place that literally has cameras and speakers? It's a camera and then a speaker and a camera and a speaker and the music is loud, you know. I know. I don't know. Little Miss Sharon says little dogs do not leave marks like that on CP's arms. In my opinion, they can't even get their jaw in that position on their arm. That's a good point, Miss Sharon. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Aw, Jenny. Yeah. I know. Well, that's the thing. I don't know if it was it an iPhone? Was it a rose gold iPhone? I was gonna see if I couldn't do a side by side of the phone that Katie had at the table. I wonder if has Hindsight done that or BMW Coupe have they done that before? Where it's like, have they done a comparison on the phone that Katie was holding at the table versus the one? I mean, I know it seemed like he had multiple phones. Maybe another sick thing they thought was funny between the two. Maybe Sebastian was food deprived often, and so the pics were a hey look between CP and KP because they're sick people, in my opinion. I don't know, but it sure seemed like they'd like to give him a hard time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, SI officer. I know Those two are not nice. They weren't nice to him. Um, yeah, I kind of wanted. Yeah, I kind of want to look to see if they had the same phone because it does appear that that would be a good time to do a handoff, like between to give the yellow jacket guy a phone. Could just be Katie's way of showing Chris, hey, look, Sebastian loves that salmon. He ate it all. Yeah, I mean, it could be completely innocent. It could be completely innocent. Black Hawk. It really could be. Oh, a Maltese and a Yorkie. Okay, Morkie. I remember when Katie was like Morkies, and I'm like, what the heck is a Morkie? And then I'm like, they look like Yorkies to me. So, mm, 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 mm. IML says, what was Yellow Jacket Dude doing? Did he pick up food and he was waiting by the pickup area outside? I mean, I never saw him take away any food. I know Justin had said that um, there was the one guy that he thought was the yellow jacket guy that was a regular there, and he said that he went to go pick up his food, but they messed his order up or they got it wrong or something. But if we if you guys remember, we showed it the other night. He he pulls up, he walks in, he goes straight to the bathroom, and then he comes out, and then he waits for a while and he kind of hangs out. And then Katie and Sebastian get up to leave, and then he's waiting in the foyer, whichever one you guys, however you say it. And then they all walk out three together. And then there's green hoodie person. What is she doing? Waiting 2 minutes at Katie's car. And again, Katie advances on the green hoodie. She doesn't say, ma'am, come on through. This is my car. Blah, blah, blah. There's some kind of commotion. Everybody turns and looks. I mean, and I never saw him pick up any food, you know? Thank you guys. Yeah, so a Maltese and a Yorkie. Thank you. It is strange. It is strange. I've never seen so many people be at a restaurant that didn't get any food or a drink of anything. Like, none of them even stopped at the bar to eat. Nothing. That's how you would create eating disorder, in my opinion. MZ, I agree. I agree. Still to this day, I eat everything on my plate and I feel bad for wasting a single thing on my plate. Like, I really do. I feel bad for wasting food to this day. I don't know that it's an eating disorder to that level or anything because I don't think I have that. But it stuck with me. So, need to show the up close pic of Yellow Jacket you made clear to show Sebastian on his phone video or pic. Yeah, I have it still. Oh, yeah, I have it still. For some reason, YouTube didn't like that, though. I'll tell you, I think I get like halfway monetized on every single video I did for that because because the yellow jacket guy's kind of creepy. I don't know. YouTube doesn't like it though, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, sorry, I just put him on there. It's just a yellow jacket guy with a phone, which was, But I want to see if it's the same phone because now you guys got me thinking about that. There were two or excuse me, there were these two little dogs that came running down the driveway at Canine Ara once, and she looked at them like, "Bro, really?" Jules, luckily, she doesn't react to that. She shouldn't as a canine, thankfully. Aw, that's so funny. It reminds me of those like the little dog that would be like, hey Spike," on the cartoons back in the day. The little dog just like hanging around the big dog. Aw. Seth, did they happen to have a log of the trash can's weight that morning? Do they even weigh the trash cans? Blackhawk, we were talking about that too earlier, and people were saying that and some of the chatters were saying that they have an extra charge if their trash can weight is greater than a certain amount. I remember you guys telling me that. I've never had to deal with that with like waste management or anything. Now, if I had like extra bags or something, or if there was like leaves or something like that, they would charge extra. But SI officer says, in my opinion, there were many people in Texas Roadhouse, part of everything that night, eating before the biz that night. It's just so weird. I feel like something was supposed to go down over there and it didn't happen. Like, I feel like the green hoodie did something and something went awry. And I felt like that for a long time because of the commotion. I feel like Katie was like, "What the hell are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here," or something. Again, just my speculation, but um, Seth, you mentioned his YV was missing from his room. Any chance it was in the trash can? What's a YV, Blackhawk? I'm sorry, it's getting late. I might not be making the connection like I should. Oh, you have lots of phones. Oh, Jules, that's a good point. She says, I mean, I have my Army phone, a DHS phone, and my regular phone. I have two phones too, though, because I have my old iPhone and my new, well, it's not new, it's like a 14. But I have an 11 and a 14, and I work off of both of them. And, I could airdrop and stuff to them. But yeah, I mean, I carry two phones all the time too, because I never know when I'm going to need my other one. So Liberty says, Lady, to make it look like he ran away to Seth, in my opinion, they had to do it publicly where it was on camera for proof Sebastian was alive. Ah, so build an alibi. Yeah, that makes sense, Liberty. For proof that Sebastian was alive because Seth was going to call after school on Monday to talk. And she knew that. That's why the runaway story to begin with, in my opinion. That's a good point, Liberty. That's a good point. Yeah, because I was like, why would they do it there? I mean, in that area, the only other area that has that many cameras is the hotel. So I'm like, why would they do it over there? Now that back area, it doesn't have any cameras except for Starbucks. Starbucks has two cameras. I know that for a fact. Um, so um, yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Blackhawk meant to say TV. So I think the way Seth said it, oh, here we go. I did state that Chris took the TV and placed it in his RV. Good night, Seth. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Um, so yeah, I mean, with I don't know. I see, and that part just ticks me off. Like, I don't know why he took his TV and put it in the RV. Like, look, Chris doesn't realize that when you ground a child from whatever, a technology, a TV, a phone, their favorite toy, whatever, if they're grounded from it, you should give them a chance to work it, to get it back. But he just take it and like to me that's a bully. Like that's like Debo from Friday. Like I'm coming to take your TV. Like that just oh gosh, that just pees me off more than anything. You know? It just does. I know, right, Jenny? I've said it before, like foyer, and people are like, "Don't you mean a foyer?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, sure." I'm like, either one doesn't matter. But yeah, so I always say it both ways because I'm always like, I don't know which way people say it. So, but foyer is a little bit more, yeah, fancy, foyer. I had Has the Texas Roadhouse been 100% proven? That was on Sunday. Seems more like a busy all day outings and busy Saturday to me. Plus, Sebastian said in a reading it was a Saturday. He was taken on a Sunday. I mean, I think, in my opinion, they went to Costco on Saturday, is what I've always understood it to be. Um, and even the across the street neighbor, like I was telling you guys earlier, she told Sweetie Pilo that Katie and Sebastian left together and then they came back together. And that was allegedly when they went to Costco. So that was even caught on camera too. So I'm thinking that was Saturday. You know, I know. Blackhawk. That's how I feel too. Take that kid's TV for the RV. How about just buy a new TV for the RV? Because Chris Proudfoot is mean. He's a meanie. You know, he's just a meanie, and that's what meanies do. They don't have any rhyme or reason. They're just being freaking mean. Good night, Jules. Sweet dreams, Jules. All right, guys, let's watch this just little bit because I just get into your guys' comments, and then next thing I know, I'm like, oh, we still have a little bit more. So okay, here we go, guys.
Thank you, Seth, for coming up, man. We'll continue to push for your son to be found, and I know his birthday's coming up, so we can only pray that that is some type of sign of his return.
Somebody said that he'll come home after he turns 18.
That's what I hope.
You know, I hope he's home tomorrow.
That's
Tonight.
right. I can wait a couple more months if it means he comes back safe. I know that sounds crazy.
Right now. You know, I pray that he's safe right now, and I pray every moment that my phone rings.
I believe that.
We found him. He's alive. He's well. You know, awesome. When can I come see my son? Because I know there's policies. I know that when he is found and located, the first thing they're going to do is take him into custody. They're going to take him to a hospital to have him evaluated, health-wise.
Maybe. If he's 18, they can't do shit.
No, law enforcement, whoever finds them.
If he's 18, they can't do shit.
They will detain him because he's FBI most wanted. He's on the missing. And when he turns 18, it changes from a missing person to a missing adult.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think you've been given misinformation. I hope somebody fixes that for you because that's not how Tennessee works at all.
It's how the FBI works. And that's who I'm talking to.
Right, I respect that. I got that. I don't. It's not even worth it. I trust you on what you're saying. Like I just wanted to throw out
Tennessee. I see a lot of things that don't work like that. You know.
Right.
I mean,
I understand it. I get it. I do. Thank you.
I'm still on live.
Seth, I appreciate you, man. I know you got some things to go, and if we just keep going back and forth, it recycles. So I appreciate your time up here. Thank you very much, brother.
Thank you.
Thanks. What the fuck is going
on? Okay, so again, if you guys want to watch that, that's a whole video that is up, so you guys could go watch that, like without my commentary. I know I busted in a lot on that one. So you know, at the end there, Truth is like, well, that's not how it works, and they can't do shit when he's 18. Okay, well, I get that he's an adult at 18. I know that Chris Proudfoot has said that Sebastian's gonna come back when he's 18. There's been a couple of different clips of audio that I've heard that you know, that's been said, that's been alleged, and then they were saying, well, we can't really get in trouble for anything if he's 18 and he comes home. And you know, I don't know, I'm not going to debate that. I just can't wait for Sebastian to be found, and whatever happens, nobody can foresee the future and what's going to happen, in my opinion. You know, I mean, as an officer, I think it is bothering him. I think it is. It would bother me. It does bother me. I can't lie. It is bothering me. You know, that's why we're talking about it. And, you know, I don't know what he knows. You know, I don't know if he's come out with more. I'm still kind of sifting through a lot of that. So, you know, he did say that Chris Proudfoot, that is, did say that if Sebastian comes home, he's going to need a lot of help. If Sebastian comes home when he's 18, that they wouldn't be in trouble or charged with anything if he comes home when he's 18. I don't know what that means. I'd like to find that clip too. I'd have to look and see. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's just upsetting. Look, and the thing is that, we did have moments where there was some good conversation back and forth, and it kind of, leveled out a little bit. But I mean, there was a lot of times where it was just argumentative and not productive, right? There were some parts that Seth answered some questions, but for a lot of us that have listened to Seth's lives and, have listened to what he's said in the past, it's just all kind of things that we've already heard and, questions that have already been asked and answered, in my opinion. But again, I'm proud of Seth for doing that. We got to bridge the gap somehow. Um, and a lot of it really has to do with like, hey, if you can share the flyer, share the flyer, you know, share that flyer out, send it to people word of mouth, your Facebook pages, Instagram, all of those different social medias, but also just, to the people in your phone book, right? On your phone. Did you know this child is missing? And that goes for all of the kids. You know what I mean? It goes for all of the missing kids. We still have Monkey's flyer that we can send out. We still have Summer's flyer, Devlin Tate, Harmony Montgomery. She's still missing. I know that people aren't going to be able to see her out and stuff like that. I get that. But just the awareness, just spreading the awareness, I think is the big takeaway. Um, and I think so too, country guy. And I think he's very hard on himself about it. And sometimes people are like, well, that's performative, right? Like it's just an act. But then again, I try to see the good in people. And I think he has made his own reputation. I think he kind of understands that, but I think he's under a lot of pressure from people that he's made friends with, and that could be a tough situation to be in too. I'm just really asking for people to take a step back and think about Sebastian, not friendships, right? Not the way that we personally feel, which is difficult because I'm a very feeling person, right? Like I'm very, very much of a feeling person and I go on emotions a lot. Um, but I think that if we could just stay focused and try to figure out what could have happened, because look, we have a lot more information than we did in the beginning. Like in the beginning, it was really rocky, right? We're like, we have no information, we don't understand. There's no sight of Sebastian, there's no scent of Sebastian, none of this. But now that we have a better understanding of things, we can kind of piece things together a little bit more than we could have in the beginning, I think. Um, Blackhawk says respect to Seth to go up on that panel in search of answers. It should tell everyone something. I agree with that, Blackhawk, and I think that's what any of us would do, And I mean, I've also watched Brandy go on and talk with, that complete piece of crap and be in a position where nobody would want to be in that position ever. But she did it for her son. We do things for our kids. We do things for the people that we love, but I mean our kids are like our world, right? So I mean, I I don't know, because I certainly wouldn't want to be up there with Stacy Wandra. I mean, every time I see him, I just want to drop kick him in the face. But that's just my opinion. That's how I feel. I think he's a piece of crap, and I think he's a predator, and I think that he needs to burn in hell. So that's my opinion. But when you see parents doing the most, when you see parents doing what they have to do, doesn't matter if they like it or not. I mean, it's the utmost respect. Um, because there's nothing worse than I can think of. It's a worse nightmare come true. Um, so That's right. We need accountability. Sebastian needs justice no matter which way we look at it. Most definitely. So, Liberty says, I don't think he feels bad at all, lady. And I teeter between the two. I'm trying to look at it from all sides, but I understand where you're coming from, Liberty. I do. You know. Um but and that's another thing. I'm sure that crosses people's minds. Because look, if you have guilty knowledge or you have knowledge of a crime, you need to tell law enforcement. You need to do the right thing. And I'm really hoping that what he's saying is true and that he went to the FBI, but we still don't know. I mean, we probably won't really know, because it's his word. It's not like law enforcement's going to come out and say, yeah, he did. He came and told us. So, Kylie Ray says the more money uh, of making they're making off of missing kids than finding missing kids. That's why they cover each other's. Sound of Freedom movie is just examples plus a big risk in making the movie. Yeah, I have watched that movie, and that movie is incredibly sad. I don't think I had dry eyes through the whole entire thing. It's so sad. Yeah, that's a great point, Kylie Ray. I believe we will know more in the coming weeks. I hope so. I hope so, SI officer. And the best thing we can do is keep praying, keep sharing the flyer, keep sharing the flyers out. Blackhawk says, I watched a live that Stacey Wonder did, even with Monkey's mom, and I knew he was lying. I can take one look at Seth and see he's not lying. Yeah, well, the sick and sad part about these people, a lot of these people, is that they get off on it. I call it a trollgasm. But I mean, like they do, they get off on hurting other people and watching other people in misery, right? In turmoil. And yeah, it's absolutely sick. And it is pure evil in my opinion. There's nothing good about it. Nothing but evil. And that's how we know evil exists, in my opinion, when we see things like that. you know so, but I do believe that there's a lot of good out there too. you know so the ending made my blood boil. Liberty. Yeah, true narcissist. Well, and I don't know if there's just like more narcissists out there nowadays, or if we're just aware of the traits and so we recognize them more easily. But I swear it's like everywhere we turn, here's another one, here's another one. um but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people out there that just love to torture other people. It's the same thing with Adam Montgomery. Hi Cooper, good to see you. um he was taunting the Manchester police. He's like, you're never gonna find harmony, and it's like, really, a freaking jerk. you know it's like, how dare you? And I mean, that's his own little girl. you know so just brutally, that shit was brutal. And then Kayla over there covering her own ass. And I mean, again, we see these people in these cases, they walk around and they don't care for other people. They just care about covering their own ass. And that's what I think happened with Sumner County. More and more, I mean, just the level of it is insane. So, I think it's only a matter of time, SI officer, and that's why we have to keep on putting the pressure. That's the biggest thing that we can also do, is continue to talk about it. And again, continue to spread the awareness, continue to spread Sebastian's law, continue to let people know what's going on, you know? So, yeah, it's heartless, it's soulless, you know? Yeah, nothing good. Nothing good. Hey lady, have you looked into that Ricky Lauren on TikTok? No, I haven't, but if you send it to me, I'll look into it as an officer. Ricky Lauren, or is it Lauren? I don't know about that, hun. So, Oh, I almost forgot too today. Um, one of our friends here had sent me a clip from J is for Justice, and oh my gosh, she had me cracking up. She gave me a really nice shout out, and I can't believe I didn't remember this earlier because I was talking about bridging the gap and, you know, moving forward, even though, things happen in the past and so I thought it was really cool because Jay said a shout out to me on her channel, and she also said that she apologizes for spreading misinformation. And I thought that again, that takes like a really big person to do that. And so I really appreciate that, Jay. Um, and somebody did send that to me, and I just I just want to say thank you for that. And it was funny because she she got a sound clip of me. She got a sound clip of me, and I'm turning like, all shades of red because it was me saying close your legs or something. I don't I don't even know what it was. I can't think of it now. Um but that was very sweet of her, and I really appreciate that. And again, it just takes like something little like that to kind of bridge a gap, and I really appreciate you doing that, Jay. And so thank you for that. And yeah, I don't even remember exactly what it was. It was like a clip from me saying, "Welcome to Cooterville, close your legs," or something, or something like that. But it was funny, and I got a kick out of it. So I thought that that was really nice, and so, you know, on that note, let's try to come together as much as we possibly can, and you know, we can't change the past, but we can always keep moving forward. So I just kind of want to leave you guys with that. And thank you, Detroit. And Detroit, I hope you have the best time, and I hope you catch a bunch of fish. And that was so sweet of you to catch a fish for Sebastian. Also, you guys are such sweet people. You guys really make my day. I just have to say that too. Um, so Yes, he did. He did. He took Sebastian's TV because Sebastian got grounded from electronics. So he took his TV and put it in the RV. Now tell me that's not a freaking Debo move. Like I don't know. Chris is a man baby. That's all I have to say, and I'm trying to be nice. So because I want to end the show on a positive note, but oh my gosh. Like Oh, that just infuriated me when I heard it, and I was like, "He stole his TV," I was appalled. I was absolutely appalled. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you, and you too, SI officer. I hope that you guys have a great day. Happy Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? Yes, it's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, and we will be back. I'm gonna listen through and see what else we have, if there's anything else that was said. Again, I really want to focus on just what was said pertaining to Sebastian's case, not as much of like what's going on, because I just feel like certain things can work itself out. So, um, oh yeah, Mama Socks is a big, you know, look, she has done a lot. She's done the most to really cause a lot of crap too, Liberty. And like, you guys are gonna apologize. And there was no CPS reports. And then we find out, yes, there was. Obviously there was four. Then we have a fifth one. It's just too much, you know? Um, it's just way too much. So well, I love you guys all so very, very much. And thank you so much for being here, everybody. And again, a big shout out, Brandy. Thank you so much for giving Seth those resources. I will screenshot and email those because I know he said something, maybe he couldn't see them, or I think he might have if I put him up on the screen. But either way, I appreciate you coming in. And again, I'm just going to keep on praying that Michael Monkey Vaughn is found and brought home to his mom, and that those nasty, four disgusting freaks of nature get exactly what they deserve on this earth and after. And I hate to say it, but whoever hurt Sebastian, you're in that same category. Whoever took him somewhere, you're in that same category. TikTok, because the truth does come to light. The truth always comes to light. And especially when you have moms and dads out there that are fighting so hard, it's only a matter of time. Where there's a will, there's a way. All right. I love you guys. Thank you all so much for being here, and I'll see you all next time.